Welcome to the SAMBAZON Morning Update here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship, hosted by Best Western as we're flying above our venue, Southside Oceanside Pier, the North Shore of San Diego. A crisp California morning greeting us. I'm Gabriel, along with the wonderful Rosie Hodge, and good morning to all of you. We got through a day number 1 yesterday, opening round. We saw some classic heats. We set the scale. Today, we may be going into the elimination round. This is when things get real.
This is when things get real. I think yesterday, the tempo, we got to showcase all of the athletes in the event, which was amazing to see their opening rounds. But elimination rounds, I mean, we're trucking on. Someone's going to pack their bags. Well, we'll see what the call is today. But, yeah, the conditions look really fun out there. The offshore breeze, the tide's a little bit high at the moment, but super contestable.
Yeah, again, we have the best 20 and under surfers in the entire world. All 7 regions for the World Surf League represented here. Are we going to get going today? Well, let's find out. We'll go down to the beach with our contest director, Brian Robbins, along with Matt Shanoski. Matt, take it away.
Brian, another cold morning to start the day. We do have waves. What's the call for today?
Yeah, morning, Matt. Contest is on. Start in the morning with the women's elimination round, follow up with the men's elimination round. So 16 heats for the day, 30 minutes throughout. Another great day out there. I mean, these are classic California winter days, and we're excited to have it. So enjoy.
All right, back to you guys for live action. We're going to crown some champions this week, but we're also going to say goodbye to some people today, unfortunately.
That is true. Thank you, guys. As we fly over here, you can see the high tide right now in the big bank on the beach, south side of the pier, and we're getting ready for competition. We're going to open up with Sky Brown up against Ellie Harrison. There's Sky Brown getting ready for her heat. A skateboard prodigy, Rosie, and also an excellent surfer. So she's a double threat.
She's a double threat. I mean, this woman is unbelievable what she's been able to accomplish in skateboarding. So fun to watch her in a competition singlet. Yesterday, she had some great moments in her heat. I'm looking forward to her finding her rhythm and surfing to her potential. Obviously, in the elimination round, it's, the guardrails off. You got to give it your best. But she's got a tough competitor, Kaipo, someone that's very accomplished from Australia.
Yeah, that's right. She's going to be set up against Ellie Harrison. Ellie Harrison from Bowen Heads, Australia. The Victorian had made a splash last year on the Challenger Series, nearly qualified, had some great results. So she's got a veteran competitor. We're going to see Sky Brown, if her overall skill set is going to be able to match that of Ellie Harrison in the first match of the morning. Again, head-to-head competition, losers eliminated. Well, Rosie, let's take a look at our Surfline forecast. We talked about the big tides. What else is going on out in the ocean and what to expect?
Yeah,
we call up our friends at Surfline for that.
This is so fun. I mean, looking at our forecast, you see all that, you see that new swell starts to build in today into Thursday and then fades Friday. We've got light wind, which is amazing. We saw that yesterday. It really had that offshore breeze, went a little bit onshore and then went glassy in the afternoon. Hopefully we have similar conditions. Yeah, and then as we look further in the waiting period, it's going to get a little bit smaller and trend down as we head into the weekend. But then we do have a little fresh pulse of northwest on Sunday. Today, super contestable. 2 to 3 foot faces. Look at that wind, 3 to 5 knots. That's pretty light. And as we head into the afternoon, it kicks up a notch. But as we saw yesterday, still super contestable. Yeah, we're going to look forward to great conditions today.
Here's our long term, Rosie. And tomorrow, bigger surf, but some of that onshore wind potentially. We're hoping that onshore wind doesn't come in too strong.
Well, 4 to 6 foot faces, so the biggest that we're going to have of the event waiting period. But that onshore wind you're talking about, it's going to be about 30 miles per hour, which is howling. So it's going to be interesting to see with the big tides, the big surf, and the wind. We're going to have to pick the eyes out of the conditions, but we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, the heat is on. And so elimination, round 1, heat number 1, Ellie Harrison coming up against Sky Brown.
Yeah, this is such a fun heat on paper. We're just touching on each of these women's accolades in the SAMBAZON morning update. Sky Brown, obviously very accomplished skateboarder. She's had some amazing results in the surf world, but Ellie Harrison, wow, she impressed me last year on the Challenger Series, Capo. Like you said, she narrowly qualified. She had some big results with final finishes. Yeah, she's very impressive. I like the way this young lady surfs.
Yeah, Ellie Harrison, 18 years old. They're Australian, up against Sky Brown, who's just 15 years old. Sky Brown, the youngest medalist for the country of Great Britain when we talk about the Olympics. That was the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo, where Sky Brown took home a bronze medal for Great Britain at the age of 13. Actually, 13 years, 28 days. That's the youngest.
Wow, that's just amazing. I mean, she's so accomplished, and I think having that competitive mindset as a skateboarder, that's such an advantage when you flip over to other board sports that you're interested in, because you've already got those parameters of how you want to compete.
You talked a little bit, well, we talked a little bit earlier this morning about how big this tide is right now that we're dealing with. I feel we just came we're just a little bit off the high tide mark right now, but it's a big tide.
It's huge. I mean, at 7:35, which it's 7:37 at the moment, it's a 6.6 foot high tide. So that's massive. And as we saw from that drone shot, there is that little bit of a bank on the beach where the water is hitting up. So there might be a little bit of backwash to contend with. And as you can tell, the ladies are trying to hunt down the peaks. Because, yeah, it's a little bit swampy out there, Cops.
Yeah, and this, honestly, this is could be one of the most challenging heats of the day because of the high tide, because you're the guinea pig heat, the scale's getting set. Also because of the situation right here. You can see our surfers, they're just kind of going back and forth, tracking the lineup. There's really not an obvious peak that's breaking all the time, so I feel waves are going to come out of nowhere, and you got to be in the spot when they do break.
Yeah, you do. And I think for Sky, when she's in North America, I think she calls Oceanside home. So she has a lot of a relationship with this place, and maybe has a better knowledge of where the sandbars are. We'll see if that comes into play. Ellie Harrison at the US Open had a great result. So she's used to these kind of jumbled up beach break conditions with that pier setting.
Yeah. You talked about Ellie Harrison, semifinal finish last year at the US Open, and where she went down to Sawyer Lindblad, who eventually won the event. Ellie Harrison riding Channel Islands surfboards, so she's got a great support crew. We've seen the Channel Islands crew here all day yesterday supporting their surfers. I'm sure they're here in the competitors area with that support as well today. So it's nice to have a kind of a bubble, a team, if you would, around you to just give you positive energy and make sure everything's in check.
Oh, definitely. As you travel internationally and Australian coming to California, having that local support crew with that local knowledge is just such an amazing thing to have in your corner. And if I think about Ellie, like where she's from in Victoria, it is peaks up and down the beach when I think about 13th Beach and the long stretches of beach that they have over there. So these kinds of conditions, she'd be used to trying to hunt down the peaks.
Clear warble in the wave and open priority right now. So on this opening exchange, both surfers have equal rights to any wave that comes in. It's going to be positioning which determines if you have priority or possession of that wave. So this is a tricky part in the heat, and it's just been extended. Take a look here at Sophia Medina, younger sister of three-time world champ Gabe Medina. We'll see Sophia in the elimination round, heat number 7, up against Kira Buckpit later this morning.
Yeah, really stacked heats in these elimination rounds, Capo. I think yesterday we were saying every single heat was just jam-packed with talent. We got introduced to some new names on this international field. I feel like, yeah, everyone's surfing is notching up a level every time we head to these World Junior events.
It's almost as if this is, and it is actually, a scouting report, if you would, for professional surfing. What you see throughout this whole event, you really can see tomorrow's stars coming today in these junior ranks, and a lot of these surfers eventuate into championship tour surfers.
Oh, definitely. I mean, looking at the list of past champions, you're like, okay, the percentage of people on that list that go on to be championship tour surfers, the percentage of people that go on to become championship tour world champs is just so impressive.
Maybe a wave here at the. So already 6 minutes off of the clock, and both surfers searching Pacific for anything that breaks. So as we go, here we go. Rosie, taking a look at our past World Junior Champs, and we see some familiar names there.
Definitely, as we look, I mean, Francesca last year was just unbelievable. She was the proverbial dark horse in the event, and I was just so happy to be introduced to this new name, this new talent, and to see where her career's headed. Amura Suzuki, she was a wild card replacement on the championship tour, I think in 2020 perhaps,
Yeah.
or 2021.
Coming out of COVID, yeah.
Yeah, Kira Pinkerton's such an amazing talent. Fahine Ferreiro, she's going to be in the Olympics later this year in Tahiti. She is unbelievable. Macy Callahan, she's a World Tour surfer. Same with Isabella, Mahina Maeda. Really great talent out of Hawaii. So that list, I mean, Jessie Miley Dyer, look at where she is now. Sally Fitzgibbons, we all know about her career. Laura Enova, a Guinness World Record holder.
Yeah, and Nikki Van Dyke, another championship tour surfer. So you can see this impressive list right now. So we talk about a scouting report for professional surfing. We can see right here with the history of past champs. This is it's definitely something that will help your overall surf legacy if you are able to win a junior world championship, as well as both the men and women this year. The winners, they will also be invited to the Challenger Series when it kicks off later on in the spring.
And that opportunity, the fact it's going to save you money, you don't have to travel and compete in the regional series events. You've won a World Junior title, and now you have that opportunity to be on the Challenger Series. There's a boatload of confidence that's going to come out of that. So there's lots of prizes to be had, and I think a lot of the surfers are looking at that opportunity as a free pass into the Challenger Series events, as a big opportunity.
Yeah, and we talk about the Challenger Series. That is the series in which is the pathway onto the Championship Tour. Championship Tour being the pinnacle of professional surfing. That Challenger Series is 6 events throughout the year. Top 4 finishes. For the women, we take the top 5, and they graduate to the Championship Tour. How do you get on that Challenger Series? Is through your region, the qualifying series events in your region. Or the other way you get onto the Challenger Series, you don't make the cut on the CT. And that's the bad way to get on the Challenger Series. You don't make the cut after event number 5 on the Championship Tour. You're straight on the Challenger Series to try to get your spot back on that Championship Tour.
Kapo, I know you were there, but I was so invested in the Sakurama events, that last stop of the Challenger Series, to figure out who was going to qualify. I thought it was just so exciting, just the heroics from the surfers, and it's really made the tour just so dynamic and so exciting to watch, and get behind the surfers that are right there going for their shot.
Well, we may have some action here. Chin on the board. Up and riding, Ellie Harrison. And she goes down, so maybe a little bit of nerves for the first exchange for the Victorian surfer. Here we go with Sky Brown. Sky with some opportunity to take the lead, and she's already done that with a swooping cutback. 2 turns for Sky Brown, and she's going to call it there. So early advantage to Sky Brown. We got a 20-minute heat going right now, Rosie.
Yeah, here we go, Carp. So that was nice to see that exchange. Ellie there, like you said, a couple nerves, maybe that little bit of coldness getting to her feet. It's tricky. I mean, to sit in this frigid wind and this water and be anticipating your first ride, it's easy for that cold to start to creep in. Not sure if that's what was the hindrance for Ellie there, but it's just something to contemplate when you're exposed to the elements.
We can see all of these lines right now, and they're coming from a different direction from what we saw yesterday with this up above advantage that we have. Shorter period swell. We saw on the Surfline forecast that the swell should increase throughout the day, and I feel the swell increasing throughout the day will definitely be coming from a different aspect, a different angle.
Yeah, I think yesterday we had that little bit of southwest swell mix in, and that southerly angle is not something that you see at this time of the year. It's more of a predominant summer swell, but the northwest is what we're going to see today, a comboed up swell, and it's more favorable for Oceanside. I feel like it's going to create this peaky situation, and it's more straight on angle.
And the waves look really close together for shorter period swell as well. Sky Brown, she's going to go right this time. Nice hook off the top for Brown. And Sky's going to settle with one turn. She opened up with a 3-point ride. Now she's got 2 waves in the wave bank, so she will take an early lead and put more pressure on Ellie Harrison. Ellie here taking a look at this wave. Harrison eases through a cutback, banks off the whitewater, a little soft section there, steepens up on the inside here nicely for Ellie Harrison. 180 degrees, throwing the tail on that previous turn, banks for the finish. That should be the best score so far in this heat.
Yeah, great ride there for Ellie, and way to like just shake off that first wave. She slipped off on that first wave, but that right there just was that confidence. It'll settle into the heat. I really liked Sky Brown's first turn on that right-hander too. This offshore wind really accentuates the spray. For Ellie here, that was her first wave, the 1-point ride. So that's she had to kind of shake that off. And Sky Brown, her opening opportunity, this is the 3-point ride. So she got those 2 swoops on this one. And then I like the accentuation of the spray as she hits that lip with the offshore wind. Ellie on this right-hander, it's a little bit of a fat base when she takes off, but then it starts to steepen up on this section. Really like that turn. So 2 different maneuvers, and then the end section. So like you said, the best wave of the heat, 3-turn combo, and a little bit of variety in there.
And that 5-point ride puts Ellie Harrison up into the lead, up against Sky Brown. Sky needs a 3-point ride. Sky has priority. Ellie on the inside here, noticing that she's under priority, wants to get rid of that 1 point in her scoreline. She's going to do that. And a little bit more, a couple of turns on the backhand. A finish would be beneficial. She gets the finish. She will extend her lead.
Such a solid surfer. I mean, you can see why she got such good results on the Challenger Series last year. Narrowly almost qualified. I mean,
yeah.
She did so great on the Challenger Series, and she looks like she's coming into this event confident. She looks like she's been training. She's ready for this. Yeah, it's cool to see this young talent and how she's evolving.
Yeah, Ellie finished the Challenger Series last year in the number 12 spot. So the top 5 in the Challenger Series for the women go to the championship tour. 6 through 10 get invited to the next year's Challenger Series. So she nearly got invited back. So she's going to have to fight her way either through the region or taking a win here or get her back on that Challenger Series.
And let's just recap how hard it is for the women to qualify. That top 5 position,
yeah.
Ellie had, I think, 2 9s,
yeah.
2 25ths,
yep.
and then she had a 3rd and a 5th.
Yeah.
So she had some really great results there and still finished below the cut line to qualify for the Challenger Series. But what a great year.
Yeah. And, you know, when we look at the Challenger Series, it's a roller coaster because you go from a sand bottom point break at Snapper Rocks into a beach break left at North Narrabeen, then off into Bolito, which you never know what's going to happen over there. Huntington Beach, Portugal, and finish off in Brazil. Here's a replay for Ellie Harrison. This is a 3.67, Rosie.
Yeah, this was nice. I really enjoyed the tempo of that wave. Obviously picking this up under priority midway through the break. I think where it really handbraked her scoring potential was that second turn. She got a little bit hung up, but she's added that 3.67 to her scoreline. She's got a nice lead at the moment.
Yeah, extending the lead over Sky Brown's. Sky needs a 5.67. We're just under the 15-minute mark, so we're just under halfway through this heat. Ellie Harrison picking up momentum. Looks left, goes right. Nice fade to start here. Nothing eventuates down the line, however.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Staying warm, staying active, just looking for opportunities. It's not a bad game plan.
Yeah, the air right now, much colder than the water. The water in, what, low 60s probably?
Yeah, I think it's even 50s.
50s?
It said 58 yesterday on Surfline.
Okay, so high 50s in the water, and really right now the air in the 40s as we've had this Arctic air mass come through San Diego, Southern California, making it
Arctic
crisp
air mass. That feels...
crisp conditions. Tried to get my weather guy on right there.
Oh I'm like, that describes it perfectly. Yeah, it says on Surfline the water is 59 degrees Fahrenheit and the air 44.
And then the air for it, yeah. It's crisp. 3-2, you could do it. You do 3-2 in a heat, but if you were for a free surf and you want to hang out for a while, you'd be a lot more comfy in a 4-3 right now.
Yeah, I was driving on my way here out of San Clemente. I passed the Lowe's parking lot, and there were people getting ready to surf in the dark. And I'm like, that is fully committed.
Course score through the roof right there, gang. And
as you pass the Mateo Creek down that little bottom valley,
the cold air sits there.
It sits there. Like, have fun, beep, beep.
Hey, what we do as surfers, I mean, it's one thing, you know, and that's what makes things so great. This is just
it brings you to laugh.
Yeah, and this is just an aspect. This is the competition aspect of surfing that we're watching right now. It's fun to watch. It's a sport. It's a game. But really, surfing is much broader than that. And the commitment that you see just with everyday civilian surfers who are just like braving the cold to catch a couple waves. It's that stoke that keeps us all coming back. Ellie Harrison in the lead right now. Sky Brown sits with priority. Can Sky come back? We're going to find out. Conclusion after this quick break. Taking a look at Ellie Harrison and her year on the Challenger Series. Huntington Beach, she made a splash on the south side of the pier, Rosie. Semi-final finish there.
Amazing. Only going down to eventual champ of the event, Sawyer Lindblad. I was very impressed with Ellie's surfing and just her tenacity throughout the heat. Got super aggressive through the rounds, had a great support system. Guys from Rip Curl were down there. The guys from Channel Islands were all there to support. So really cool to watch this woman. And I think this is Portugal. So transition straight from a third into this great result.
Sarah, Portugal, where Ellie Harrison made the quarterfinal with some smooth surfing on the right-hand point, Rosie, showing the versatility of this young Australian.
Yeah, and I think it's just growing up in that wave-rich region of Victoria, like fun beach break waves like you're seeing here at Oceanside, really fun right-hand point breaks, Bells Beach, Winky Pop, Bird Rock. So it really has created this diverse surfer in all kinds of conditions, product of her environment.
Yeah, and a surfer that would be accustomed to the nippiness, the cold that we're experiencing right now in Ellie Harrison. She had a slow start to this heat. First wave, you know, just went up and down for a one-point ride, but since then she's regathered herself and put together a decent scoreline for the conditions. 8.67 two-wave total for the lead. Sky Brown, you can see her on the inside here, Rosie. She's got priority. She needs a 5.67, the young skateboard prodigy.
Yeah, and Sky can do it. I mean, this lead isn't in a stranglehold at the moment. She's got to kind of chip away at it. Let's see how she uses it, if she uses a priority.
Ellie Harrison under priority takes this one. And this left shapes up on the inside, giving Harrison some opportunity. swipe at the lip there. We'll see if that betters her 3.67.
Yeah, that's what it's about, that mindset of improving. And as we look at that wave, her 3.67, that was a left-hander. She got a little bit hung up on her second maneuver. We're going to have a little look at the replay and pick it apart and see if it can potentially improve her lead. I feel like that will, though. That last turn was really nice. Love to see that front-on angle just to get a little bit of a comparison going.
It's interesting that with priority, Sky Brown actually held back on that wave. Ellie took off further out. You can see Sky just let her go and gave Harrison some opportunity here.
Yeah, that was interesting. And she was sitting kind of inside of Ellie. Obviously, with priority, has that pick of the peak. So to me, that's more of a two-turn combo. The one turn on the outside, then it was all kind of footwork to try and get to that inside section. There's a better angle of Sky kind of deciding the right's not looking good. I'm a little bit too deep for the left. I'm going to keep my position and save priority. This last turn was really nice, super sharp. I think she improves marginally as we see that score drop in.
Yeah, 3.93 for Ellie Harrison. And so she did improve. She did extend her lead over Sky Brown. Sky now requiring a 5.93 to take the lead. Sky Brown with priority and 7 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, so Sky's hearing that number come through and recognizing, hey, it's not without, it's in reach. 7.5 minutes remaining. I have priority. 7.93 is going to be almost a point higher than the highest wave of the heat. So you think about Ellie's right where she got that 5. It was kind of a one-through maneuver, like mid-range kind of wave. So Sky can do that. I mean, get her on her forehand on one of those cupped-out lefts.
I'd love to see a steep section for Sky Brown and Sky take to the air, which we know that she's got in her overall skill set. Here she goes. Looks like she's going to activate on this one. Going right. Sky Brown winds up, chops it off the top, slips off the board, and that is unfortunate for Brown, handing over priority to Ellie Harrison. Ellie Harrison, with heat control, she'll have the lead as well as priority.
That was looking good, Caps. That first turn, I mean, you just watch that foot slip off there, and we all know that feeling as surfers when you go up to the lip line and just lose that control. And now she has a front row seat for this wave of Ellie's.
Here comes Ellie with a nice carve to begin with. Not going to make the inside connection.
Ooh, okay. So let's have a look. Sky's going to make it out to the back before Ellie, so she's going to get handed priority back. Paddle girl.
Yeah, so right now what we're seeing is the paddle back out. The first surfer to actually get back out to the peak will get priority and have control at that point. But it looks like it's fairly neck and neck when we're flying from up above. We'll see if Ellie Harrison is able to gain some ground.
And oh, there we go.
There we go. So priority does go to Sky Brown. And she's not going to sit with it. Oh, no. Looked like she was going to take off on that one, which would have been a bad decision there. I feel she needs to get out the back. She's got 5.5 minutes to gather herself, utilize that priority. She's going to need a quality wave at this point for that 5.93 that she requires.
Yeah, I feel like this, the next exchange is going to be an important one as we watch Ellie. She's having a look at this right. Looks fine. She's going left. Look at this section, Pops.
Section pops up here for the Australian, and that will not factor, so no harm, no foul. Ellie Harrison remains in the lead. Sky Brown with priority. This is the tricky part for Brown, is wave selection at this point and poise to hold that priority and make sure, Rosie, that she gets a wave that's going to offer that mid-range score. But that mid-range score, really, to me, in the context of everything, is actually, it has to be like, it's a high score.
Yeah, it is the high mark of this heat. But I do think just keeping her composure, not getting flustered at this moment, waiting for that wave, because she does have 4.5 minutes. It's not an eternity, but it is enough time to kind of sit and wait for a quality wave.
And this is all about the development that we see that goes on through pro junior surfing, is learning to have, that confidence and not flinching on anything unless you know it's going to give you the win, unless you know it's going to give you the number. We see CT surfers do it all the time. They'll sit stoically and wait. And even if the wave doesn't come in, doesn't have that potential, they won't even paddle for it.
Yeah, you die on that sword.
Yeah.
Like, you make that decision and you stick to that game plan. Otherwise, you like paddling around like a headless chicken. If you didn't have priority, fine. But if you have priority, you wait for that wave, especially when you need the highest wave of the heat, the 5.93 that Sky's looking for at the moment.
Yeah. So even this play right now with Ellie further out than Sky, again, my feeling is when you have priority, you want to control the lineup. You should actually be the furthest out. For comparison, this is the 5-point ride from Ellie Harrison.
So what Sky needs right now is almost a point higher than what Ellie was able to achieve on this wave. So for me, that first section of the wave was a little bit sleepy. That turn was really nice, and then hits that inside connection. Could have gone a little bit harder on that turn, and then hindsight's 2020, because we're looking at the wave and you're like, oh, they're picking it apart. But that was a nice settling wave for Ellie, and it sees her in the lead at the moment.
And I'm looking at the size of that wave too. So to get a wave of that size, and as we look at our two competitors here, you need to be further out. Sky needs to be further out where Ellie is sitting right there, because that's pretty much where Ellie caught that 5-point ride.
Yeah, agreed.
Is that far out on the bank.
I think something I learned from watching yesterday is there's only maybe 3 opportunities at a bigger set wave, and you need to make sure that you put yourself in a position to be on those waves, because every surfer that got the best, most quality wave of the heat was able to create a score, get in the 7s, get in the 8s. So it really is about pinpointing that exact positioning. I think, like you said, Sky's a little bit too far inside right now. If one of those waves pops up, she's going to be taken by surprise and have to duck dive under it.
Yeah, I agree. Take a look at the high tide. You can see that bank you're talking about on the shoreline, Rosie, that is a culprit, gives us a little backwash too. Just another challenge to the conditions right now. You get a little bit of that reverb off of that big bank there.
Yeah, I think watching this heat is a totally different experience to being in the water at the moment. I think it's a lot trickier than we're led to believe on screen.
I agree. And this is the opening heat of the day. So this is really where everything gets calibrated in this heat. The judges scale, where the bank is, strategy. Sky Brown needs to make it happen here. Nice carve on the backhand, smaller wave. And that, unfortunately, will not be the number that she needs. Ellie Harrison out the back. Harrison in veteran-like heat IQ, kicks out early, knows there's a minute left. She has the lead. She's going to now establish priority and close this heat out.
Yeah, she's really had good control of this heat. She's played a really good competitive game. And the first heat of the morning is not easy, Capo.
No.
To be those first ones out there, to be like the kind of tester heat for the conditions, for the judges' scale.
It's not easy to even call the first heat in the morning. Not to mention surf the first heat in the morning. And so, Sky Brown, but it's great to see Sky. And like we said, she's a double threat. So I want to see her development in surfing, and hopefully she continues to pursue more junior series, more qualifying series. And I can't wait to see what she's going to bring on the skateboard to come in up for both the X Games as well as the upcoming Olympics this year.
Crazy respect for Sky. She's definitely someone that I look up to. 15 years old. Yeah, can't wait to see what's in her future. Here we go. She's still... Ellie has priority. Counting it down, Cops.
It's now official. Ellie Harrison moving on into the round of 16. Sky Brown eliminated from competition. First heat of the day wrapped up here at Oceanside. We're going to step away for just a moment. We'll be back with more action from the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, is brought to you by Best Western Hotels and Resorts and by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai. Elimination round, heat number 2 out in the water. Laura Ropp out of Brazil against Kana Nakashio, representing Japan here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship, presented by Best Western, Kaipo Guerrero, along with Matt Shanoski on the call here. And high tide morning, Matt. Challenging for the surfers, so every time, really, you got to make it count when you get to your feet and get a wave.
Absolutely. A bigger tide than yesterday, nearly 1 foot higher, and it's visible when you're standing on the shoreline. A little bit of erosion, some of those rocks that it's synonymous in the corner here of the pier showing their teeth, but still a lot of scoreable waves. And this is Laura's opening wave here. See the fuller tide creating a little bit of havoc for the inside section, but if you can get one of those bowley lefts or a right with a section, there's a lot of scoring opportunity. And this is Kana on her opener as well. So nice form, good technique. A small wide board riding a 5.5, and it fits the pocket perfectly out there right now. So that's a 5.83 for her opener. It's a great way to kick off the heat.
Kana Nakashio, I'm becoming a fan of this Japanese surfer. She nearly won her heat, her opening round heat. Her and Zoe Benedetto were tied. And with the tie break, it went to Benedetto. But here we go. Laura Ropp, the Brazilian, finds a nice long running right-hander. Little caught up there in that turn. Looking for this closeout section and banks it off the closeout section for the finish. Much better, her breast wave so far.
Great way to start the heat for Laura as well. And that's what I was talking about. If you can connect to the inside section, there is a lot of scoring opportunity. Not a lot of that south wind swell sneaking in like we saw yesterday. It's majority of that north swell that's coming between the pier. It's a fresh building swell that we'll see throughout the day. If you're free surfing, you're going to have a ball out there, Kaipo. Lots of waves.
Let's hear from the first heat winner of the day, Ellie Harrison, with Rosie Hodge.
That's right, Ellie Harrison, great surfing. We call that first heat the guinea pig heat. Give us a first-hand account of what it's like in the water at the moment this morning.
It's very cold. I can't really feel my toes right now, but yeah, I don't know, very cold.
And to take out a win against someone like Sky Brown, obviously very accomplished in skateboarding, what did you make of that heat?
Yeah, I was pretty nervous for that heat because I know Sky's very good. Yeah, I don't know, I was just trying to complete my waves. And yeah, get some scores on the board.
You had such a great year on the Challenger Series last year. What are the goals for this year?
I don't know, really. Just, yeah, I don't know, have fun at each event, see how I go. Yeah, obviously want to qualify, but just, I don't know, taking it comp by comp, and yeah.
Enjoying it, loving your surfing. Ellie, go get warm. Back to you guys.
Yeah, go get warm. You could feel the cold coming through with Ellie Harrison. Chilly morning, Matt.
Yeah, it is. Everyone's rugged up. We're a little more prepared for it this morning, as we yesterday kind of caught everybody off surprise, but probably much the same. I think water temp and outside temp, and that was a heat to forget yesterday for Ellie. She just couldn't connect with an end section, so she'll be relieved to finally click with a few waves there and start building some momentum throughout this event. But someone who's building momentum is a 6.33 for Laura on her last wave, so finding one of those bigger rights, and here she goes again to back it up.
Laura Ropp with just a lazy cut back there, so she's going to hang on to that 6.33. That's going to be the mark set for the Brazilian. She's going to keep a 1.6 backup. Priority now to Kana Nakashiro. Nakashio with priority, our Japanese surfer, had a nice start with a 5.83, so there's a very tight heat still and plenty of time on the clock, 23 minutes.
Thinking back to that heat yesterday with Zoe, Kana had a right that ran away. He just really quick, good technique in the pocket, and really able to release her board through the lip line. So if she gets a section, she's going to be explosive. She added some really dynamic moments to that heat yesterday. But we know Laura, her dad, her coach as well, great technique. Gustavo over there in Brazil. Checking out his Instagram, and you can see where she gets it from. And this is that replay of the 633. So let's look at this. See, opening up the shoulders there and coming right back into the power source. And here, lining up this inside, a little off tilt there, a little bit of backwash, reverb from the high tide, but manages to save it with a nice closing re-entry there. So she'll bank that 633 and is currently in the lead.
Waving to our on-site commentators to get an update on her scores and time. You talked about Nakashio yesterday in her heat, which was a great served heat against and went down to Zoe Benedetto, who won the heat, but actually Kana and Zoe, both with the same two-wave total, both had 13.73, their two-wave total. We broke that tie by the single highest wave score, and that was Zoe, who had an 8-point ride. So Kana nearly avoiding this elimination round, but now she's in this elimination round where you got to make it happen. Loser is eliminated from competition.
They've seen great performances from the Japanese surfers already. Even coming up in the next heat, we have Kokona Kawase, and both surfers unlucky not to make it through their heat, getting waves in the mid-7 range, which at this level is very impressive.
Pulled back view, and you can see the surfers a little bit to the south of the pier to start off the morning. And the swell angle, Matt, seems like it's a little bit different today. What a difference a day makes.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot of mixture of swells yesterday, keeping it very consistent, but relatively lined up. As you can see, the swell lines coming in to the left of the pier, coming around the pier there. So I guess still a lot of west in it, but from that majority northerly angle. And you can see even some right-handers that are coming through the pier. And that'll create actually some interesting dynamic with the lefts. As you see the tide drop, we might see backwash, we might see reforms. So I look forward to seeing what this sandbar uncovers in the next few hours. And definitely one of the longest piers on the west coast. Probably another 100 or 200 feet longer than Huntington, Piper?
What's that?
The pier, longer than Huntington?
Much longer than Huntington, yeah. This is the Oceanside Municipal Fishing Pier, and it's been a landmark here for many years. It was reinforced and renovated in 1987, I believe, after some pier damage, and I believe the pier was extended at that point. A great surfing town here, Oceanside, California. We're right on the northern border of San Diego County here. To the north of us is Camp Pendleton Marine Base. So all of that stuff, yeah, that's all military action up there. And then you get into Orange County after Pendleton.
Yeah, fantastic waves to the north and south, and here in Oceanside. You alluded to a great surf culture. Some amazing places to get a post-surf meal as well. If you're into Mexican food or classic American food, there's so many options down here. Good coffee, breweries, everything on offer. And the Surf Museum as well, just up the road, California Surf Museum.
Yeah, the California Surf Museum has been there since, I think, the 90s. And that museum has some great exhibits. It's a must-see, must-visit. If you're a surfer, you can see a lot about the history of surfing, both equipment as well as the culture in surfing. Deep surfing roots here in Oceanside. Back in the 60s, you had the Surf Shack built here by surfers, which really was a landmark at the time, and allowed surfers just to hang out all day and ride the curl.
Ride the curl, love that. It's a throwback term from many years ago, as is the nickname the Wax Head, Kaipo. But talk about surfing heritage and what it means to win a world junior title and a world title in general. But I said it yesterday, in a day and age where it's so easy to reach stardom through YouTube or social media, to actually have an accolade like a World Junior Championship next to your name, you'll go down with the greats. And so many of the surfers that have won this event have gone on to forge professional surfing careers and become world champions themselves. Yeah,
in the last heat, the first heat of the day, we went through that list of past champions and some of the surfers that graduated to the championship tour. Jessie Miley Dyer, Sally Fitzgibbons, Paulina Doe, Laura Enever, Vicky Van Dyke, Isabella Nichols, Macy Callahan, as well as Amuro Suzuki. All of those past World Junior Champions, and all of those surfers had a career or still have a career on the championship tour.
And on the men's side, yeah, lots of world championships have been won after the World Juniors too. A lot of those surfers carrying the momentum onto the championship tour, and really it's nice to see these surfers in the two-person format. If we see often on the QS, you'll have four-person heats, and this is a different dynamic and something that'll prepare them for the Challenger Series. Of course, they take the win here, they'll earn themselves a coveted spot on that championship, on the Challenger Series. I'm sure they'd love to be on the championship tour, but their opportunity will come.
Here's Laura looking to ditch that 1.6 that she has in her scoreline as a backup. I don't know if she's going to do that with that wave. Surfing under priority, so no harm, no foul. Just trying to go through the weeds, if you would, and find a gem or just find something that gives her a little bit more of a score and pull it further away from Kana Nakashio. Nakashio patiently surfing outside, waiting outside, I'm sorry, and holding on to that priority. Nakashio just needs a 2.11 to turn the heat. So I'm thinking right now what I'm seeing from our Japanese surfer is a very mature approach. Not panicking, knowing there's a lot of time on the clock, and sitting on that priority knowing that she doesn't need a big score at all to take the lead.
Yeah, yesterday getting some pretty high scores in her heat as well, so she knows what the judges are looking for, which is really important. And look at them all sitting in a condensed high tide sandbar. We'll see that change throughout the next few hours.
Well, we talked about past champs, and one of the past junior champs, Isabella Nichols. She took out a win for a World Junior Championship back in 2015. Isabella then graduated onto the championship tour, taking a flash back to 2015. Isabella Nichols, and a great performance here at Ericeira for that World Junior title back in 2015. Great feeling there. Mahina Maeda also in that final with her. Laura Ropp. This is more like it. Under priority, and she is going to ditch that 1.6 that she has in her scoreline right now. Great surfing, and she will now extend her lead. So nice surfing, good strategy, and a nice backup wave for the Brazilian.
Yeah, she's tried 3 times to get rid of that 1.6 in her scoreline. That one will certainly do it. Great. I think the second or third turn in that was exceptional, so that'll ease any nerves that Laura had coming into the halfway mark of this heat. That was a very timely wave for her. And let's look at the replay here. So just slices this one back into the pocket, and this turn here spreads the wings, snaps that one off the top, gains some momentum through here, needs to finish strong, and it gives her 2 more opportunities. She's got to stay on her feet here right on the shore break, so she rides out of that. That will be one of her better waves yet. I don't know if it'll clips to 6.33, but it will definitely increase her total, putting pressure onto Nakashio, who's now looking, well, needed a 2.11, but that will be extended very shortly.
So Kana had an up and out, but maintains priority. The score comes in for Laura Ropp, a 5.33. 6.33 and a 5.33 for the Brazilian, 11.662 wave total. You can see that on your screen. Now, Kana Nakashio needing a much larger score. Nakashio requiring a 5.84 to take the lead. So more pressure on the Japanese surfer at the moment, Matt.
And throughout the day, these surfers will be gaining more momentum. They know what the judges are expecting. They would have analyzed their heats. So I think we'll see yesterday, you're in the 12 to 13 point margin, you're definitely going to be making your heat. And today, that requirement may even go up a little higher. That last heat, high tide, was a little slow, but I think these surfers, they're going to have 6s, 7s, and 8s in the bag ready to drop if needed.
Well, 13:50 on the clock. We're going to step away about midway through this heat. We'll see who comes out, who advances. We're going to find out right after these messages. SAMBAZON has partnered with Murph Electric Bikes to bring 2 lucky winners this one-of-a-kind custom SAMBAZON and Murph Electric Bikes. You don't want to miss on this opportunity. Over $3,500 in prize package, including 3 months of SAMBAZON Asahi packets, Asahi bowls, SAMBAZON branded Yeti coolers and drinkware, and the e-bike of your dreams. Enter to win via the QR code. Scan it on your screen, or if you're here in Oceanside, come on down to the SAMBAZON booth and enter there. We're going to be giving away some custom Murph SAMBAZON bikes, Matt.
Wow, what a prize that, and very fitting to have an electric bike down here. And you know what? I think California is the perfect place to cruise with a surfboard in your rack or under your arm. And this is the replay of Kana. So this is a beautiful walled-up wave. The set's behind her lining up. That tide dropping out. That was a beautiful second turn there. Getting some great technique, showcasing to the judges her rail game. And that one, no end section, so a 5.4, but most of the points coming from the flow of the maneuvers and the combination. This one here in the pocket. Nice power game there, which we haven't seen too much of in this event so far, Kaipo. It's been a pretty much small wave surfing. But Kana really opening up on the rail there, and speed, power, and flow.
Our heat leader, Laura Ropp, looking to improve upon a 5.33. It's a little squirrely there on that turn. It's not going to give up on this wave, however. But that will likely not improve her 2-wave total. Kana Nakashio with priority, still sitting in second, still trailing, being a 5.84. Coming close on her last attempt with that 5.4. Still needs to do a little bit better. She identifies the left, decides not to go. She's going to hang on to priority there. 9.5 minutes for Kana Nakashiro to seek out a little bit above a mid-range score.
A little bit frustrating for Nakashio on that last wave. There was no end section for her. She will take some confidence out of that 5.4, knowing most of the points came from that one turn. If she can capitalize, it's going to go excellent, I think. She had that flow, she had that speed, but the wave fading out. And this is her opportunity, an answer back to chasing a 5.84. That one not going to factor into her top 2. It's pretty easy, 0.93. Interesting to note, she's opted for the round tail out there, Kaipo, having a look at her board on the beach before she paddled out. Where Laura, she's on a square tail, I believe. And if you saw that turn Laura laid into before, that's the difference between board design. A lot of surfers opting for small wave EPS style equipment out there right now, which of course sits on top of the water. It breaks its line and typically changes direction a lot quicker. If you have a round tail, a little bit of area in that tail, you can still generate speed, but the idea of a round tail is you can drive more rail through your turn. It's a stronger turn. It'll hold better through your turn. You have that speed, pretty hard to match a solid rail turn carve, and that's why Kana got that 5.4 on that single turn, basically.
Well, you know what? For all you Top Gun fans, we had that shot right there. Right on the top of the hill there is a little piece of Hollywood history. Just behind us is the blue house that is the infamous Top Gun house featured in the 1986 film with Tom Cruise and Kelly McGillis. That's right behind us, Matt.
Wow, that's it. Thank you for that fact. Tuning me in.
I'm a big Top Gun fan.
When you saw the house last night, were you like, oh, that's the house?
Yes, Maverick and Goose and just the whole partnership right there. Hoorah, there we go.
There we go, yeah.
That is the Top Gun house there. What another just gem in the neighborhood of this great California beach town, Oceanside. How beautiful is that?
And if you look down a little bit further to the right of the screen, that's where one of the houses of one of my favorite series, Animal Kingdom, was set, where the crew were hanging out there in their little beach shack. I'm sure a lot of people tuning in right now have watched that Netflix series that's all set in Oceanside. Hasn't it changed a lot over the years, Kaipo? We were just talking about that yesterday. Gentrified, it's safe. a lot of good coffee and a lot of good food here these days.
Yeah. A lot of housing opportunity right now, too. Some new developments, and but just a beautiful beach town. You can see how it blends in to this long Sata Beach. Live action here with Kana Nakashio on the comeback. That's what we wanted to see from the Japanese surfer. One more time there. 5.84. I think she got her number.
Wow, explosive surfing from Nakashio there. And right on cue because he's fired up, needing a 5.84, falling short yesterday. And, well, actually tying yesterday, but just not capitalizing on an excellent range score to beat Zoe. I look forward to dissecting that wave.
That was some great surfing, really connective on her turns. The pace throughout that wave was excellent, and putting the board vertical over and over again. Here it is.
Against the grain, lots of rights in this heat, so nice opening slice, and he lines this one up, really puts her body into it, commits to it, and this one almost falls off the back, but rides out, so a 7.5 and well earned. Some judges going as high as 8 as well. So it's all in this second turn. Lines it up, eyes it off, and really commits. Seeing getting right over a board there. Her feet very neutral in that stance. That weight transition, throwing the fins skyward and rotating the body all the way around. It's really difficult in small waves like that to get enough speed to perform a maneuver in a section. So Anna doing fantastic to eye that section off, and against the grain, I think that's the best left-hander we've seen all morning.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier in the morning about this kind of being a good scouting report before the surfers for the surf industry. So, you know, you got a lot of eyes here, Southern California.
Yeah.
You got a lot of the industry around here. You make a big impact here, and you can make a name for yourself and maybe even get some endorsement deals signed on. Kana Nakashio, I mean, I'm watching her as she's developed. This is the second heat I've seen her surf, and I'm becoming a fan. I'm sure she's starting to gain attention. She's already really established in Japan. She's won a couple of QS events over there, the Chiba Ichinomiya Open, as well as the Manukawari Pro, both QS events in Japan. So she's got a name and support in Japan, but now she's really going to make a name and maybe get some support globally.
Great pickup, Kaipo, and you can tell that she's really tuned into her small wave surfing skills. But to take a win, you need explosive moments, exactly like we saw there. And yeah, winning the Grand Champ, the JPSA Grand Champ, that's not an easy tour. A very self-sustainable tour over there. A lot of surfers don't even travel outside of Japan because there's so many events that they have regionally. But for her to have this opportunity at the World Juniors and show the world what she's got, putting Laura in a predicament, 7:01 required, 3 minutes 40 remaining.
Laura looking for a comeback here. And swooping turn there. So waited a while. This wave stands up on the inside.
Oh.
And Rop with a couple of wraps and a snap and make it two. This could be a big comeback wave. So just when you think that Kana Nakashio had it in the bag, Laura Rapp had some other things on her mind, surfing way down the beach. Look at where she ends up, Matt.
That was right on cue. 3 minutes to go. She would have heard that score drop, that 7.5 for Kana, and held priority. What a great wave. Good wave selection, great timing. A lot to dissect there, and there's some excellent moments. So you look at this lined up wave. It's like a point break right now. And here just sets the pace. Nothing of consequence yet. Nice. That one there really stepping on the tail and stepping on the gas there. Another swoop. Looks like a mini J Bay right there. And just when you thought it's over, she gets one more at the end. And she looks back at the judges. What else do you want? It's a bit sleepy here, but she sets the momentum up. Nice opening carve. And then this one here, searing cutback right back into the power source. Snaps it at the end. And you can see she's just eyeing off this next section, knowing that it's probably going to cut short.
Look at this
and a 9-point ride. I mean, speed, power, flow, combination maneuvers, and there was some critical moments in amongst the end of that wave there. So well-earned 9-point ride there for Laura. 7.84 for Kana required.
Well, it's a chilly morning here in Oceanside, but the action has been heating up. Heat 2 of the day, 13.33 for Kana Nakashio, which is a very good, a decent two-wave wave total. But then we have Laura Ropp coming in swinging with a 9-point ride, a 6.33, 15.33, bordering a excellent heat for Laura Ropp and the highest score of event. So things are starting to build, and we're only in the second heat of the day.
Said it just before, Kaipo. Yesterday, 12 or 13 points was enough to get you through a heat. But these surfers are well aware of what the judges are looking for. It's pretty similar conditions to yesterday morning. They're well accustomed to the cold weather, so there's no excuses. Today's elimination round, these surfers really need to step on it, and Laura showing the judges what they were wanting. 9-point ride, but a 7.84 for Kana really earned that 7.5 with 2 turns. She knows if she can get a set wave in the next, well, it's looking pretty small now, but next 45 seconds, she has what it takes. There is some movement.
Kana hunting. And that's not going to do it. Not a lot of waves coming through right now. Desperation in this last 10 seconds. And Oceanside not cooperating for Kana Nakashio. Unfortunately, she's put a great show on. Great surfing. But she will be eliminated from competition in this heat.
Heartbreaking. She had that 7.5 and she was in such a commanding position. But Laura against the grain, getting a long right, one of the best wave we've seen of the event so far. And Laura really, stepped on it and showed the judges what they wanted to see. Excellent surfing for that 9-point ride, well earned. 5 turns and 3 quality moments on that wave.
When we return, Zali Kelly and another Japanese surfer, Kokona Kawase, out in the water. Heat 3 of the elimination round after this.
Welcome back to day 2 of competition here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Laura Ropp, the young Brazilian from Santa Catarina, moving through into the round of 16 with the highest wave of the event so far, a 9-point ride. And what a way to start off the morning in beautiful, tricky, high-tide conditions, but not only a little chilly out there, it's chilly in here too. Mitchell Salazar with the one and only Matt Chernowski, also known as the Wax Head. Matt, first of all, dropping a 9.0 lower hop right there. But what a comeback Nakashio had halfway through the heat.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of bad luck towards the end.
Well, best heat of the year so far in professional surfing, and we just saw Laura unload on that wave. 5 turns, 3 quality moments. Judges going excellent with 9-point ride, and well-deserved. It's just the technique, but also with the wave that just came up. Laura made the most of it. It's cold. It's high tide. That wave was an absolute gem. And a gem's a wave that you don't hunt down. It pops up.
Right.
And Laura, right time, right place, 3 minutes to go. And unfortunately, it was a great performance for Kana, but we have to say goodbye to her. But she's on the world stage. She's been recognized, and we look forward to seeing more of her in the future.
Definitely is, and I think a lot of people will be hearing that name later on this year on the Challenger Series too. Wouldn't be surprised to see her do well over there. Now Heat 3 of the women's elimination round. Zali Kelly in the red from Australia and Kokona Kawase, our Japanese surfer, in the blue. Open up with the 2.5 was Zali Kelly. She's had a good run throughout this event in the past. A 5th place finish at Seaside Reef last year, Matt. But when it comes to being close to qualifying for the Championship Tour, the young Australia from Pumpenbill in New South Wales, 17th on the Challenger Series in 23, 18th in 22. Very consistent surfer out of Australia, only 20 years of age.
Yeah, absolutely. And she'll be liking these waves this morning. Zali looking a little bit like the North Coast there, some of the softer beach breaks that they have up on the coast, and the Kona opening up her account.
Yeah, Kawase, a great surfer herself. We saw her have a good performance yesterday, dropped a 7.17, was relegated to the elimination round, and it seems like Kelly was also up on the left. Probably get a replay of that very soon. 26 minutes on the clock. You know, we always talk about Japanese surfers, how good they are at beach breaks, but I think their discipline is what really stands out a lot to me. At 20 minutes, 25, 30, you can give them as much time as you want. They're always very good when it comes to a short time frame. Looking at Kelly here on the left, had the 1 turn.
Well, just building a quick heat total, knowing it's high tide and to build some pressure, but that won't bother Kawase, who had a really strong heat yesterday, was unable to get the win, but did show glimpses. Well, she was winning actually for the majority of that heat, starting off with a bang, and wow, this one's going to be a keeper score. You can get a wave where it offers multiple opportunity turns, get a strong end section. Judging by yesterday's performances, that's going to be a keeper score.
Yeah, and from Mie, surfs a couple of good beach breaks. She won a junior event in Nios last year and made it pretty far in the QS event too, but I think Asia overall grown a lot throughout the last 5-10 years regionally. But you look at the quality of the waves they not only have in Japan, Indonesia, seen the Philippines get a lot more recognition now too, Matt. They have good diversity of waves, great diversity of surfers.
Yeah, well, the JPSA tour, but also the regional tour is going off over there in the Asian region at the moment. Philippines are about to have a few US events throughout the end of January and February as well. So a lot of those surfers go from, they had one in the wave pool.
Yeah, in Korea, yeah.
And they're going to go straight to the Philippines. And they've got some fantastic locations over there. So surfing over in the Asian region is really popping off. And we've got some fantastic names that are just scratching the surface. We look forward to uncovering in 2024.
Yeah, and, you know, that event in South Korea, a local kid from right here in North Glendy, San Diego, Kyan Yang, made the final. Lost a real close one. I think he had a 9 and an 8. But it just goes to show you that there are a lot of venues, whether it's a QS 1000, a 3000, maybe even a 5000 too, could potentially even be seeing a Challenger Series event at a wave pool eventually. I mean, I'm just throwing this out hypothetically, obviously. But
it's inevitable, you would imagine.
It's just the quality of the waves as we look at Kelly here. Great opening carve on the backhand. And talking about the 20-year-old from New South Wales, great combination right there. You know, I mentioned her accolades on the Challenger Series, 18, 17 the last 2 seasons. She's always finished within the top 20 in her 2 previous seasons on the Challenger Series. She's only 20 years of age, Matt. Her last year at the World Junior Championships, but when we're talking about a consistent surfer, especially the last 6 or 7 years, she's been a junior for a long time, looking for her first World Junior title here.
That's it, and a 3rd at Bolito last year as well, which she would have grabbed a lot of confidence from. But look at this, really leaning into that first turn, and this wave cupping out for her, stays a bit through the foam, and 4 turns, and that last one finishing with a bang. So that'll be a great score there for Zali to be locked in. Early indications looking like it's the best wave of the heat so far. 6.33, so she'll like the sound of that, starting off with an easy 10-point total. 5.51 now for Kawase. We'll just wait for priority and look for one of those waves that'll give her a dynamic end section.
Yeah, and you got a contrast of styles out there in the water. The goofy footer in Kawase tends to look at the rights a little bit more, Matt. Zali Kelly equally as good on both the forehand and the backhand. And a great beach break surfer, too. You mentioned her third place finish last season at Bolito. She is really good when it gets a little bit bigger, too. Let's go downstairs. Rosie Hodge with the highest heat of the event so far, 15.33 heat total by Laura Hop.
So impressive, Mitch. Well, Laura, we're just touching on it. I mean, the lead had changed hands. You needed a score, but to go and drop a 9-point ride, the best wave of the event so far. Talk to me about anticipating that waves, how you managed the nerves, and what you felt like on that wave.
I was kind of like disappointed with myself because I was with Priority before and I let her go on the 7.5. So it was kind of, oh, I need to catch a better wave and do my surf and see what jets are going to do. And I made a 9 point. So yeah, I'm super, super, super stoked to make this heat. Yesterday was tough. Like the conditions were completely different on the lower tide. So yeah, I'm super happy to make this and be on the round of 16.
And to be in a World Junior Championships like this field is so stacked. All of you women have been so impressive. What do you make of your experience?
Yeah, I made the World Juniors last year, and I'm super stoked to be here again. I'm with the wild card, so I'm just like enjoying my time here in Cali. I'm with my whole family, my mom, my dad, and my little sister. So yeah, I'm super happy to be here and be on the World Juniors. It's just such a dream being here. And it's super cold, it's like a freezing weather. I'm with a 4-3. So yeah, I don't feel my feet. So yeah, I'm super glad to be here.
A little bit different to Brazil. Talking about Brazil, I know you have a lot of people watching from your home country. Give us a little recap of that heat.
Eu tô super feliz de estar aqui no Mundial Júnior na Califórnia. Tava falando que tá muito frio, eu tô de 4.3 aqui, mesmo assim não tô sentindo meus pés. Mas super feliz de ter feito minha bateria. Fiz um 9 ali na última onda. O áudio tá bem difícil de escutar de dentro d'água, então quando eu saí eu perguntei pra minha mãe: ah, eu fiz um 9? Ela falou: sim, parabéns. E super feliz de estar agora no round das 16, que acho que já é oitavas. E muito, muito, muito feliz de estar aqui.
Thank you, Laurel. Send it back to us for live action.
Thank you, Rosie, and muito parabéns to Laura Hop from Praia Mole in Florianópolis, the southern part of Brazil. Want to say a big thank you to everybody watching back home in Santa Catarina. That area, I mean, just infested with great waves, a lot of talented surfers. Yagodora from the area over there. But she spoke about the cold, man. I actually talked to Luke Thompson from Cape Town, South Africa earlier this morning. He said it's even colder than home. So for him to say that, it's chilly out there this morning. Looking at another wave from Zali Kelly waiting on this score here.
Yeah, Ellie Harrison also alluding to how cold it was as well from Bells Beach. And that was a great backup wave for Zali to go with that 6.33. But Kawase was chasing a 5.51 before the exchange. Nice whipping first turn. And nice mature style there from Kawase. That wave, any of that dramatic end section looking for, may not get there for now needing a 7.6 because Zali has locked in a 5.77, so steadily building her total. That's quite the predicament right now for Kokona.
Yeah, and you know, Kawase has such a beautiful style, a lot of flow, but she hasn't really had those big maneuvers in the most critical sections yet, and that's why we're seeing the 2.4 so far on her behalf. 18 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock still to go, so plenty of time. Priority back with Zali Kelly as she gets a 5.77 on her last ride, so pretty far out in front. I mean, a 7.6 by today's standards. Waves are good, quite consistent out there. Not a lot of steepness to every wave, though, and as we do get that gradual decrease in the southwest swell in the water, we are going to be seeing a lot more wind swell pick up throughout today.
We will see the wind swell. There is still, oddly enough, there's a lot of that south ground swell that's still present, although it is predominantly a west-northwest swell coming through. It is offshore to the middle of the day. We will see a drop in the wind, and then it will start breathing onshore, as it typically does in California after lunchtime. But Kawasi strikes me as a surfer. When the waves get big, I feel like the commitment will be there. Her style, the way that she can go from back foot to front foot, the way that she commits to her turns, I feel like that type of surfing will be well received in bigger waves. It doesn't seem to me like she's enjoying it out there, but doesn't seem to me that her forte is small waves.
Right. There's a kid from my generation that she has a very similar style to him. Kaito Ohashi, I don't know if you remember that name.
Yep.
Great goofy footer. I mean, one of the most beautiful styles you'd see out of easily those people in their late 20s, early 30s. Actually became one of the more successful free surfers to come out of Japan for a few years, and now has put his time into other things. As you know, we see a lot of people come through the junior rankings, then tackle a QS and the challengers, and it's not all about competing when it's surfing. We saw Kelly right there, just a couple of backhand carves. Don't know if that's going to replace the 577, but you know, the main thing is always to continue to surf, right? You just want to be able to enjoy something that has brought you a lot of enjoyment and fun throughout your entire life.
And Mitch, that's where the holistic aspect comes in. And a lot of these surfers are training for heats, but when the heats are done, you need the enjoyment factor. And that's a nice whipping turn there for Kelly. This wave just shouldering out, but a great start. And whether there's stickers on your board, whether you're lining up for a competition, this is a lifestyle sport, and this is something these surfers will have forever. If they can find the connection between their body, their equipment, and most importantly, Mitch, their mindset, the reasons why we all surf. Everyone tuning in right now, we all surf for different reasons, and that's why it's such an amazing sport, because there's different motivating factors, different personalities. Some get really excited on numbers. I coach a few surfers that don't get nervous. They just look at the facts and figures of their opponent, but there's others that couldn't care less if they had a watch on or they could hear the commentator. They're going out there for 20 minutes to find their own method of performance, and that's why we love it so much. Every single surf is different. It's the variable of the ocean, and it's up to us to try and fit our board in that wave and show the judges, almost like a performing art, right? Show them what we're capable of.
Yeah, on the men's side, obviously Kelly Slater is undeniably the greatest surfer of all time, and perhaps maybe the greatest athlete of all time. I mean, when you look at surfing, how demanding it is physically, how much it changes, and for him to keep that consistency throughout a 30-plus year competitive career. We look at Kawase now. She needs a 7.6. Went up into the lip a couple of times, much better right there on the backhand. So riding the Mick Fanning fins right there, a little bit stiffer for beach breaks, something I'd ride myself, but with 15 minutes to go halfway through the heat, seems like something that wants a little bit of a bigger wave.
That's exactly what I was alluding to before with her style. Great form on that wave. You can just tell that nothing would shake her if the waves were bigger. So great bottom turn here. Lines there, and this is a 2-for-1. Banking that one off the top. That wave just shutting down for her. Perhaps a round tail, the bigger fins. So look at this, compressing off the bottom, slicing this, and this one, bang. It's really good awareness of her equipment and her body to be able to go from the top of the wave. If you dissect the wave into 3 parts, top, the middle, and the bottom is like your first gear in a car where you're driving. Second is our trim spot where we're getting tubed. The third is where we're releasing the fins, going for our high line, or in different forms of surfing, you're going high to come back down and get speed. Kawase, you dissecting that wave perfectly. Small wave, probably not the 7.6. Great form nonetheless. I'd love to see her in some bigger waves. And I like get through this heat.
Right. It could have happened.
Bigger waves tomorrow, yeah.
You know, tomorrow's a kind of a toss-up right now. Forecast says one thing. Never know until we truly show up. And it's a 4.67, so it diminishes the requirement to a 7.43 now. But I like how she didn't try to oversurf that wave. You see a lot of people try to do too much in too short of a space.
Correct.
4.67, great score for what the wave was worth.
Didn't go for the foam climb or anything wild. Surfed the wave for what it was. I love that.
And you want to be as efficient as possible, and I think we saw that with Ethan Ewing at the Rip Curl WSL Finals last year. And lost a real close first match to Felipe. Then eventually just wasn't able to find his waves in the second match. But, you know, he came through this program before, was a World Junior Champion himself, runner-up to the World Championship last year on the CT. And I think that's really important to be repeating often at this event, because this is a pathway to not only stardom, but to getting more repetition in big heats that matter, especially in a format like this.
Absolutely, and in different conditions. I mean, on the CT, this would it'd be a run day, but it wouldn't be the greatest day of the year. So you need to be aware of your equipment as well. But someone like talked about Ethan, or even just Kelly Slater, John Florence, these surfers have the same approach from 1 foot, 10 feet, and the way that they can utilize their body, their fins, their awareness of different waves around the world, testament to their professionalism. But also, when they're free surfing, you can tell that they love what they do.
Oh, yeah.
They're connected out of the heat scenario. They're tuned in, and those surfers that we mentioned are often the best surfers. Steph as well, best surfers in the water on any given day, anywhere in the world.
That is absolutely right. 12 minutes, 30 seconds. A cleanup set coming through. Zali Kelly with the lead with a 6.33 and a 5.77. Gonna see how the rest of the heat plays out after the break. Well, big wave season is upon us. We have until March 31st to run either Nazare or Jaws, or maybe even both. So tune in to WorldSurfLeague.com for all of your updates here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Mitch and Matt in heat number 3 of the elimination round for the women. Zali Kelly, the young surfer from Australia, leading over Kokona Kawase from Japan. Looking to replace the 5.77 is Kelly, and was able to get a wave during the break, Matt. Seemed like a long one for her. Came in as a 3.57, her previous one on the left, waiting for this score here.
So it's got the same sort of taper on it as Laura's 9-point ride before. Doesn't stand up. We'll have to wait and see. Gone racing away. Kelly getting a bit of a lateral carve there. Looking to drop a 5.77, so knowing she needed dynamic end sections. They wave a little on the slow side. And 4.23 locked in for that one. So that one won't be in her top 2. The tide drops, Mitch. Look, we've got more waves further out. Like a mini point break out there.
It turned into that yesterday. I mean, that right-hander a little bit further towards the south of the judging tower was kind of doing its thing all day. And luckily for us, if this cloud coverage holds on all day, there won't be a glare in the afternoon. Going to be much easier to see. But Zali Kelly, longtime Mayhem team rider, rides those law surfboards. For the most part, you're going to see a lot of these surfers riding the Driver 3.0, which is their most high-performance surfboard. But, you know, they just came out with the Stub 3.0 last year, which is basically the same shape, but more adequate for beach breaks. Wouldn't be surprised to see you riding that or the Sub Driver 2.0 here.
Very popular across, well, everywhere in the world. It's the go-to, both models the go-to for the surfers. But looking at ahead to the Australian regional tour, Zali's going to probably head back and start training in the warmer waters. They've got the east coast of Australia tour starting off at the Gold Coast. They'll go down to the Central Coast and Port Stephens. They've got the QS 1000s and 3000 up along there. It's a great tour, that one. and then kicking off with the Challenger Series a few months after that as well. So the Aussies will be gearing up for their regional tour. We talked about the Asian regional tour, some of the names that are just scratching the surface there. Australia with the High Performance Surf Centre and all the board rider clubs, and the nurturing of that next generation that are coming through season by season. There's new names that are building momentum.
Right.
And it's so exciting to see.
You can even see a few new names within the draw here that maybe a lot of people worldwide haven't had a lot of time to see, whether on social media or in a jersey at an event. I think one of them is Harley Walters.
Yep.
You know, a lot of people know his brother Dakota, a great surfer, an amazing free surfer, but did win a QS already in Taiwan at the end of 2023. And now Harley kind of coming into his own as a competitor too, was part of the Australian team over at the ISAs at the end of 23 as well. So we'll just see much more development within that region over there in Oz. Kelly now, just the one turn, throws the reverse and was close to pulling it off. Not easy to do, especially with the offshore wind you have this morning, Matt.
Yeah, so that would have been interesting to see where the judges went with that. Still a fuller tide, but looking under priority for something just to really blow Kawase out of the water. Needing a 7.43, that's a huge requirement, so if she could increase that, it would make things very tough in the last 6 minutes of the heat. See, goes up for the reverse spin and comes down with it, but unfortunately, the wave fading out a little bit, so you've got to ride out and ahead of that whitewash for it to be counted in a free surf or in a clip. We all know that that's not a make.
And I think the first time I heard Zali's name, you know, during 2020, you know, we had a couple specialty events in Australia. I think it was the Tweed Coast Pro.
Yep.
Ethan Ewing might have won with a near perfect 10 in the final. But Zali made, I think, the quarters or the semis.
Yep.
She was only 16, maybe 15. Next thing you know, she's in every single event that I'm doing. And Zali Kelly, name keeps popping up. She's close to qualifying for the championship tour. And
that's a testament to the regional tours.
yeah.
And that's a testament to the growth that these surfers don't have to now compete against 300 surfers at a QS event. They don't have to spend all that money traveling around the world like the US Open and get knocked out in
First round,
the
second
round
round,
of 100 plus and walk away from that event with a tail between their legs, where the regional tours are a great introduction to these names and gives them that experience that these surfers will get on the Challenger Series inevitably.
Yeah, and you know, obviously from a financial perspective, much better than before.
Yeah.
But when it comes to competing against guys that you're seeing on a regular basis, I actually think it just pumps everybody up a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. And it's creating camaraderie, as we've seen with the Australians as well. They're all down there watching each other throughout this event so far. And up until the last 3 years, that had dwindled a little bit.
Yeah.
It was few and far between. Obviously, it was there throughout the 90s and the 2000s, but there was a long period where a lot of people on the championship tour were relatively segregated in terms of their community and support groups.
So we did see Kawase go left right here, just a 2.47, but I mean, you see glimpses of the great style and technique that she has. Just needs to be on the right wave, Matt.
Yeah, needing something dynamic, waiting a long time for that. 2.47, so making life very difficult for herself. She needs the biggest set of the heat to really get into that excellent range to put some pressure back on Zali, because she's only looking to drop a 5.77. She's been chipping away at it.
Yeah, and the good thing for Kawase is that if this wave doesn't play out for Kelly, which, as soon as I say that, has a strong finish right there at the end. If Zali doesn't improve on the 5.77, Kawase still has 4 minutes to potentially get that 7.43. That is if the requirement doesn't go up.
That was an interesting point. 4 minutes to go, knowing your competitor needs a 7.43. Maybe Zali's still thinking she can improve on that 5.77, which she may have done. We'll have to wait and see. So let's dissect this wave. So a little check turn there and lines this one up again, a bit snappier this one. It all comes down to that end turn there. So a little bit of substance and a critical nature on that end section, but this is all pretty lateral, smaller wave. You can see how flat it looks on the drone angle, and lining up this end section. Gets a nice click. That one would have felt good. A 5.27, so it does fall short. Majority of points coming on that last maneuver. Judges looking for combinations. Obviously, the 3 pillars, that criteria where you need to somehow find that speed, power, and flow in these smaller waves. But if you do, as we saw in Laura's last wave, connect those maneuvers in a critical nature, show the judges the speed, power, and flow, and amongst that, you're going to go excellent every time.
2 minutes 50 to go now, and Kawase on the outside with priority. We saw her drop something in the sevens yesterday, a 7.17. That was on the backhand, given a little later in the day when the tide was a little lower, steeper sections for the majority of the waves that were out there. But what I think she has, and we haven't really seen that much, is a really strong backhand fade. And I think today with the higher tide, it's almost imperative to fade a little bit to always stay in the pocket.
100%, especially if the wave dies out on you at the last minute, you put priority. Somewhere you don't need to fade. Actually, we'll get back into that in a moment.
Yeah, up and riding Kawase, and maybe just went on one thinking that was going to stand up on the inside. Still had 2 minutes and decided to use priority on that. So Kelly in a great position to move through into the round of 16. Did make the quarterfinals last year, was Ollie. And I think for a lot of people, you know, after hearing this name so often and being such a consistent surfer, still hasn't won a major event outside of Australia. Did have a QS 3000 win last season at the Central Coast Pro. But when it comes to standing out internationally on the Challenger Series, been close to qualifying 2 years in a row, 18, 17 in terms of the rankings in 2022 and 23 respectively, but hasn't had a major Challenger Series win so far. And if she is able to get the win here at the World Juniors, automatically qualifies for the
Challenger.
CS.
Yeah, and that first event for the Australians is actually at Urban Surf, the wave pool down in Victoria.
Yeah.
So channeling the cold conditions for what we have right now, she'll go down to the wave pool. It's a 3,000 down there at Urban Surf.
Yeah, James Miles, the director right there at Urban Surf, great guy. Runs Lip Podcast, one of the best surfing podcasts worldwide, with Cahill Bell Warren. Couple cool dudes right there. I like how Cahill is always crunching the numbers right there at the end to see if certain people have qualified. But yeah, imagine going into that event knowing that you've already qualified. You don't necessarily have to win. Way less pressure.
Oh, yeah.
Would be huge for Zolly if she's able to do that, and she's 25 seconds away from making it into the round of 16. And Kawase, the surfer from Mie, Japan, her role model is actually Shohei Ohtani, who just signed the largest contract in Major League Baseball history, $700 million for the Japanese superstar. And that's a good role model to have, as she's going to be looking up to him for many years to come. And we're going to be saying goodbye to Kokona Kawase in this event. Had a good performance, couple of fours in this heat so far, but it was Ollie Kelly who opened up with a 6.33 and never looked back after that, Matt.
A very professional performance there from Zali, even at the last second, the hooter going off, taking off from that wave to basically force Kokona into an interference situation. So well done to Zali. See her into the next round. Commiserations to Kawase.
The Aussie moving through into the round of 16. It's Hawaii and Brazil about to hit the water in Heat 4. Heat 4 in the water of women's elimination round here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Mitchell Salazar here, joined by the great Rosie Hodge, former Championship Tour surfer. We got Eve Wong in the red from Mililani, Hawaii, and Isabella Nalu from Sao Paulo, Brazil is out there in the blue jersey. Two of the most dominant regions worldwide represented out there in the water, Rosie. Mililani, it's a little bit centrally located on Oahu, doesn't have a coastline, but Eve Wong considers the North Shore to be her home break. Tends to surf Haleiwa quite a bit, but good on the backhand too. She's up and riding. This is her second ride, had a throwaway to start things off. And a couple of nice backhand carves right there. Nice turn right into the lip line too for Eve Wong. And the native Hawaiian surfer off to a great start. Seems like Isabella Nalu was up and riding on the left. That's going to get a glimpse of that in just a bit. 28 minutes on the clock. Excellent start right there by young Eve Wong.
Yeah, Eve kind of going through the motions, but that third turn was so sharp. And yeah, you can tell she's gone to the booty. She's got a bit of extra rubber on today, feeling the warmth. I think that, I mean, just chatting to the surfers, post-seed interviews, they come in and they're purple. Like you can, like, you know when your toes go white because you've lost that circulation and that feeling. So I think a smart choice to go to the booties if you have, if you're used to them. Good call.
Your fellow South African, Luke Thompson, told me this morning, he's from Cape Town, by the way. He said that it's just as cold as home, if not even colder. And he actually wore his booties outside of the water, surfed without him, and then walked back in the booties too, because he said it was so cold.
Yeah, no, I believe it. Well, watch this wave from Eve and really pay close attention to the third turn. As this wave stands up, she really finds this critical section. And the timing of that turn was super impressive. And just the fact that there was no rail bogs. It was clean, knifey surfing, and then I really liked the finish. So definitely that end of the wave was the highlight. Split peak situation. Isabella electing to go right on this wave. A little sleepy through that first section. Decides to kick out. Good call. Nothing of substance on that inside section.
Yeah, it should be a small opener for her. 30-minute heats, Rosie. So with the higher tide in comparison to the low tide that the women saw yesterday afternoon, much more, difficult conditions, not only with the offshore, the cold, but I think more importantly, the lack of a lot of those waves that they saw yesterday afternoon with the steepness. You're not going to find many of those this morning here.
Yeah, you've just got a little bit more water at the moment for the women compared to the conditions that we saw them in yesterday afternoon. I will say, this offshore wind is super glassy out there. The wind's even notched down a touch. So, yeah, the conditions are super contestable. And, I mean, we saw a 9-point ride today, Mitch. Like, there's a lot of action out on the water. Just stoked to see these women in the elimination round going for it.
Yeah, that was a great heat, by the way. Nakashio had, one amazing wave on the backhand. And then Laura Hop just came back with the highest wave of the event so far. And speaking of great surfing, Zali Kelly in the last heat taking away the win against Kokona Kawase. She's downstairs with Matt.
Zali, another freezing cold morning. How's it feel to be out there right now, second or third heat of the day?
Yeah, it was freezing before the heat, but I was just so glad to hop in the water because it's so much warmer in there.
Yeah. And to get a heat win in that elimination round, was there any nerves going into that this morning?
Not really, because you're so used to just getting in the QS and the Challenger, getting knocked out in the first heat if you have a bad heat. So it felt like a second chance, and I just wanted to make the most of it.
Yeah. And I noticed you got a lot of wax up there. We saw you do a reverse. Almost rode out of it. Optimistic, or you're pulling them all the time?
I pull them often, I'd like to say. Yeah, so it's up there for a reason.
Yeah. Oh, we look forward to seeing some more into the next round. Now, if you take the win in this event, you'll be straight onto the Challenger Series. Will you bother doing that Australian regional tour?
Yeah, for sure. Those events are so fun back home, and you can get some decent prize money as well, which now that I don't have a main sponsor, I kind of need that. So, yeah, for sure, I'll do that.
So, well, I guess with more spins, air reverses, we look forward to seeing another sticker on that board and seeing you progress through this event back into live action.
Thank you, Matt, and congrats to Zali, a very consistent surfer from Australia, just 20 years of age, so her last year competing here at the World Junior Championships, Rosie, but wants to take away the win, but she did say prize money does go a long way on the QS too.
Yeah, another good point she brought up was like the heartbreaking when you get to the Challenger Series, there is no elimination round. So to view this elimination round as that second chance, that was an interesting little insight there.
Yeah, it's cool. Junior surfers, they basically have a CT event for them. You know, you come here to the World Junior Championships, you know you're surfing at least twice.
Yeah, that's so nice just to feel like you can have that redemption. And oftentimes we've seen it, like people have a really great elimination round. They have a shock in round one, great elimination round, and they go on to win the event.
Right, and I think it almost motivates them to go bigger in the opening round too. We look at Eve now, a 6.17 for the opening left. This might turn into a great wave on the inside. And as I say that, kicks out, as seems like that one just not steep enough. She's riding a brand new board. She got it on Monday. It's a modified CI Pro and a PU 5.6, so around her normal dimensions. But, you know, not every day that you see a lot of these young surfers come into an event with a board they got 3 days ago, Rosie.
I like the look of this board. I mean, just the telltale signs was that maneuver on her backhand where she got a lot of projection into the lip and then rode it out clean. There was no bog on the rails. So, yeah, the board looks good. And then even the kind of little telltale signs on this right-hander from her, it's got a nice flow about it. You watch the rail line, there's no catch as she's riding along this open face. And it seems to generate a lot of speed, which is so nice. Yeah, even though that's not going to, in the context of the heat, this right, I don't think will factor in. I just like the look of this board as it flows through the sections.
Yeah, she's very fast, too, in transition. You know, she has an incredible stat, by the way. In 2022, when we still had the last event of the Challengers, she surfed in the first heat of the event, and in the very last heat of the event, got fourth over there at Haleiwa.
Yeah, that was an amazing, I mean, that was her debut on the Challenger Series, but that turn right there was just such great timing, super sharp. But her debut on the Challenger Series as a wild card made the final in Haleiwa.
Cool.
It was really cool, and the waves were pumping.
And Eve up and riding again. Strong turn right there on the forehand. Riding that new CI Pro. Channel Islands has a big team in the event. And Eve, one of their premier riders, the young Hawaiian surfer, looking for a closeout re-entry and not going to be able to get the completion right there, right at the very end, but with 21:30 on the clock, just looking to improve on a 3.4, Rosie.
Yeah, she's building a solid little lead with the 6.17, and from what we've seen today, when you get those set waves, you have to make them count and really run away with it.
A great young human being and really embraces her cultural heritage. A very proud native Hawaiian surfer. Younger sister Oaka, also an amazing surfer herself. Looking at the replay here, comes in as a 4.33, Rosie.
Yeah, really like that first maneuver. As that section comes towards her, you can tell her starting to telegraph what she wanted to do with it and projects out over that white water so that she keeps her speed up. Yeah, it's really important, I think, on a day like today, make the first maneuver super impactful, find that critical section, and then work it to the inside and find something critical on the inside. That kind of bookends your ride.
Right. And it kind of shows that little confidence towards the end. 20 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And it's not every day that you see a lot of Hawaiian surfers use booties either. I mean, despite the cold, they tend to be those people that say, no, it's too grippy for me, is a little difficult. Normally you don't see it with a lot of these young surfers ever saying, hey, it's too cold, I need to wear them out there today.
It is something you have to get used to. Booties, I think it's such a personal preference. Like, you either love them or you hate them.
Right.
But to be able to go and, like, wear booties on and off and still be able to move your feet around the deck of the board, because you will watch these surfers as they're going along, they're shuffling their feet either back on the tail pad or more forward to get a wider stance to brace themselves for their next maneuvers.
Where are you on that spectrum? Are you yay or nay, or right in the middle? Do you...
For booties, I definitely take a session or two to get used to them. Yeah, but for the most part, I don't wear booties.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Eve Wong did get a fourth place finish over there at the last Challenger Series event in 2022 at one of her home breaks in Haleiwa, Hawaii. Surfed in the very first heat of the event, and in the final heat of the event got fourth place in what is considered her highlight so far, Rosie. And in some big and challenging conditions too. on her way to the final, dropped a couple of excellent scores.
She was amazing to watch, Mitch. And onto the toilet bowl section, she would just send it. Some of the most intense wipeouts that I've seen, and she would just shake herself off, go back out to the outside. She was unbelievable. And also another thing, got on the podium, accepted her 4th place position prize, and spoke in native Hawaiian. It was just so beautiful just to witness her doing so well in the event, and also representing her nation so well.
Yeah, and it's not every day you get to compete at a major event at home either, right? And for her to be able to make the final, compete in front of her whole family, her friends, and go for it like that, I think she might be having a spot on the championship tour in the next year or two.
Yeah, and it's been so fun watching her. I think from that event, I mean, obviously even before that, she had some sponsorship support, but I think that was really that moment where people started to take notice. She got better support. I think she got onto the Channel Islands team.
Yeah.
So you could really just tell what a good result can do for your career. There's a lot of eyeballs down here watching these World Juniors at the moment. So, at the end of this, or even if you don't win, I think you can walk away leaving a really good impression on sponsorships minds, on coaches' minds as you move forward.
And you get your confidence going too for the entire year. That's something I wanted to talk to you about yesterday. As a former competitor myself too, there's always ups and downs with confidence. You could be on a roll, you could have the best session of your life and still not feel as good as you could potentially want to. For yourself, when you were on the championship tour, did you ever go through spurts where you were feeling really down and then you needed a little bit burst of joy just to be able to get to a certain point where you're like content with what you're doing out there in the water?
It is an interesting conversation of how do you foster this confidence? How do you foster that self-belief? For me, when I first qualified for the championship tour, it was my first full year on the qualifying series, and at that end of the year, I'd qualified, and my confidence just nosedived. I found myself in like this crazy rut, like my self-belief was just so low. And you have to dig deep. You have to get there. You have to be like, I'm here for a reason. You got to train. You got to get that mental attitude that you belong there and have that toughness about you. So definitely those peaks and valleys in your career and your emotional character and everything, all of that stuff is so intertwined, and it really, the way you carry yourself and your confidence is kind of shines through in your surfing.
Right. Kalea Gervasi right there. The young Peruvian representing South America in the event. That's her coach to her right, Sebastián Alarcón, great surfer also from Peru. And Kalea, one of the young promising surfers coming out of that beautiful South American country. And speaking of beautiful South American countries, Isabella Nalu from Brazil, she's had a slow heat so far. Just a 3.0 as her best, and that'll slightly improve her situation right there. She was only looking to better a 1.0, but realistically needing a 7.5 to move up into the lead. Father, Pato Teixeira, he's a great surfer. 1.93, the last of Nalu. But Isabella, last few years, Rosie, coming through the junior program in Brazil, a lot of QS events now down there in South America, and for her, a huge opportunity to do well here. Has a lot of catching up to do right now in the next 16 minutes.
She does, but there's just so much undiscovered talent in Brazil, especially on the women's side. So just this platform for these young Brazilians to be here at the World Juniors, for us to get like more insight in them, the more heats they surf, the more we get to experience their surfing. It's just such a great thing to have the world's best juniors here and to put this display on of their surfing.
And it seems like Eve up and riding. This might have a clean wall to it. Great first snap right there in the pocket. And it's just going to be one. Only looking to improve on a 4.33. Could do that with one maneuver. And halfway through the heat right now as Isabella regains priority on the outside. But Brazil, I mean, population-wise, one of the biggest countries in the world. And also in terms of territory, have a huge coastline all the way from the northeast to the southeast, Rosie. I'd be thinking there's got to be at least 100 surfers out there that are yet to be discovered.
Oh, yeah. And I think it all comes down to the support that you need to be a pro surfer. You're traveling. You're spending so much time and energy. You need the support. You're coming from a country, I mean, myself included, that third world country where your money doesn't go as far in these more established places. So, and every time you go somewhere, you have to make it count. You got to make the heats to make it a worthwhile thing financially for you.
Nanako Suzuki on screen right there, our Japanese competitor coming up in the next heat. Last of Wong, a 4.0. That is a big point, though. I had a chance to travel with a couple of South Africans. JJ Harris from Scottsboro and Durban, a real cool kid, but he always talked to me about how the rand was so non-comparable to the dollar, anything else worldwide. He'd be like, hey, I'm struggling. Could I have a couple dollars from you, and I'll change them when I get back home to South Africa? The exchange rate's always so much higher over there. But travel, and especially with the difference of languages, too, I think has been a huge thing for a lot of Brazilian surfers traveling lately. Got to give them a lot of props for learning English as a second language, too.
My mind is always blown. I mean, I think about Italo Ferreira when he was a rookie onto, his English. It's his second language. We've got a camera in his face, and he's learning English while he's on tour. He's traveling. Like, I'm just blown away at the Brazilian surfers, especially, and any surfer that's having to express themselves in a language that they haven't yet grasped. Just amazing. Like, put a camera in my face and tell me to speak Portuguese, and I'm like going pale and feeling sick.
Yeah, it's tough, especially when they start speaking very fast too, and you don't understand what a lot of people are saying. But overall, I think that's what connects us as surfers, though. That culturally, it's just a global sport.
Yeah, that's such a good point, Mitch.
12 minutes 45 on the clock. Eve Wong with a 4.33 as her backup. Had a 4.0 for the one turn on the right. Did not improve, but now looking left again. She got her best ride earlier this heat. A 6.17 on the backhand. And a great finishing snap right there. Nearly digs the nose and almost sends a little bit of relief right there towards the end where she almost grabbed her chest, and she's like, oh, I'm happy to finish that wave off. Looking to improve on a 4.33, Rosie.
Yeah, I think that one could improve a 4.33, and it wasn't based on the quality of wave. It was more the quality of surfing that she was able to do on it. There were a couple moments there that looked really nice for Eve. So it's a little bit of a sleepy start on this one. Now she starts to really get going. This little double up section was so nice. You saw that kind of other rib in the face. But yeah, you're right. She was a little bit surprised that she made it. A couple moments in that wave that were a little bit wobbly. We'll see if it improves her scoreline.
Yeah, a little sticky, but scores coming through, and it seems like it's going to be right around there now. Bella looking for the big answer back. Just the one car for her. She struggled to be able to find a wave with a lot of connecting maneuvers in sequence. 11 minutes, 30 seconds to go, and it's a 4.67 for Eve Wong, so she does extend her lead just slightly. Now Isabella Nalu needing a 7.84, near excellent out there for the young Brazilian surfer in the blue jersey. So the native Hawaiian leading over the young surfer from South America. We got a lot more action to come on day number 2 of the World Juniors. Heat 4 of women's elimination round out there in the water for the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Mitch and Rosie here in the booth, and we have our best Western fan picks. Majority going with the heat leader at the moment, Rosie. 72% for Eve Wong, 28% with Isabella Nalu, the young Brazilian surfer. She still has 9 minutes to take over the lead, needs a 7.84.
Yeah, she's still in with the shout. Thinking about Eve being here in Oceanside, I know that she's surfed a few events here, spent a bit of time in California, mainland America, so she'd be feeling pretty comfortable in this lineup.
And to note, there has been a surfer from Mililani in Linda Oahu to win the event here before. Kekoa Bam Bam Bakal, he won in 2005, beat Michelle Perez in the final over at North Narrabeen in Australia. And historically, Rosie first started surfing in 2007. This is really kind of the event that got me really interested into competitive surfing. I remember Kai Barger beat Jadson Andre in the final in Narrabeen. I was so excited to want to surf in this event one day. And Narrabeen was like the one spot. Waves were always good. Ryoga left-hander. Kai Barger won that year in 2008. Tanner Gudauskas, local boy right here from Southern California, made the semis. Lincoln Taylor, great Australian goofy footer, was in the event. Dusty Payne. Was thinking to myself, wow, why wouldn't you want to be the best junior surfer in the world, especially when you have Andy Irons being the first world junior champion too?
Yeah, it's such a good point. Such an illustrious list of past winners. This event has taken place in some of the more premier locations all over the world.
Karamas in Bali. Nikki Van Dyke won there in 2012. And Nalu here on the forehand, down the beach. She's needing a big comeback, Rosie. Near excellent. Much better right there, but just a little out of rhythm on this wave. She comes from an area of Brazil that, you know, has some fluctuations when it comes to temperature, water-wise outside. Sao Paulo, beautiful area, but doesn't really get as cold as here. And that might be one of the bigger factors that she's facing right now. A lot of the surfers from the southern part of Brazil, they tend to surf this quite a bit in the wintertime. Iago Loura, he knows what it takes to compete in the cold. Seems like Nalu so far having a struggle to be able to find her footing in the cold, frigid temperatures out there right now. Levi Slauson to your right. He's going to be coming up later today. Right here from North County, San Diego.
He was impressive yesterday. Even though he's in the elimination round, there are those flashes of brilliance from him.
Yeah, coming up against Nagasawa from Japan. I agree with you. I think he's still one of the people to beat out there. Had a great looking epoxy board underneath his feet, and Matt Myers flew down to San Diego specifically just to work with him. He's the only athlete he's working with at this event. Runner-up last year. And speaking of the former women's champions, you have Nikki Van Dyke. I think one of the people that stand out always is the first world junior champion on the women's side, our chief of sport, Jessie Miley Dyer. She won back in 2006 over Nicola Atherton. It's probably a name you haven't heard in a while.
That's funny because I think both Jessie and Nicola grew up surfing the same break at Bronte. So there was that rivalry there. Yeah, I haven't heard her travel a bit with Nicola. She's a great surfer. She was on the championship tour, won Rookie of the Year in her rookie season.
You know, it's funny how you normally don't see a lot of those surfers kind of make it back around either into professional surfing afterwards. That's the guy that you do see quite often. That is Matt Myers from Myers Surf Mentorship, former Rip Curl team and promotions manager himself. So actually grew up signing a lot of the groms that he works with nowadays, Rosie.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch Matt, you know, fill this role as a surf coach. I think, yeah, like you said, one of the athletes that he signed to Rip Curl, Alyssa Spencer, is also one of the first athletes that he coached into much success. Alyssa getting her shot into the WSL Championship Tour this season, qualifying last year.
Yeah,
that was emotional.
It was.
Did you cry? I was right there. I was on the verge.
Yeah, a lot of hard work put into that corner right there. Matt Myers setting up early, probably wants to watch as many heats and see the conditions change before his athlete Levi Slauson paddles out. But you know, Alyssa's journey on both the QS and the Challenger Series had a lot of highs and lows. It was one of those moments that it just came full circle eventually, and for her to qualify, especially at a place where she won the previous year in 22, I had a lot of emotion coming out of me, but I think it was more than anything just it being done.
Yeah.
Because I wanted it to happen. It had been a few years that she was close, and she was actually supposed to be competing at this event here. Wants to focus on pipe instead. And Bella, that's more like it from her. Had one great wrap to start this wave off. And a nice rebound with that roundhouse cutty. And looking for the finish, so no doubt her best ride, Rosie, making a comeback with just under 4 minutes to go now.
Yeah, making a late charge for it. I think the 784, it's going to be those two waves that you're going to have to chop that score into unless you find one of those set waves. But you can see the distance between the two athletes out in the lineup. They've kind of been left to their own devices. Beautiful swooping cutback there. Love that technique from her. And then works that board rail to rail. That's another thing. She's not like tapping that board to generate speed. It's that rail to rail transition, which technically and just in terms of style is so nice to have in your surfing.
It's so difficult to do at a beach break too. A wave that's always moving down the line. You know, at a point break, you can always kind of settle your speed down. Gets a 3.97, now needs a 6.87. A huge difference between a high 6 and something close to excellence. Has 3 minutes to go, and once again, Eve Wong just opening up with that 6.17. She's been in the driver's seat the entire time, Rosie. Hasn't really looked back, as she has improved on her low score a few times too. Had a 3.4, then got a 4.33, and eventually she's settling with a 4.67 as her backup.
Yeah, Eve surfed a really smart heat and opting to go on those left-handers that almost have that little bit of a chippier, cupped-out section. But, you know, you get yourself dialed in on one of those rights. That's where Laura found that 9-point right. And I'm sure as a competitor watching before your heat, seeing that wave is you kind of set your sights on getting one of those set waves.
Yeah, and Eve has a lot of competitive experience here.
And, you know, just looking at where the positioning of our two athletes, surfing completely different peaks, Mitch.
Way closer towards the pier is Eve Wong, and Bella Nalu further towards the south. Eve Wong was the U18 ISA gold medalist in 2022. But just competing within California, U.S. champs, lower trestles. You go to nationals, NSSA over at Huntington Beach Pier, a wave that really resembles Oceanside. So the comfort level for Eve Wong probably through the roof right now. As Nalu, once again, she's had a lot of these waves, Rosie. Nothing really breaking the 1-2 point range, just one maneuver. That's her 9th wave ridden in 28 minutes of this heat, and still doesn't have anything better than the 3.97. Has time to 90 seconds, needing close to a 7. Definitely achievable out there.
Definitely achievable. And 9 waves, for 9 waves to be ridden like that, and you only have, you know, your highest score, a 3.97, just wondering, like, do you reposition? There's obviously a certain wave that she's looking for. She's gone all rights this heat.
I think she probably saw Laura's wave down there, and she's thinking to herself to commit to that peak. I mean, Laura Hopp, she still has the highest score of the event, the 9.0 earlier this morning. But I haven't really seen that wave in this heat in particular yet.
I haven't either, Mitch. Like, we haven't seen that more quality wave that we've seen in the last few heats.
Right. And Eve has just been solid on the backhand, has the 6.17, backed it up with a 4.67 and another left. And with 35 seconds to go, looking strong to move in through to the round of 16.
Yeah, Eve has surfed a great heat. I mean, it's frustrating for Isabella. She had that game plan. She knew what she wanted to go for out there. And that wave just never came in the 30 minutes that we've seen. It just didn't transpire. Yeah,
and one of the younger surfers in the event is Nalu, still in her mid-teens. I think we're going to be seeing her a lot more throughout regional QS competition and perhaps even on the Challenger Series in years to come, too. We're going to say goodbye to her, and she's going to be losing out in the elimination round here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. But it is Oahu's own, the native Hawaiian, Eve Wong, moving through into the round of 16. Eventually looking like a person that can make it into the finals and win this entire thing. Had a disappointing loss last year at this event in the elimination round. That's not going to happen in 23. As going into the next heat, Suzuki Gervasi about to hit the water here at Oceanside.
Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship, hosted by Best Western, as we descend upon the iconic Oceanside Pier. South side of the pier is the venue of our competition here. Kuiper Girl, along with Rosie Hodge. We're in the elimination round for the women. Heat number 5 out in the water. And the filling in, the receding tide actually is providing a little bit better wave conditions here. Wind remains light this morning. It's a chilly morning. And our challenge out in the water, Nanaho Suzuki representing Japan up against Kalea Gervasi from Peru. Winner moves on into the round of 16 and losers eliminated from competition.
Oof. Gonna send people home today, Cops. We already have done it this morning. This elimination round, it's a tricky one.
Yeah, it's a tough one given the conditions and, you know, coming into wave selection. And a little bit of luck when you're holding on to priority and making sure you can catch a gem. Open priority right now. And Kalea scoring on this left. So Carve, 2 little stab to finish there for the Peruvian. 19 years old, out of Lima, Peru. So that's going to start off this heat.
Yeah, good little opener.
Let's hear from the last heat winner, Rosie. Eve Leula Wong is with Matt Shanowski. Matt, take it away.
Eve, starting that heat really early, was that part of your strategy? Because it turned out to play off really well.
Yeah, I want to stay comfortable in my heat, so getting an early start is like a good way to do that. So, yeah.
And you've opted for the booties today, the obvious choice. Is that something you're used to surfing in, or you just thought, I'm so cold, I need to wear something on my feet?
I just started wearing booties a week ago. As a Hawaii girl, I'm definitely not used to the cold, so yeah, chose the booties today.
And were you here for that recent swell? How long have you been in California?
Yeah, I was here for the big swell. I surfed down south more. Yeah, that was really fun.
Great. And what's your intentions for 2024? Obviously, you're still going on this World Junior Championship, winning this, perhaps getting on the Challenger Series. What's going on in 24 for you?
Yeah, our season ended for Hawaii, so top 3 made the Challenger, so I'll be surfing the Challenger for the rest of the year, and yeah, that's my plan.
So you're here for the glory, to put your name on that coveted list of potential, well, obviously star-studded lineup of winners. What would it mean for you to go home as the World Junior Champion?
It would mean everything. I'm really excited that I got into this contest. Super last minute, so yeah, really excited to be here.
Okay. All right, anyone you want to thank? Who's in your corner down here today?
Right now I'm here with Brent and my friend Nora.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, back to live action. We'll see Evie coming up very soon in the next round tomorrow or the next day.
Thank you.
Yeah, Eve Leula Wong. And that's another way to get on the Challenger Series. She talked about regionally. That's the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region of the World Surf League. So looks like Eve in number 4 position there, getting that qualification. We're also going to see Nora Leota coming out of Hawaii onto the Challenger Series, who's another junior competitor. And Keala Tomono Bannard as well. So, and Erin Brooks, but I don't know, Erin has to, she's all over, she's global,
She's
right?
She's made it a little complicated.
She's made it a little complicated on what region we're going to see her on the Challenger Series, but we're going to see her on the Challenger Series
no matter
anyway,
what.
no matter what, because of her finish last year. So
Winning Sakurama.
Winning Sakurama,
Yeah.
exactly. So we take the 3 women, with Erin Brooks being 3rd, Eve being 4th in that region. That gave the spot to Eve Leula Wong. Take a couple replays, starting with Keala Gervasi here.
Yeah, you can. I like this woman's her style. It just looks like not much is going to knock her off her board. She's really sturdy on her feet. 2-turn combo there to start the heat. This wave from Naneho was really nice. Just a little bit of flow and linkage. Yesterday she surfed a great heat. Would love to see her bring some of that momentum into today's matchup. And then on her backhand, a little bit of a smaller wave, but luckily she finds this steeper section through the midpoint of this wave. 3 pretty similar turns, and there's a 4th. But that was a good little building block for her. Very even in terms of numbers at the moment, Capo, with those exchanges.
Yeah, Nanaho opening up with a 4-point ride, 4.17 for Kalea Gervasi. Still waiting for that second wave for the Peruvian. And then we're going to set the heat. We're at 22 minutes on the countdown. So to your point, Rosie, very even start. So this is one of those heats that I feel when it starts this way, then you end up with a tight finish that the heat will go all the way till the final minutes before we decide who's going to take it out.
Yeah, who sprints away with it? We have seen that happen throughout the day and even yesterday. That one quality wave. What's been impressive to me is not just finding that quality wave, but the temperament to be able to capitalize when that wave comes your way. I think every surfer has not let nerves or the implications of the moment get to them.
Yeah. So 3.97 for Kalea. Gives her the lead. Priority with Nanaho Suzuki, the 20-year-old out of Japan, riding Mayhem surfboards. Nanaho Suzuki asked her what her favorite movie was. She said The Karate Kid.
Nice. Classic.
That is a classic, isn't it?
The original one? Didn't they do a remake?
Yeah, she's pretty young at 20, so it could have been the remake. But no matter what, The Karate Kid also, is an inspirational story, and it has a lot to do with surfing as well, because sometimes you got to wax on.
Yep.
Sometimes you got to wax off. You're coming from some warm water, you got to wax off, and you got to wax on some cold water wax right over here. You make sure it's sticky because the temperatures right now in the 50s out there. You use the wrong wax and you will lose your footing.
Yeah, there's you talk about things in surfing, the controllables and the uncontrollables. Obviously, the elements and the ocean and your competitors, you can't control that. Controllable factors, your equipment, the wax you use. So those are all things you want to make sure are dialed in.
Yeah, a lot of your preparation. So here we go. Suzuki. Oh, no, late drop there. And on a small wave, anytime you see a late drop, that kills your momentum. And you really need to have that.
It is all about flow out there, and that little disruption, and when you get held a little bit back, that just impedes your timing to keep it critical and in the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing, just coming through. Having speed going into the wave. As we see a preparation here on the beach.
That Anastasia Fenter.
It's from J-Bay, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I want to say J-Bay, South Africa. So this is a warm day. No problem.
No worries.
No worries at all. Here we go. Kalea, our heat leader, floats it lip line. Little caught up there. And make sure she gives the judges a ride out. Looking to improve upon a 3.97 to extend her lead over Nanaho Suzuki. So Kalea, surfing in the South American region. She's had a few quarterfinal finishes this year. She's number 10 in the rankings on the QS for her region, Kalea. And so she's really on the borderline of qualifying for that Challenger Series out of her region. You win here, you qualify straight through the juniors, but a very busy competitor. She's got a busy schedule, both globally and within her surf region. Replay here, Rosie.
Really nice finishing maneuver there. High impact move, a lot of speed. She didn't burn any speed when she got to that lip line, so the judges are really going to like that as a one-turn option.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for that. And a lot of Peruvian surf fans, hometown Lima, Peru there for Kalea Gervasi. Peru, strong contingency of surfers for many, many generations. I think the World Championships were actually held on a global scale really before the advent of professional surfing in Peru. I think it was 1968.
Wow. Yeah, rich history, rich surfing history. Sofia Milanovic, obviously the first South American world champ.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the support she had there was insane. While I was on the world tour, we actually had 3 events in Peru in the 4 years that I was there. We went to Lobitos, Mancora. We competed in Lima. Really fun events. Love my time there.
Yeah, some fun facts about Kalea Gervasi. Hard to be a pro surfer, but she overcomes it she's afraid of planes.
Wow, yeah, that's a big one.
But she's overcome that. She also wants to buy a snake. Another
That's so
fun fact.
funny because I think one of our competitors from Australia, she said that her fear is snakes.
Yes.
A little bit of a flip-flop there.
Hey, I love it. So we did get a questionnaire from some of our competitors and stuff. So it's nice to find out more about the personalities of all of these surfers, both with their surfing accomplishments, but with some fun facts and favorite movies, favorite songs, preheat warm-ups. What do you play in your headphones before you get going? All of those stuff and other hobbies. Nanaho Suzuki, she enjoys skateboarding, camera, and video editing.
Oh, nice. Cool. So she does like her own little edits on social media platforms. And
I would hope so.
Yep.
Kalea, this time on the backhand. Extended turn off the top. Make it 2 for Gervasi. Finds a longer wall on this one with a nice connection through to the inside. Before kicking out, looking to better a 3.97, which is her low of her 2 scoring rides.
yeah, you see Naneho, she's kind of somewhat dropped anchor. She locked in that 4-point ride. She's got a 0.37 in her scoreline, but she's looking to really prioritize finding the best wave and use her priority wisely.
I mean, that's just smart surfing, right? And,
Yeah.
And I think at this level, you don't want to make those elementary mistakes. And that's another thing that these juniors are learning in head-to-head competition. Here we go. Looks like a closeout. She's going to have to get up there and out there. So Nanaho bailing out. Wave selection there, a little questionable. She needs a 4.15, so that would have had to been one big dynamic maneuver to get that number. We'll see what the judges think. There's an overall view of our site.
That was definitely an interesting use of priority. As you see from this pulled back shot, that was the first wave of the set. There were plenty of bumps out the back. So yeah, you look at our surfer in blue. She's been so active, staying warm, catching lots of waves. As we get a replay of this backhand wave from her. This wave was shaping up to be really nice carps. Unfortunately, it just didn't find that inside section and bowl up for her. She wanted it. She had a little look. I like that. That was smart to kick out. We've seen a lot of surfers try and milk the wave all the way to the end. And then the use of priority here for Naneho. She needs a 4.14.
She got it.
4.3.
Yeah. So there you go.
Wow.
So put that in the column for what do I know? I was questioning the wave selection.
Yeah.
It was a 1 turn right there for Nanaho Suzuki. She needed a 4.15, I believe, and then she ended up getting a 4.3. And the surfer from Japan takes the lead.
I like it. We're here to learn. And I think for her to have the lead at this point in the heat is probably that little bit of boost for her as we watch her go here.
Backhand this time. Nice snap there, extending the body through that turn. Another extension on her snap. So 2 turns there. Looking to add to her point total. The smaller wave for Nanaho Suzuki. We're going to take a break. We'll come back with that score situation and the conclusion of Heat 5 in the elimination round here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship. Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship hosted by Best Western. Heat 5 with the elimination round out in the water. Nanaho Suzuki with the lead over Kalea Gervasi. Suzuki representing Japan in the red jersey. Gervasi representing Peru in the blue jersey. I'm Kuiper Guerrero along with Rosie Hodge on the call this morning. Glassy morning. Great conditions. And we've seen some great surfing so far.
We have. I've been thoroughly impressed with the elimination round so far with the women. We are seeing that tide start to recede and the waves really finding their shape and the bank.
Kalea looking for a 4.14. I don't think that wave is going to do it for her. She is under priority, so she's just kind of searching out the lineup to get something. Hopefully luck into a quality wave and the score. Naho Suzuki with priority, with lead, heat control, lines coming through here, Rosie.
Yeah, let's see if something can eventuate for her out the back. You see her try and get in position for this wave. Yeah, it's interesting. Looking, oh, here we go, surfers.
So Kalea in and out. Nice left here for Nanaho. Again, scoring with the wave selection. And of course, you need that big finish, and she does just that. Little fin ditch out the back for Nanaho Suzuki. Feeling that she will extend her lead in this heat with that performance. What do you think, Rosie?
Oh, 100% I back that. I think that's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. 4.3 is the high mark. I think it's going to be, just at first glance, a 1.5 better than that, maybe more. We'll see.
10 minutes remaining, and we'll wait for that score to drop through. Nanaho Suzuki on the paddle back out. And Suzuki, a junior competitor, a QS competitor. Of course, the goal, make it to the CT. Here we go with the replay, Rosie.
Yeah, just loving her flow through these sections. Definitely that last maneuver for me where she drifts that tail. You can tell in her body language when she gets off that wave, she really likes it. Oh, that was going to be a nice answer back. Unfortunately, doesn't get that quick transition to the two-turn combo. First turn, nice.
Yeah, so Suzuki coming in with a 6.17. Talking about the end goal for all the professional surfers, the tippy top of the pyramid, the best in the world. The championship tour is where you want to be. Nanaho Suzuki, we asked her, what would be your favorite event if you were on the championship tour? Her answer?
J-Bay.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. She's already had eyes on the most dangerous wave on tour.
Wow. I would love to see her take that on. I think she has that kind of style and approach that she has that. Some people just have a way of reading waves, and I think Nanaho has that. And obviously, if she's picking that as her,
that's a gutsy reply right there. Because I would think that a lot of surfers, including CTers, are you nothing but concern about that wave. I mean, it's we start off the year at the world's most dangerous wave. That's the Bonsai Pipeline.
yeah. And if you already highlighting those waves of consequences as the ones that you favor, that's already a huge advantage. You don't have to overcome the fear factor. I mean, you always have a healthy amount of respect, but if you're not going out there incredibly nervous and fearful,
right?
It's a big plus.
Yeah, it is a giant plus.
Because that's what I feel.
I think.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah, it's been amazing to watch the women, and I think it really highlights the fact that because the women are getting to compete at places like Pipeline and in Tahiti at Chopu again, and now Fiji at Cloudbreak, it just creates space for the women to be like, that's something that I can do. I've got a place in that lineup, and watching their heroes compete there, it really does create this familiarity with those locations.
Here we go with Nanaho. Looks right, goes left. Lots of white water there. Has to overcome that, and wisely kicks out. No score on offer there. But to your point on those heavy waves, and just to point, in the next generation, in the new juniors that we see coming up right now, I mean, Sierra Kerr, she's charging Tahiti. You know, Katie Simmers, the stuff that we've seen her do in Tahiti just in the past couple of swells and in competition. Pretty incredible, you know. So it continues to evolve as we look at a nice left for the Peruvian. Carve to Rio finish and a fist pump to the judges saying, give me that 6.3.
Her best wave for sure. Does it rival the 617 from Naneho? That's the question in the judges' mind as they replay that two-turn combo from her. It was a nice wave, a little bit smaller than the set waves, but two really dynamic turns.
As a competitor, do you think it helps your cause to shake your fist at the judge at the end of the ride or to get that score?
Well, let's just watch it here. So she wraps through that one, nails that end section, and then eye contact with the judges tower and shakes the fist. So that's just like, hey, I'm confident in what I just did. And maybe the judges will be like, well, let's really analyze what she got done because she's happy with it. Maybe there's something in there that's incredibly technical, but I do think it's going to be a good way for her, her best. But like I said, is it going to rival that 617 from Naneho?
Naneho waving her arms. She wants the update. 5.93 drops in for Kalea. So not the score that she needed, but she did reduce the requirement. Now, Gervasi just needing a 4.55 to take the lead. Naneho's getting that news right now from our on-site announcers after that wave. And you can see Naneho with priority and the lead is going to try to control this peak right here, Rosie.
And why wouldn't you? I mean, a 4.55 is what's required. Kalea's been working this little inside section. Oh, let's see. Yeah, I think this is going to get pretty back and forth for these ladies.
I like the gamesmanship that happens right in this point, you know? Naneho's going to have to really make some decisions, make sure if she does paddle for a wave, it's a meaningful wave for the block.
And you can see the urgency from both of them. I mean, needing that score and that competitor's right there breathing down your neck, it does like give you that that animal instinct of wanting to break away and get some space.
Looking at a corner there, trying to pick one out of...
And Naneho's got to be careful because she does have priority, but there's a certain point where you like almost fishing someone too much and you can lose that priority and can flip over, kind of hindering them from getting on waves.
Well,
she's going.
Yeah, she committed to that one. Here we go. Suzuki. Check turn there. Big finish there on the oncoming section. So commitment in that last turn should be rewarded for Naneho Suzuki.
And when she comes into her coach, I get the feeling like he's going to be like, good job. Because every single wave, she's been building on her scoreline. She's used her priority well. And even that last wave right there, just the added emphasis on that last turn was really important to get the score and improve her scoreline. So just right there. I mean, that first turn was kind of a check turn. So it was all about focusing in on that last maneuver. She had to scratch harder to get into that wave. Kind of check turn, eyes down the line, just to kind of throw that tail and give that little bit of upper body movement with her hands, some flair.
Yeah, that mayhem under Suzuki's feet looking good. The driver 3.0 is her model of choice. Just get it painted black just because blackboards are in right now.
Did she paint it black?
I don't know. Could be a Carvel. Or could be one of those black sheep constructions. As we see Nora Leota from Haiku Maui getting ready for her heat. KT Designs surfboard. Undoubtedly, that board is an EPS epoxy construction because Keith over there at KT Design is a mad scientist when it comes to resins and foams and fins and all that stuff. He's got a laboratory there in Maui.
Just really gets into the intricacies. I love the Maui shapers, though. They have so many amazing shapers over there. Sean Adonis, Paige Arms' partner, Matt Kazuma.
Yeah. Well, think about it. Maui's one of the few places in the world that surf shops stock 10-0s, guns, not longboards.
Yeah, they have to vault the ceilings.
Go and pick up your 10-0 or your 10-6. Paddle out there. Good luck.
Get some canisters. We'll throw in some free canisters.
Oh, man. Okay, so last score, Nanaho Suzuki with that big dynamic finish. 6.73. She's extended her lead and has priority. She's got full control in this final 2 minutes.
She has played such a smart heat. 2 sixes. I mean, if you look at her numbers, every time she's stood up on a wave, she's improved her scoreline.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah. Smart heat. Look at the conditions, Capo. Glassy. It's about mid-tide at the moment. These next few heats, I think, are gonna. I don't want to jinx it, but I think it's gonna get pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. We got a receding tide throughout the whole day, and winds are forecasted to remain light. Maybe a little onshore flutter in the afternoon. We're crossing our fingers that that does not happen.
I like this little low cloud cover that we're seeing, though. That might keep the wind subdued.
So surfers paddling shoulder to shoulder right now. And Suzuki wisely tailing Kalea Gervasi, utilizing priority. She can shut it out right now. She's going to let her go. All right. Opportunity for Peru. Lip glide. Punches the lip there for a second term. She needs a big number, though. And the wave would have to give her a little bit more opportunity. But she's not giving up on this wave at all. Taking it all the way to the beach. Goes down swinging. A 6.97 is a requirement. What do you think, Rosie?
Yeah, that's going to be a tough number to come by. Kalea just did so well there to just put on such a gritty performance. I love the way that she swung at that last wave. She's not going to head to the beach until the hooter sounds. And Neneho was probably pretty nervous watching her go on that wave.
Like you said, Kalea, never give up attitude, paddling back out with just 3 seconds on the clock. A ride in here for Nanaho Suzuki as the horn sounds.
Just really like the way she surfs, Capo.
Right? Smooth.
Yeah, so smooth.
Well, the smooth surfing of Nanaho Suzuki earns her a place in the round of 16. She will advance on. Kalea Gervasi eliminated from competition here at Oceanside, the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. We're stepping away, taking a break. When we come back, brand new heat will be out on the water. Nora Leota up against Anastasia Venter when we return. Hey, hey, it's a beautiful day here in Oceanside, California, the North Shore of San Diego. Picturesque beach town and the site of the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, as we descend upon the south side of Oceanside Pier, and a new heat out in the water in this elimination round for the women. Nora Leota from the island of Maui and the Hawaii Islands up against Anastasia Venter from South Africa. J-Bay, South Africa represented here. And we're going to start here with a quick up and down by Nora Leota. It's Kaipo Girl along with Matt Shanoski, the wax head, on the call here. What do you think about this heat, Max?
Looking forward to this matchup. Obviously, coming off some amazing swell on the North Shore, where you'd think Nora has had a lot of different waves to surf, but cold California, small 2 feet beach breaks, the complete polar opposite. You'd have to say conditions. Anastasia Venter would be very comfortable in colder conditions. Coming from South Africa, well-traveled, coming all this way, got here a few days ago, preparing for these conditions. Acclimatizing to these waves is not happening overnight.
Here we go with Anastasia. Couple of taps on the lip there, and a nice start for the South African. The South African with some Hawaiian equipment underneath her feet, riding Eric Arakawa surfboards. How's that for that connection?
Yeah, fantastic connection, especially if you jumping on that Challenger Series and the Championship Tour, needing a quiver of boards for around the world. Doesn't really get any better than Arakawa.
Yeah, we call him the Professor. Eric Arakawa, one of the first shapers to really utilize exact measurements as well as records in boards. And I'm talking about a shaper who was doing that before the advent of computer-assisted design. Before CAD systems, Eric was out there with ruler, calipers, and measuring boards, taking note of those measurements and keeping files, hard files, way back in the day. That's why we call him the Professor.
Wow, love that detail. And you see, this is her opening wave, Anastasia here, and gets the completion, a 4.33 for that one, so that was well earned. I think the judges will be looking for that dynamic surfing. We saw yesterday about this time, lower tide, Kaipo, the waves running along the sandbar, and unfortunately some of them not allowing for an end section to perform a radical finish. You want to leave a good taste in the judge's mouth by getting that finish. Anastasia did that, 2 turns, 4.33.
Yeah. On a paddle here, Nora Leota in the red jersey. She does have priority and is moving up the beach. We'll see if set comes through here for Leota. Beginning stages of the heat, so nothing really established as of yet other than that 4.33 for Anastasia, Matt.
And well rewarded, and we see Nora there from Haiku and Maui. I haven't surfed on Maui, but I know there's a wide range of waves, lots of wind, the windiest island of them all, and having small, clean California conditions like we have now, you'd imagine is not in the wheelhouse of Nora, so if she can get a win here in this heat, it will give her lots of confidence, given that we're going to have bigger waves throughout the week, Kaipo.
Yeah. Omerito gozaimashita. Congratulations, Nanaho Suzuki. Nanaho is on the beach with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, Naneho, just so fun to watch you surf through that heat. Just such a steady temperament on it, and some beautiful turns. Give us a breakdown of your heat from your perspective.
Yeah, I'm so nervous because it was a little bit slow heat, but I was get a couple good waves. It's so lucky.
Some really good scores, but tell me about those nerves watching your competitor get that last wave.
Yeah, maybe I will do my best next round. So I'm so happy to go to the next round. So.
You're in the round of 16. We love watching you surf. Thanks for entertaining us.
All right. Nanaho Suzuki, into the round of 16. We'll reseed into that round of 16, and we'll resume that round on the next day of competition. Scheduled for today, we got 8 heats of this elimination round for women, followed by 8 heats of the elimination round for men. So a total of 8 hours of surfing action and 6+ feet of tide change as well today.
And we've seen those waves breaking out further with the lower tide, as you just alluded to.
Here we go. Leota, nice carve, combos it up, looking smooth. More down the line for the Maui surfer. Snap here, and a nice finish for Nora Leota. So that could take her very easily into the lead when that number drops in.
Only needing a marginal score at the moment. Perfect timing just to get her heat started with just the 1 and the 0.5. First impression, Kaipo, was silky smooth. A lot of these surfers have been watching the conditions today, seeing more waves break as that tide does drain out. So they've got to capitalize, though, when it is their turn and priority. Here she goes, a little reform there. This one broke further out. You see the trail of whitewash. He lines up this section, really leans into it. And I love this smooth little check turn there. He makes her way through the inside, hammers the end section. So lovely start there for Nora on that wave.
One more look at it here, Matt.
Yeah, really putting some emphasis on this next turn here. That'll be the money turn of this wave for sure. I just like these smooth transitions. Gets a little bit hung up in this next turn, but completed nonetheless, staying on the board, riding out of it. Mid-range course, well, we just saw one drop then and back to live action.
Anastasia. And a lot of taper on this wave, so the South African kind of giving up on that one as the wave did not cooperate. Meanwhile, while Anastasia was riding that wave, it scored drop for Nora Leota. A 6.17 takes the Maui girl up into the lead. She's out the back now, looking at this one. And she's going to activate down the line. Chooses this right. And again, a nice swoop. Great rail control for Nora. And unfortunately, a bog there on the second turn. Water got kind of funky, Matt.
Yeah, and it was interesting to note that Anastasia took off straight after Nora on that wave. Her wave faded out, so not great use of priority there. Even that third wave there of Nora just coming into the 2-point ride, that still had a longer wall there than Anastasia. So maybe some early heat nerves there, but I know in a heat scenario, I like to get started earlier, and it's worked well for a lot of the surfers throughout this event, building their heat totals early in the heat.
Yeah, and it builds confidence, right, too? Sure. So you already hear some good numbers coming your way. You already hear that you're in the lead. It's almost like the pendulum's going in your favor if you get a good start.
Yep, and we're changing conditions, too, from what we watched on the first heat of the morning in Heat 1 to now the judging criteria. It's the same criteria, but the scale can change depending on a heat-by-heat basis. So it's always nice to get your feet in the wax, quite literally speaking, and feel out what the judges are going to be awarding.
Oh, big turn there for Anastasia, and a great finish. So commitment on that turn, needing under a 4-point ride.
Well, she'll take that 4.33. It's what we just said. Start early, get a feel for the judging, get a feeling for the patterns that they would have spoken about with their coach as well. But I know, coming from a coaching background as well, Kaipo, sometimes you say, go out there and see how it's feeling. Do your repertoire, see how it's being rewarded. Otherwise, go back to plan B. It may be wait for the big set wave, or start early, show some commitment, see what that score gets locked in at. This is the replay. If she lines it up, it's a closeout. She's going to go for it, commit to that turn there, and really gets over her fins and snaps that board. And it's a front-on angle. This will be a good one. The judges are watching this as well. Lines it up, hits it in the lip line. A little layback jam there. And
yeah, and the number comes in for her as a 3.57. So maybe a little bit of, getting caught up in that turn. Maybe the stickiness of that turn. The judges, didn't see it going into a number that would have given Anastasia the lead.
Yeah, there was not as much speed going into it as she probably would have liked. Although she did what she could with the section, the wave let it down a little bit. If you're not riding out of a turn with speed, generally that's a lack of flow or a loss of flow. That's, of course, one of the pillars of the criteria. It always feels good when you're coming out of a maneuver, whether it's an aerial or even just a simple floater. If you're coming out with speed, it often looks good as well.
Yeah. And so, Nora Leota, red jersey out there, red P by her name, signifies she really has heat control at the moment. She's got the lead, she's got priority. She can dictate the pace of this heat, where it wants to go. And that's something that's really valuable, especially when you hit little lulls like this, Matt, where you're happy if you have the lead and priority to let the clock tick down.
For sure, you've already done your job, started early, and it's the ocean. It's a variable and it can change. And our main commodity is out there right now. So if there's waves, start surfing, put on a show, build your total, and you get to this perspective. It could be a 5-minute lull and you're in a happy situation because you've already built that total. We've seen so many surfers get 10-point rides over the years and not have a backup Kaipo sit there waiting for an excellent score. And all they need is a 2 or a 3 sometimes. A lot harder to come by. No waves.
Yeah, there's some of the activations that we have down on the beach. Remember, you can go to the SAMBAZON booth and register to win a Murph electric bike with them. You can also go to the Cup Noodle booth over here and play a game, register, and you can win a year's supply of Cup Noodle. That's 365 Cup Noodles.
Wow.
I want
great
that
travel
to
food too.
Anastasia Fenter, Cape Town, South Africa, currently residing in Jeffreys Bay. What a great place to live. Here she goes. So weaving down the line. And again, caught up in the lip. So Anastasia, I mean, the last couple of waves, Matt, we've seen her just struggle a little bit with keeping clean rails. What do you think is a cure to like loosen up those rails and keep that water clean for a surfer?
It's breathing. It's actually being control of your breath work, being aware of your situation, your surroundings, and actually taking a moment and just going, okay, all I need to do is get down the line, find the key section, think very simply about the board. Think about the fins, engaging it all step by step. You don't need to perform. You don't need to do everything on the next wave. All you need to do is 2 or 3 turns to get back in the game.
Here we go with Nora on the backhand. And again, looking just sharp on this board. The KT designs out of Maui. Board looking lively as she's able to just really weave back and forth on the backhand and overcome some, pretty dead sections throughout that tapered wave.
That word I was looking for was composure when we were talking about Anastasia before. Regain some composure, conscious breathing. Not obviously everyone's breathing, but really just bringing yourself to be present in the moment. We watched just then Nora. You go where your eyes go and your hands lead as well. So watch this great technique here. A beautiful left-hander. You can see her upper body shift now with her eyes. Great opening carve there. Amazing technique. This wave lets her down a little bit. She stays with it, weaving, as you said. A nice snap there. You see her eyes aim up, snap back. And that's just very textbook surfing there. And she'll get a great backup score to go with that 617. But at this stage, Anastasia just needs to focus on those basics to build that heat total. She's already got the 4.33 and a 3.57 to go with it.
4-point ride for Nora Leota. She does better her 2-wave total. We're halfway through the heat here. Heat number 6 in this elimination round. Nora Leota out in the lead over Anastasia Fenter. Fenter up and riding here and has to get quick there just to get to the lip, but not a lot of opportunity offered on that wave. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat after this quick commercial break. Sophia Medina, she's warming up for action. SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, is brought to you by Best Western Hotels and Resorts and by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai. It's a beautiful day in Oceanside, day 2 of the SAMBAZON World Junior Champs, hosted by Best Western. As we're flying by our compound, the bike path, all the good stuff. On the water, we have the South African, Anastasia, trying to come back. She is trailing Nora Leota in this elimination round, heat number 6. I'm Kai Paguro, along with Matt, the Waxhead Shanoski, on the call. Nora Leota seems like she's in control.
She absolutely in control. We had Anastasia start off with that 4.33, a quick early start, banking her 2 best scores, but trying to go for those single maneuvers, trying to find waves that offer those steeper sections, which is not a bad idea, but you have to ride out of them with speed and composure. Just a couple of marginal scores not going her way, but she's going to have to reset. 11 minutes 50 left, still lots of time left, but Nora in a commanding position, holding priority as well.
Bottom of your screen, you can see some of the heats that have already played out and the upcoming heats in this women's elimination round. And then we're going to get into the men's elimination round. Sophia Medina and Kira Buckpit coming up next. And then, of course, after we get through this elimination round, winners go to the round of 16, and we'll seed again in that round of 16. So we won't know all the matchups until we do that reseed for both the men and the women. And we are going to have head-to-head competition, one-on-one competition, all the way until we have a World Junior Champ for both the men and the women.
Sun.
You know what? This is, did you know, you see the pier in the background there, Matt?
Yep.
That Oceanside Pier is the longest wooden pier actually on the West Coast. 1,942 feet long of pier right there.
Wow, we got the measurements. Stoked on that. We've been comparing it to a few others, but it just feels so long when you're out there. And the low tide today, we'll actually be seeing waves breaking out at the halfway point of that jetty, no doubt later on. With such a low tide, you can see some of the sand out there. You can see some of the waves almost capping on the outside section. So almost like a right-hand point here at the moment. If it's anything like yesterday, you see that that right going way down the sandbar, like a mini snapper or J-Bay at times.
There has been some jams that have run down the beach.
Well, the 9 from Laura this morning as well. It was a perfect example. 5 turns.
Nora Leota finds a right-hander. Looks like it's going to be a long one. Beautiful opening swoop carve. Catches a rail, and that was unfortunate.
Great start on that. It was really nice technique on that opening carve and the drone angle adding to that effect. Make a look at it. Waves, I mean, they are fun. I think it looks better on the drone, though.
Right.
Shrinks the size a little bit.
One turn for Anastasia. She's still trying to find a 5.85 is what she needs to go into the lead. She needs a wave that's going to offer her, in my opinion, Matt, a couple of maneuvers. What do you think?
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. And she's just lost priority again. So Nora went for this wave. And this opening turn looks back into that turn. That was a very Carissa-esque turn opening up for that. And unfortunately, just bogging down on that second one. And Anastasia's answer back, using her priority again. So this has been the pattern throughout the heat. Nora paddles for one, Anastasia gets the one after. Although Nora fell off, still banking a good score.
A 4.27 comes in for Nora Leota. And Matt, she got that basically just off of one turn.
Yeah, exactly right. It was good wave selection. So Anastasia, wave selection not going her way at the moment. Once again, just needs to sink back into that composure and stay grounded and look for a wave that's going to offer potential. So she can do a series of maneuvers or a set wave where you can get enough speed and really show the judges some dynamic surfing. If it's going to come down to one maneuver, have to carry speed, showcase the power and the rail game in that maneuver, or just go to the air.
And it is a bit, in you as a coach, you could speak to this. It is a bit unfortunate for Anastasia is that she hasn't gotten into a good priority rotation just because she keeps on catching waves right after Nora, but that allows Nora to get back out
For sure.
and control the heat and get priority again.
Absolutely. 2 wave sets at the moment.
Yeah.
And, I mean, she needs to surf waves to get the scores, but fortunate for her, the waves have shut down, not allowed to in the section.
But, you know, with enough time on the clock,
Yeah.
Matt, would you tell your surfer,
Yep.
hey, maybe sit it out and to make sure that you do get some time with priority? Because it feels to me that Anastasia's had no time with priority.
No time, exactly. Well, it gets to this point where it's been 3/4 through the heat with a surfer. It's the junior division, but these surfers are well accomplished. She's won 2 South African junior titles, so she knows what she's doing. She's not a stranger to competition, so you have to think, hey, this is not working for me. The waves I'm getting are not great. The second wave is set. Here's 3 waves. This one will be interesting.
Okay, decision time for Nora Leota. She chooses to go on the first wave of the set. Snap there. Bank to finish. She needs to better 4.27. Opportunity now for Anastasia Fenter. Sets rolling through here, although shape questionable on these waves. That would have been a nice left there, but you'd have to just beam yourself into that spot. So waves still shifty.
5, 6 waves in this set, shifty, exactly right. And the tide dropping at a rapid rate, which you will, hopefully she regains priority on that. We'll have to wait and see. Otherwise, that would summarize this heat so far. Looks like she'll get back out and regain that priority for the first time. Let's see if she can utilize it with 6 minutes to go and flip the script.
Yeah, I like the call, Waxhead, in that Anastasia was very fortunate of the positioning of Nora Leota. That was kind of an error for her to take off on that way, but now she's got a chance. Now she's got priority and still plenty of time on the clock to turn the heat.
That's right, and Nora didn't better her score in that last one. Equal with the 4.27, which means priority and confidence will go back to Anastasia, knowing that Nora didn't lock in a good score. Only needing a 6.12, and that's 2 turns. You can just get a mid-sized wave, do a nice rail carve to start, and hammer that end section, and here she goes.
She's on the move on this one, and this is going to be tough. And priority error to the South African right there. Nora just saw, hey, she saw it happen. She's got the lead. Now she's got priority. She's going to sit out there. I'd be surprised if Nora Leota makes a move at this point. She's really got control of the heat.
And she was sitting pretty close to Anastasia on that. It almost made her go.
She's going to go. She's going to play offense. No defense for the Maui girl. Here we go. Nice carve. Bank off the top. Goes down.
I mean, this is back and forth.
So as a coach, are you getting a little frustrated with some of the...
I'm squirming in my seat right now like I would be if I was a coach, because both coaches would be sitting there going, oh, great, this is perfect, it's all working out. Oh, no. And the surfers are feeling the same way. Maybe they're not getting updates from the scores. Maybe they're not hearing the scores or something, because the pattern's not changing throughout the heat.
Yeah, I mean, we have the luxury of a nice set here. We got the numbers, we got the time. It's really easy to be strategic here. And maybe it is a delay in getting the information to the surfers.
Yeah, and it may only be a 10, 20-second delay, but that can be enough because they're pulling the trigger straight away. They're using their priority immediately. But scores are getting locked in very fast.
Yeah.
So, and then their marginal scores. I mean, 9 waves surfed from each surfer, which is... You know, this is the most amount of waves we've seen all event in a heat.
Yeah.
And only a couple of them are remarkable.
Well, at some point, you know, and like you said, it's a learning process for all of our juniors. At some point, you have to feel, or your coaches are going to tell you, you're kind of chasing your tail out there. Yeah. You know, that's a lot of waves ridden, so that means a lot of false starts, basically.
For sure. Yeah, and they've had to reset, and now it's another reset right now. Could be anybody's right now. The wind's slowly breathing up.
Ooh.
The tide's dropped a lot in this heat. I've Seen less of a shore break. At the beginning, we had a bit of a shore break. You can see, looking under that great camera angle, it's now on the outer bank. So the waves have shifted. That could also play into it, Kaipo. Their marking points where they've lined up, they have shifted in the last 25 minutes. It can happen in 1 minute. So a different changing lineup. Even just 45 minutes ago, there was actually backwash from the shore break, rebounding off the erosion.
Under priority, Nora finds this left, lip glide, sticking with it, hoping to get another, just a little bank there, caught up. Needs to better the 4.27. We'll see what the judges think of that. Opportunity outside for Anastasia with priority, 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
First thing comes to mind too, if this was a scenario where they've got to surf again today, getting 10 waves in a heat's exhausting.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not smart to utilize all your energy levels so early in the round. Luckily for them, they will be surfing once. It doesn't look like we'll be going into that third round, but someone will be eliminated today. We have 2 minutes to find out who. I think Nora's done really well. She surfs bigger waves. She's had some fantastic results over there in Haleiwa and Sunset as well.
She took a win at Sunset and third place over there in Haleiwa. Bombing waves too, so.
Showing some diversity in her repertoire, and that Carissa reference on that look back carving re-entry before, I think is a well-suited reference. If you can channel the likes of someone like Carissa Moore in powerful waves and small waves, well, that's a pretty healthy influence.
Down to a minute here. Opportunities still available for the South African surfer. The mark she needs, you can see in the needs column, a 6.12. She does have priority. Made a little bit of an effort there. The priority judge does not deem that a change of priority. Sets coming through here now. Final 45 seconds. Could change the heat.
That one on the outside, it's nearly going to break already on the outside peak. It does. Wow.
The Surfline told us the surf was supposed to come up a little bit today, and it looks like they're spot on once again. Here we go. Big moment for Anastasia. Starts off with a check snap up in the lip there. Fighting for open face. Does not get any more. Nora Leota on the backhand. Checks the watch. Sees there's 10 seconds. She's going to come in. And we're going to call it a heat. There's the numbers. 10.44. Two-wave total is enough to put Nora Leota into the round of 16. Be back with more action here at Oceanside. Sophia Medina, Kira Buckpit in the water when we return.
2 more heats to go in women's elimination round here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Mitchell Salazar with one of the greatest longboarders in the world, shortboard enthusiast at this moment too, Matt Chinaski, also known as the Wax. Had a great having your company here, Matt, in Southside Oceanside Pier. Excellent waves, I'd say, during the first 2 days of competition. We're in heat number 7 now of the elimination round for the women. Sophia Medina out there in the red, and it's Kira Buckpitt, the young 18-year-old from Australia, in the blue. A little dicey to start things off here, Matt.
Yeah, wow, just really pushing the envelope there. The lively surfing of Kira working out well for her. Completed first wave. We'll wait to see what that one locks in at, but I mean, we always know what the Medinas are capable of. Heat IQs, very experienced when it comes to competition, but Kira really pushing it right there.
Yeah, and a couple of 18-year-olds out there in the water too. I'm Mitch. That is Matt. And Matt slowly but surely taking off the layers this morning. It's
taking a little while.
Yeah, it's getting a little warmer throughout the day, but guess what? We got our SAMBAZON acai bowls. But talking about conditions, really fun out there. We're going to see the men in a few heats coming up too.
Yeah, can't wait to see the men. The women really, Laura brought up earlier, 9-point ride. We've seen some excellent surfing today. Some amazing technique. The smaller waves have really allowed, and offshore conditions really allowed for some critical surfing and clinical technique to be put on place, which is one of my favorite things to analyze.
Anything that stood out from Oceanside so far for you too?
It's just the combination of the surf and general beach culture. You have some classic iconic characters walking the boardwalk. You have the classic cars, that beautiful classic pier. If you take a walk out there to watch the sunset, it's amazing. I'm really enjoying the gentrification of the area. Safe, comfortable. I love Oceanside. Love Southern California.
And the longest wooden pier in California too, right here in Oceanside. I was looking at Medina now. Surfer from Maricía, Sao Paulo, tried to go for the big one turn right there on the left. 26 minutes, 30 seconds out there. Kira Buckpitt, 18 years of age. Same thing as Sophia. So a couple of 18-year-olds out there in the water. Kira Buckpitt, though, runner-up to the junior title in Australia, Oceania in 2023. Works part-time at a restaurant. She's been a member of the Australia junior team before, also known as the Irukandjis. But a great surfer coming up through the junior rankings over there in Oz. Also wants to tackle the QS full-time this year if she can in 24.
And that's a great ambition. There's so many events in the Australian Regional Tour, which we talked about earlier. And a chance to get onto that Challenger Series if she takes the win here. The waves this morning, that last heat was a real in-between heat with tide and wind. We saw Nora take the win.
Yeah, and 2 great regular footers on the glass right now. Rosie with Nora.
Yeah, Nora, great heat win. How did you manage the nerves out there? Because there was a lot of back and forth between yourself and Anastasia.
Thank you. I think it was just a lot of staying on my feet and not trying to get stuck sitting out there or waiting for a wave, because I kind of did that in the beginning, but yeah, just surfing a lot of waves.
And how do you kind of transition? You've had some great results at Sunset and Haleiwa, very different beach break conditions here at Oceanside. What do you make of the conditions, and do you enjoy competing in them?
It definitely is a lot different than at home. There's not as much power in the waves here, but there's a lot more opportunity sometimes, and I don't know, I'm just trying to adjust and have fun either way.
And who are you working with over here? Who's your support crew?
I'm working with Ryan Simmons. He's been a really great help to me this whole event, just helping me with positioning and confidence. And I'm staying with my friend Eve, and so we're just having a good time, and I don't know, enjoying California.
That's what it's all about. Well, thank you for your time, and we'll see you in that round of 16.
Thank you, Rosie, and congratulations to Maui's own Nora Leota, staying with her good friend Eve Wong. They both made it into the round of 16 out of the elimination round, so a lot of positives to take out of this round for both of those young surfers representing the state of Hawaii. As Buckpitt now up and riding, she opened up with a 5.83, Matt, and on her way to a good backup score right here. A couple of carves on the forehand, and mentioned that she works part-time at a restaurant. Even though they come from Australia, a lot of these surfers do have to be able to fund their travel some way, and not all comes from sponsors and support from Surfing Australia and the High Performance Center. Every now and then you have to do a little bit of work on the side to be able to fund a lot of these travels internationally.
It's the modern day of the surf industry, and these surfers will find their way, and it's work. If it's something like skateboarding can teach you, you look at a set of stairs, for example, a 6 set of stairs when you're a kid, and you go, oh, I can't jump that. You learn to jump that. It's the same as surfing. When you look at a wave, surfers are so good at measuring challenges. Like, wow, waves are so big today, but they end up going out there getting some waves. You look at that world tour. How am I going to afford to do that? How can I do it? You just get a job, save up some money, get to that event, and believe it or not, work ethic in real life actually can correspond, as we've seen working class pro surfers over the years do so well on the championship tour.
Right.
They take that enthusiasm, they take that opportunity, and they run with it with both hands. Sometimes, if it's not given to you on a platter, you want it more.
Yeah, and I think Callum Robson is a great example of that right now on the CT. As Buckpit drops a 4.17, her backup at the moment just under 23 minutes on the clock. Medina, I mean, we hear that name all so often on the championship tour. Her older brother Gabe, a 3-time world champion at the CT level. He did win this event though in 2013. That was actually in the southern part of Brazil. Defeated Ramsey Bukim in the final, and I feel like that event kind of was the one that was the catalyst to get him that first world championship of the CT in 2014. It just seems like it boosted his confidence, got him into a good rhythm, went over to Snapper Rocks and defeated Joel Parkinson, the local boy, in the first event of the 2014 season.
Yeah, and the next 5 years to come would rewrite how we view professional surfing in terms of both technique, professionalism, and general antics in the surf. The way that he brought this enthusiasm and confidence to competitive surfing, something that we hadn't really seen before, and saw a little bit of that has rubbed off with Sophia. We saw that paddle battle at the beginning with Kira. Obviously, great experience for both these surfers with the women-on-women format right now, preparing themselves to get that coveted spot on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, well, Sophia's been there for 2 years in a row now. 33rd in 2023, excuse me, and a huge jump from 2022. She finished 81st in her first full year on the Challenger Series in 2022, so nearly 50 spots, Matt. Also won her first QS last year at Praia da Gama. That was over at one of the wave pools. And not only has she had a huge leap in terms of the rankings on the Challenger Series, it just seems like her confidence, too, has gone to another level. Hasn't really focused on the juniors too much because hasn't really needed to. She's already been at that upper level close to qualifying.
Exactly right, and it's curious to see a lot of these surfers actually giving respect to the World Junior title, the accolade, and competing here, even if they do have other commitments through the 24 season, by actually starting the year here. A great confidence boost, but they'll go down in history as a world champion junior ranks.
Yeah, it's not only a big accomplishment when you look at the names that are on the list already, and Kira Buckpit, for her, would it be a life-changing experience? Wouldn't have to rely on qualifying throughout the regional qualifying series. And speaking of, Buckpit works with 2 amazing surfers. Nicholas Squires, longtime coach of hers, former QS and Challenger Series surfer, great Australian, and Chelsea Hedges, former CT champion in the mid-2000s. Speaking of great coaches, Matt Myers right there with one of his mentorees. Levi Slauson towards his right. Runner-up to the World Junior Championship last year, Matt. Did it at Seaside Reef, his home break right there in Encinitas. He drives 20 minutes north now. Here at Southside Oceanside, a place that he knows very well too.
Yeah.
Looking for his first major victory on an international level.
Feeling very confident, no doubt, in his local neighborhood. He got some great waves during that last swell that hit California, and thankfully the pier's still standing. It was huge here.
That it was. That it definitely was. I know that you were up in the Central Coast, got to surf Rincon, a couple of great waves over there.
Yeah, one of the right-hand points up there. I wasn't going to name it, but I suppose everyone else did. Yeah, it was a big day. Very happy to be a part of history there, and these surfers are making history out there now. Hearing from one of the local coaches in Sydney's Northern Beaches, Jared McCallum, who knows Kira quite well, and she's always chasing waves around the Ulladulla region, and she's been working on her air game, Sierra Kerr, traveling with her and being one of her major influences. So that's a cool person to have in your friends list. And if you're surfing and dueling it out with Sierra, that's only natural that's going to rub off on you. And she's humble and really hardworking. And from a hardworking coach, that's a great accolade to have. So I look forward to seeing this next 18 minutes and 30 seconds, see who breaks open. She's already out in the lead.
$18:20 on the clock right now as Kira Buckpit out there in the lead has a 4.17. Sophia Medina with nothing better than a 0.8 at the moment. Rosie and I were talking about earlier the development of female surfing in Brazil, quite noticeable over the last decade or so. Had a few representatives on the championship tour. Jacqueline Silva, she was a runner-up to the World Championship in the early 2000s. Not a lot of people from that beautiful South American country have really shined on the female spotlight on the championship tour. We did have Tati Weston representing Brazil now in 2021, finishing runner-up to Carissa Moore for the World Championship. She was almost one turn away. We usually say that quite often. And Tati, not only has she been a great representative for Brazil, I think just for female surfing overall, Sophia really looks up to her and wants to be able to be one of the few Brazilians on the championship tour on the female side. Up and riding now. Great combo right there from Medina. And a strong finish for Sophia on what is no doubt her best ride. 17 minutes to go here, Matt.
Wow, the first thing I noticed about that wave was the flow that she carried between the maneuvers. Walking out there, she has a series of roundtail surfboards she's chosen to ride at this event, like her brother. But I tell you what, this was her own style. I love the way she strung together these maneuvers. I mean, the flow element is something that it's different to each person. They could be a back foot, front foot surfer. They could be riding from different types of conditions. But here we go. Have a look. There's no pumping. Straight into this nice carve. Again, eyes up this next one. Banking that one off in the pocket. And a perfect transition for the third. Now, as that wind comes up, makes it even trickier to have those clean transitions. Laying it on rail. A bit of variety through those turns.
Oh, yeah. And some critical sections, too. Drops the highest score of the heat so far, Matt, a 7.5. Well deserved.
Yeah, absolutely. That was really nice surfing there from Sophia. And against the grain, it was a 3-turn wave. We haven't seen many of those in the last few heats. So well done to Sophia picking the eyes out of that wave. That was a rare gem. It sort of hit the bank and sidewinded. Will these surfers move further out? These sets come on the lower tide. We'll have to wait and see.
And this wind was forecasted.
Yeah.
We knew that the northwest was going to pick up. It is quite noticeable now, though. In the last 20 minutes, you've seen a definite change out there. A lot of texture on the face of these waves. And a lot of people haven't really been surfing the very far outside so far yet. And Matt, getting that 7.5, not only does it change the entire context of the heat, confidence-wise and in terms of self-belief, she's probably going through the roof right now with 15 and a half to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Just those altering conditions. It was meant to lay down a little bit. It wasn't go onshore, but not breathe as heavily as it is right now. So perhaps catching a few of these surfers off guard. But you wouldn't know it was Sophia. Here's the replay. Big bottom turn, lining up this. But that bottom turn at the beginning sets her up for a great tempo. Second turn, amazing. This third turn, timing it really well. Great surfing there from Sophia Medina.
And a real tight space, too.
Yeah.
Not only needs a 2.5, and halfway through the heat, coming up against the blue-collar surfer in Kira Buckpit. Not only a great Australian national champion, multiple-time national champion, but somebody who has a lot of expectations for her young self, too. 18 years of age, been a member of the Australian junior team, which is something not easy to do whatsoever either. And just under 15 minutes to go with a slight lead at the moment over Brazil's Sophia Medina. Medina only needs a 2.5 to overtake Buckpit here in heat number 7 of the elimination round at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships.
Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. I'm here with the North America Tour Manager, Brian Robbins. We have a little bit of an update on the schedule for today. Do you want to let us know what's going to go on?
Yeah, unfortunately, we've had an injury come up this morning. Janeri, who's surfing against Talia Swindoll in Heat 8, injured her knee in the free surf, and she's withdrawn. So we're not going to run that heat. Talia gets a walkthrough. We're going to keep it in the schedule. So it's basically going to be about a 25-minute delay of, no surfing. And then 11:35 we'll start men's elimination round, Heat 1 with Levi and Yuma, and back to it.
Well, we wish Janeri a speedy recovery, guys, but we will have a little bit of break before the men's elimination round. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Rosie, and thank you, Brian. And unfortunate news right there, because Janira Gonzalez Etzabarri, one of the favorites to win this entire event, still only 18 years of age, has a couple more years to compete here at the World Juniors, but not the way you want to compete and start your 2024, Matt.
Yeah, that's shattering news. A real surprise to everybody. Natalia was getting ready for that heat, and she was in good form.
Yeah. One of the heats of the round,
yeah,
no
I think
doubt.
So.
And clash of styles right there. Swindoll, Janita Gonzalez. So that heat will not be ran. 11:35 will be the restart of competition. We'll be back live on the broadcast at 11:30. 11:20 on the clock right now in elimination round, heat number 7 between Kira Buckpit and Sofia Medina. This was during the break, Matt. Score coming through for Kira Buckpit. She's looking at a 6.17 here. Her best ride so far.
A long right-hander, and we'll see what happens on the end here. A couple of hits in the pocket. Wow, gets onto the next section all the way down the beach. Takes the high line, pumping through, and a nice little layback jam. Spins that tail, at the little slide of the tail at the end there. So 6.17. Great wave selection. When we get to that inside section, it is a little bit of a gamble. Will it face up? Like, look at that wave going past. These are the sets we talked about earlier. See, it's in line with those little booths on the pier.
Right.
Just half an hour ago with Kaipo, I said on lower tide, it'll start breaking out there. Here we are, it's breaking out another 50 to 100 feet. These are heat-winning waves right now.
That was a great wave. The right all the way on the outside. Even saw a left.
Considering how far Kira went on that last wave, you can only imagine if you took out another 50 feet.
True.
Obviously, it's not the quantity of maneuvers, but if it allows some quality moments, you're going to go excellent. Exactly like Laura this morning. 5 turns, 9-point ride. All of them are in the pocket.
Right. Don't need to have a huge number of maneuvers as long as you're actually surfing them the way you should be on the right wave too.
Well, that's the thing about
an excellent score.
Competition surfing. There's pretty much 4 points in every wave. If you're on the best wave of the heat, it's a point.
Right.
You just stand up. Your bottom turn, you're in the critical section, 3 maneuvers, that's 2 points. If you're able to show speed and flow, 3 points. You finish, 4 points before you've even done anything radical for one maneuver. And we see that. We see 4 points for one maneuver quite regularly. You can do that on a set wave. Pretty easy formula. You just got to find the wave.
It sounds that way, doesn't it? And then you paddle out and you can't find a wave in the first 15 minutes.
Or under priority and someone else gets it.
Start getting desperate. Things change real quick. Competitive surfing is so funny because you see a lot of great free surfers out there, especially those people that dominated at their local spot, and then you put them in a jersey.
Yeah.
Most of them don't know what to do in those 20, 30 minutes that they have.
Especially when priority becomes a factor. You're used to getting waves at your local spot, and then you have to wear a jersey and let someone else take those set waves. It can mess up the rhythm, and it can also allow people that don't usually have that confidence to get into the pecking order to have the opportunity. And that's what we see with priority. It allows different types of surfers and personalities to get their share of waves. It's not like the old days where it used to be, and even just back to the 90s, where it used to be a beach start at a lot of events. They'd paddle out around a buoy, come back, and priority be settled in that respect, or no priority, just scrapping the whole heat.
And we alter several rules almost every year. 2019 was a pivotal year for one of the rules out there when it came to unsportsmanlike conduct. It was actually Sofia's older brother, as Medina needs a 4.5 right now. Gabe in 2019 at Pipeline, final event of the year, he had just had the interference in Portugal against Caio Belli, lost out early. He was on his way to win that event the way he was surfing.
Yeah.
Goes over to Pipeline, has a small combination of scores, but he figured out that even though he was in lower priority than Caio Belli in that point, if he dropped in on him and took away the opportunity in the last few seconds, he'd still be bidding him with just one wave.
Yeah, and it was actually brilliant the way that he understood the rule book at the time. It was a master stroke, and it wasn't going to leave anything to question. And he went out and did that, which was phenomenal, and it was received in different ways. But hey, they were the rules at the time, and you played the rules, and you become a world champion like Sophia's older brother.
And then you flash forward to 2021 when we have our first full season back on the championship tour. That rule being written in, can't do that anymore. You're going to be automatically disqualified if you don't let somebody actually surf their waves. And I think it's right. You know, it's unsportsmanlike. You want to be able to let people compete and actually surf out there in the time span that they have.
You know, but in other sports, if you're in a team sport and you don't do that for the team, it's considered unsportsmanlike for not doing it for your team. You know, putting the ego aside and actually doing it for the team, for example, especially in the dying moments of a game.
I think that's why board riders events are so fun and they're so valuable to learn a lot of experience. Kira Buckpet, a member of Uladilla Board Riders just left back in Oz. Haven't seen many board riders clubs yet in Brazil. I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing it very soon, though. A lot more here in the U.S. And they're really cool. Just brings a sense of community together, a lot of camaraderie, and I think most importantly, for a lot of the young surfers, being able to grow up with a lot of their idols.
Yeah.
Huge moments of not only looking up to them, but becoming one of your heroes yourself.
Perhaps we'll see that in South America as well with board rider clubs there. Obviously, they have a big beach culture. Sophia needing a 4.5 to progress through to this heat right now. Would have been in these situations so many times in her regional events and on the Challenger Series. But at your local beach, when you have a board riders club or a surf club, you're competing monthly for a ranking. It creates this camaraderie and this competition within your local ranks. So when you step out and you compete regionally, you're already bringing with you this intensity that you get at your local beach. And that's why Australia and America were so dominant, North America was so dominant in the early days of competitive surfing. Hawaii, naturally, just with the pecking orders, and it was always just a melting pot of community, surf community when they'd go over there at winter. But now we're seeing that around the world with the emergence of the regional qualification series and board rider clubs. It's really cool to see surfers with lesser of a reputation start forging their careers at competition level because they learned at their local beach.
Yeah, and you get to see different generations right there in the same event too.
Product of your surroundings.
And that is absolutely right. That is an excellent point you bring up right there, Matt. 5 minutes to go.
Both for the negative and the positive.
That could be true as well. 4.5 is what Sophia needs right now. Up and over the whitewater at a 7.5, highest score of the heat on her previous ride, and this wave, unfortunately, with priority, will not be the score that she needs. And now Buckpit, with a lot of speed on the outside, she recognizes that Medina might be close to regaining priority. She's going to try to kick out and regain it herself. 4:35 on the clock right now. Buckpit tends to ride the Slater Designs FRK model, usually a 5.4. We see Medina ride those sharp eyes very well. But an unfortunate mistake right there with priority. Went on a wave that seemed to be good at the beginning, Matt. Didn't offer up much to the inside.
Yeah, only needing a 4.5, but unfortunately that wave, it did look like it had a long tapering wall. Just think if that one was able to connect to the inside section like Kira's 6.17, we could be in a very different predicament. 4 minutes remaining. 7.5, Sophia knows what it takes. Now needing a 4.5, but Kira, by pulling out of that, regaining priority. Smart tactical surfing there from Kira. Talked about the experience that Sophia has in competition, but Kira really showing that she's been doing her practice and she's ready to take the win in this event.
That she has. Right now, though, needing a mid-4 to move up into first place. And in a desperate situation, almost paddling for that wave right there. And we have brought up the fact that we have seen a lot more sets break all the way on the outside. These surfers still pretty far on the inside, as you can see right there. A couple of lines stacking up where you mentioned that one booth on the pier is. That's a good indicator of where to sit.
For sure, and a lot of the surfers wouldn't have been lining that up yesterday and this morning. But as we're seeing an increase in swell, that might be something the coaches start talking about. See that outside section? That's not a very good wave, but you can see it peaking further out.
And Sophia's still looking at anything that can break.
Yeah.
And you get to a point in the heat, Matt, where you really just need anything you can get, right?
And she can do it in one turn, no problems. Exactly right.
No doubt. I mean, we've seen 5s, even 6s this morning by one turn. I'm just kind of starting to think, though, with this wind increasing and conditions getting a lot trickier, is that wave still available for the one turn? Oh, and that is an interesting situation right there. Did Buckpit keep Medina off of that wave? Still haven't seen Priority be switched up, and there it goes. So a block by Kira Buckpit, and Priority switches. A 4-5 is what is necessary right now for Sophia.
And I was just about to say, when that wave was coming, Sophia was doing similar to what her brother does. Starts really getting busy in those last few minutes, winning or losing. He does get really busy and quite frantic and moving around the lineup, pacing back and forth and hunting for a wave. Put the pressure on Kira, so advantage to Sophia. Now netting 4.5 with the Priority. Great tactical moment there in the heat.
Well, and that goes to show the 2 years that she spent on the Challenger Series, too. How many times do you think that's happened to her before in the past?
Yeah.
Probably
every
a few.
heat almost, yeah.
1 minute 45 now. Hitting a 4.5 is the young Brazilian surfer from Sao Paulo. Very attainable, as having a look at the Priority situation here. Call the block on Kira Buckpit, so Priority switches in favor of Medina.
Yeah, interesting. The other thing to note is that Kira didn't have any eyes for that wave, purely for the inside section for Sophia, and started stroking, looking at Sophia. That's always an indication that you've committed to the wave.
Right.
If you're looking the other way and you're just glancing at the wave and not making an active paddle.
So you don't necessarily have to paddle for the wave for it to be considered a block. You just need to keep the other surfer off of the wave. So.
Yeah, it's the intention, laying on the board, so even just facing the board one way with momentum, pushing forward. Because as you know, if you're in the right spot, you don't even need to paddle sometimes. You just push onto a wave.
Yeah. See that at pipe quite often, especially when it's small.
And frustratingly, yes, you do in free surfs too.
And it's very dangerous. So don't recommend doing it when it's 10 feet breaking on the first reef. 40 seconds to go. Sophia having a look at this wave here. That's not going to break. Needs a 4.5 to move up into first place in this heat and keep her hopes alive.
There is a wave on the outside. Will she make it in time?
And it is a right. That's how she's gotten her 7.5 in this heat. And might be on the corner of this one, Matt. 20 seconds to go.
She's going to get it.
And it might be her last effort in this heat.
Oh, it's closed out.
And it seems like she just is a bit too deep. Gonna go for the left. Has one decent turn, checks her watch, and the heat gonna be over in just a bit. So the heat's done and dusted. Don't know if this wave for Kira Buckpit is gonna count. Has a strong maneuver on the backhand though. She's looking to improve on a 5.83. Don't know if she does that with just the one single turn. We're waiting on the scores for Sophia Medina though, and not enough, Matt, at 2.47. So a big victory by the young Aussie surfer in the blue jersey, and you see the agony of defeat right there by Sophia Medina in the red. Had the highest wave of the heat and still not able to advance.
Yeah, that's devastating. A 7.5 midway through that heat, showing great form, starting off with such crisp technique. She looked like she was on fire, doing some of the smoothest surfing I've ever seen her put together. And it was Kira in the end who held on to the win in the dying moments.
Yeah, and a great performance right there by the young surfer in the blue jersey, Kira Buckpit from Australia, and a tough loss for Sophia Medina from Brazil. Mitch and Matt here with you for heat number 7. So heat number 8 officially called off. Janita Gonzalez-Etzawarri out of the event. She sustained a knee injury during the free surf, so that means we will be having a little bit of a time off. So we will be resuming the broadcast in about 20 minutes at 11:30. The official heat will be at 11:35 for opening heat of men's elimination round. See you in about 20 minutes here at the SAMBAZON World Juniors.
Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, as we descend upon the south side of Oceanside Pier, the West Coast's longest wooden pier, and a great site for this World Championship. Promise you guys something special, right? And so I'm bringing you guys something special. It is San Diego's favorite surfer, Rob Machado. Thank you for joining us, Rob.
Good morning. Is it still morning?
It's,
Yeah, it is. I think it's only like 11:30 at the moment.
Oh,
Let me just,
well then-
11:31.
Right on time.
Yeah.
Right on
It's
time.
warmed up, so I think it's like midday. We don't no
Yeah.
longer have the frost on us right now. We have had this Arctic stream coming through San Diego, which isn't very San Diego
Oh.
to me, but it's still beautiful.
It's been freezing. These mornings have been so brutal. And I just came back from the mountains, and I'm still cold.
What were you doing up in the
So-
mountains?
You know, a little snow surfing.
Nice.
I like to call it.
Nice.
You know, I stay connected to the snow.
Yeah.
Try to,
The
and
base
just-
never leaves the snow.
Yeah. Just draw some lines. Draw
Nice.
some lines. So I'm stoked to be back and to be here with you guys.
Yeah. What do you think of this competition here, Southside Pier? We're seeing some of the youngsters, 20 and under, some of the best in the world.
I know. I love the froth levels are there. Like the progression, the pushing of the sport. This is where it's coming from. And these guys and gals are really, like, yesterday's the highlights were off the charts. So fun to watch. So as we got this heat right here, my boy Levi.
Your boy Levi. He's up against Yuma Nagasawa, representing Japan. Levi Slauson from Encinitas, California. Tell us a little bit about what you know about Levi.
Levi, I mean, like I was just saying, the froth levels are so there. He, from the littlest Grom days, man, he was out there. And I used to kind of trip out because he would just be hucking airs left and right. And I was always like, oh, gosh. And falling and falling and falling, And then, but it was all those repetition that, like, he started landing things. And then he started tying in the big carves and the hooks and started spending a lot of time in Hawaii and really putting together the whole package. And we saw him last year in the junior. Make it to the final.
Yeah, final.
Correct.
Runner-up last year. Just so close in front of that hometown crowd,
Yeah.
in front of all the lot trolls over there at Seaside.
The lot trolls were out in full force. And there's probably a few lingering up here.
I hope so. I hope he brought the whole action and all of the support up here. Rosie, shades have changed out here a little bit as far as conditions. Tide continues to drop. We got a little bit of ruffle out there.
Yeah, definitely that wind coming up a little bit out of the south, making things a little bit challenging on the right-handers with the rib up the face. But yeah, I mean, we've seen great conditions all morning. Yesterday, the wind kind of came at us and then went a little bit slack. So fingers crossed it does that again. But once that southerly picks up, it usually sets in for good for the afternoon.
If we want to stress the positives, south wind, these guys will look at it as an air wind.
Yeah.
Right? These little right-handers, they'll be looking to just huck something big, and which there's a good chance that will happen.
Yeah, so we don't have, the clock has not started yet. So actually, we set the heat right now. And so these surfers, we did go on a little bit of a hold. We had an injury for the last heat of the women's elimination round. So there was a walkthrough in that heat. And so to keep our surfing on time, we took a 20-minute break. We're returning to surfing so that everyone's on time, Rosie, so nobody misses their heat.
Yeah, super considerate of the tours and competitions, just to have a look at it, make sure, anyone, because you would be looking at it. You keep close tabs on what the schedule is for the day. Everything's been timed out, so you don't want to find that you've missed the bus once you get to the beach and they've gone ahead and, just because we didn't have that heat, change the whole schedule.
Yeah, Rob, how scheduled were you as a competitor? Did you wear a watch?
In the water, I remember early days, I wore a watch, and then later, I just kind of relied on the tower, and all that stuff. But probably not good to rely on other people.
Yeah.
As far as like the schedule goes, like I think a lot of these guys come down here early in the morning and maybe have a surf, and their awareness is very much there, and you want to be prepping for a heat a couple hours in advance and getting in that mindset and knowing what board you want to ride and have a dry wetty and all those little things. You want to just tick the boxes, and the preparation is key.
So the horn hand sounded. The 30-minute heat has started between Yuma Nagasawa and Encinitas Levi Slauson. So this is for real right now. these are for scores. Open priority at the beginning of the heat here, and already we're seeing a little bit of gamesmanship in this open priority, Rob.
Yeah, I like that. These guys are paddling hard. They see something out the back, some lines approaching. You see Levi kind of heading a little south. This one might, let's see if it backs off and holds off for him. They're scratching. Doesn't look like they're going to get onto that one, but it's okay. Plenty of time left.
So we talked about Levi Slauson. Let's talk about who he's up against. Yuma Nagasawa, the 18-year-old out of Japan. His nickname BWS, a.k.a. Yaman. He's his.
I like that.
I'm reading it off the bio.
Yaman.
Yaman.
I'm already kind of backing Yuma a little bit.
Okay, here he goes. Yaman, up and riding. I wonder if he's into reggae. Yaman.
A goofy footer here, and just a tap. So he's going to hand over priority to Levi Slauson.
Tricky conditions. I'm thinking as the tide drops. You guys were here yesterday. I just saw kind of highlights and things from yesterday, but it seemed like the less tide helped out the conditions as far as the waves.
I mean, I think you can speak to it a little bit, Rob, in that with such a big coefficient in the tide, like about 7 feet, there's a little sweet spot in the change of the tide.
Yeah, definitely. Like that way we saw him get that one turn, and then the wave died out really quick, and we're back to live action.
Yuma on wave number 2, and just trying to have some connectivity through his turns. Looking pretty sharp there, Rosie.
Yeah, I was loving what I saw from Yuma yesterday in the competition. In this elimination round, he seems to have upped the ante a little bit. There's a lot of energy that is exuding on his waves, and I like to see that that intent. I think the way that you carry and the body language that you see, even on the kick out, you're like, okay, this guy means business.
Yeah. Yuma on the paddle back out, loves hip-hop, loves the rap culture. Straight Outta Compton's his favorite movie. I mean, Yaman's real, but he's got a challenge here with Levi Slauson looking sharp on the sharp eye. Stabbing it vert there. Did not get the finish, but was looking pretty electric before that, Rosie.
Yeah, so sharp, and it's fun to watch him, the way that he connects those little choppy sections on his backhand. Super knifey and compact.
Yeah, he looked really crisp on those first 2 turns. Unfortunate that he came unstuck. Let's have a look at Yuma here. Nice little snap. Wave kind of flattens out through the middle section. Has to kind of get through to the inside, and I think he gets one last little turn before he kicks out.
And here's Levi, Rob.
Yeah, Levi, nice crisp little snap. Comes straight back up into the foam, and then hops over that little flat spot for this last turn, but just loses his footing there. So.
And the surfers on the paddle back out. Little contrast in favorite spots for our 2 surfers. Levi Slauson, predictable. His favorite spot, Seaside Reef. Hometown. Yuma, his favorite spot, Pipeline and Waimea.
Nice.
So we got a little.
Wow.
Yuma's got a force right now.
Wow. That's impressive. Dropping those names for your favorite spots.
Yeah.
That's impressive. That takes a lot of commitment.
Yeah.
You know, you don't just call those out.
No. I mean, Rob, you know about Pipeline. I remember just seeing you at Cardiff Reef suck out somewhere, and you were leaving to Hawaii that year. I was all into snowboarding. I wasn't going anywhere near the surf. I'd come out every once in a while. I was living a snowboard lifestyle. I said, yeah, good luck, bro. Heavy duty at Pipeline. And I remember that was a year you won.
Wow. Crazy. Yeah, no.
And I was kind of like making fun of you on the way out and stuff,
right.
and everything, and you went over there and won.
Yeah, scrawny kid from Cardiff.
Yeah.
Good luck, kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck. With,
I'll show you, Capo.
Yeah. I'm sure you didn't have that in your mind, but you did win. Levi, up, down. This is already setting up, Rosie, to be a pretty scrappy heat.
It is tricky. I think anytime that you transition from, that being the opening heat of a round and the elimination round to boot, like there's that pressure that comes along with that. Also the changing conditions. I mean, we're going to go into a negative tide, which is pretty crazy, the amount of water that's going to leave here. This angle looks somewhat glassy, but then as soon as you see that front-on angle at sea level, you can tell that texture that's coming into play on the wave face.
Yeah, and you can see, Rob, you're a board designer now. You got your own board label. What do you think about the conditions? I mean, these guys are all riding like progressive contemporary boards, but what's the go-to as far as design?
Yeah, I've been dabbling in the high performance realm.
Yeah.
Most of my boards have been more in the fishy, a little longer, kind of playful realm, but have recently been kind of diving in, and it's so, man, the surfboards that these guys are riding these days are just so fine-tuned, and there's so little room for error. And I remember that because I was there, and I used to get boards from Al, and you'd get 10 boards, and like if you got one magic one, that was a hit, right? And you held on to that thing, and you milked that thing through an entire year if you could, right?
Right.
And so it's wild to think that you could get 10 boards from a guy like Al Merrick, and that only one of them is going to be magical. Like I remember, I would always say, like, I got to a point in my career where 8 of them were really good, and they were just really good boards. And then if I got one magic one, and then one was just maybe okay.
Yeah.
But that's how good our relationship got, and like that took a lot of time and effort on both of us working together, and the feedback and getting up to make that
to get
happen.
there.
Yeah.
And you actually transitioned in your surfing career from hand shapes to CAD designs. Did you notice when boards went through that transition where Al would shape every board by hand, so it would be hard to replicate sometimes the boards, and then once the CNC machine came in, the CADs came in, you get closer to that magic board.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm talking about. Like maybe early on in my career, if you got 10 boards, maybe only 3 or 4 of them would be good. And there would be lots of little subtle differences because they're all hand shaped. But by the end, it was like out of 10 boards, 8 or 9 of them are going to be really good. And if you're always looking for that one magic one. And it's crazy to think, how many hands surfboards go through before they're finished. They're like, you got the hot coater, you got the laminator, you got the sander, and the guy putting the fins in. I mean, I've brought I remember bringing boards back to Al, and he'd look at them and go, "Oh yeah, the fin's crooked."
Well, yeah, and that was back in both removable fin systems as well as glass-on fins. Yeah. I mean, the guy who set the fins. Yeah. He had a bad night or something, right?
Totally.
You're bummed.
Yeah.
And and it's not just the cant of the fins and the placement of the fins. It can be the toe. There's so many factors to fins.
So many factors, or if you're getting a guy at the end of the day, he's been working all day. He's tired. He's been sniffing a lot of resin. I mean, you're just getting I've done it. I've gone in there in glass boards. And man, you walk out of there, and I'm just like looking at the clouds, going, "Wow, man, this is cool." It's intense. That's it's radical work. So, hats off to all the glassers and sanders and man, like surfboard makers. Like, I don't know, the appreciation I've always just had. Once I made my own surfboards, my appreciation for them went up through the roof. So, thank you guys.
Yeah, it is. It's a unique thing to our sport and culture, just having, all of our equipment handmade, basically. How many handmade products do you actually use in your life? You know, like your car comes off of molds, all your kitchen equipments are off of molds, your iPhone is all, generated parts and stuff. Surfboards are handmade.
Yeah, and it's wild to think, like you could have a guy that is riding the exact same dimensions as you from a different shaper, and you jump on his board and it feels totally different.
Yeah.
Right? Like you ride your buddy's board and you get on that thing and you're like, wow, little different rocker, a little bit of foam moved around.
Yeah.
It's so subtle.
And I think you remember back in Channel Islands days, and even till now, is the great Tom Curran. He's a great personality, right? But Tom always feels like someone else's board is better than his own. A lot of time, riding other people's used boards. Here we go. Levi Slauson. This is a much more meaningful wave for the Seaside Local with a couple of swoops there. Nice connection through all of this ribbed out face. This is more like it. Looking for the finish, and bangs the lip for the finish, Rosie. That was what we're looking for.
Very nice. So smooth and aggressive. I like that. Saw him getting ready for his heat. He's obviously training with Matt Myers, but he looks so engaged.
Yuma trying to answer back on the backhand. Nice series of snaps there. A little downtime to try to hippity hop and connect the dots. Puts it there, vert. Whoa. nearly gives Levi Slauson a haircut on the way out.
Well, that was a good exchange right there. You know, I think these guys have, they were patient, they waited. I really liked, and we'll see in the replays, they're really tapping into the ridges in the wave. Like Levi really knifed his turns right on the ridges, and you can utilize them to gain speed. Let's have a look right here. He kind of hops over the first one right there, bang, right on the hook. And then this one, right, sticks it really tight, and it gave him that little pocket to kind of carve and get speed out. And then this is crucial right here. Speed is so important. He gets a lot of speed for this big last finishing turn and really kind of stamps that whole wave.
Talk us through Yuma's.
Yeah, Yuma, nice first snap. Again, right in that hook, in the pocket. His kind of flattened out as well. He had to get through this flat section and ended good. I wonder, scores similarity-wise, I'm kind of leaning towards Levi because he had a little more speed and a little more spark, but it's going to be close.
Oh, you could be a judge, Rob.
Hey.
Here we go. 6.83 for Levi Slauson, a 4.33, Rosie, for Yuma Nagasawa.
Yeah, you see that little bit of points disparity, and I definitely think it was that midsection of Yuma's wave where he didn't have as much spark through the turns or opportunity because the wave really flattened out, and Levi had that nice finish to his wave. But, I mean, you're watching these guys and the way that they're generating their own speed. It's just such an impressive skill set.
And there we go. We talked about Matt Myers and Myers Surf Mentorship. There is the support squad for Levi Slauson. You ever had a coach when you were competing?
No, coaches.
It's kind of a new thing.
It's kind of a newer
Well, it's
thing.
a new generation thing, yeah.
You know, I had my dad. My dad was on my
Yep.
side, and that was. My dad was more just like help check the boxes.
Right.
He said, "I'm going to get you the contest. I'll get you down to the beach on time. You don't have to think. You know, make sure you're fed. There's Cheerios in the fridge. You know, all the good stuff." As we see Levi, knife, a little floater to a little cutty. See if he gets an inside. Nice little stick right there, and he kicks out.
Yeah,
It might have been a split peak right there. We'll see.
So we'll catch up with Yuma. Yuma went left, and we'll catch up and see how the Japanese surfer fared on that last wave. But, yeah, there he is on the paddle back out. Did you have a coach, Rosie?
I didn't know. Yeah, kind of a solo program.
Solo.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, the parents that were there for guys like me, my dad, you know, he said, "Hey, I'll give you my opinion if you want.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit here and look at the waves." And he surfed, and he'd say, like, he would more analyze what was happening, like if scores were higher from guys getting waves over there versus down at that peak.
Yeah.
You know, there's a couple lefts over there, there's rights over there, you know, like,
Yeah.
you know, like make a game plan, and then once you're out there, you're on
It's
your own.
on your own, yeah. Well, here's a replay, Rosie, Levi Slauson.
Yeah, Levi trying to tap that first section there to generate that speed. I like that little float. I mean, yesterday we really saw this guy produce such great rides out of really nothing waves, and that's such a hard thing to do. And Yuma on his forehand here. Let's see if this one stands up on the inside. Beautiful tail slide. Unfortunately, goes down there in that trough.
All right, so the score in, Levi Slauson gets the backup for his 6.83 with a 3.4. And Yuma going down. That cost them at a 2.2. Halfway through the heat is a perfect time to take a break. We'll be back with more of this heat, more Rob Machado here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship. SAMBAZON has partnered with Murph Electric Bikes to bring 2 lucky winners this one-of-a-kind custom SAMBAZON Murph Electric bike. You don't want to miss out on this 3,500 prize package, including 3 months of SAMBAZON packets, acai bowls, SAMBAZON branded Yeti coolers and drinkware, and the e-bike of your dreams. How do you do there? You scan this QR code on your screen to enter, or if you're down in Oceanside, you come by the SAMBAZON booth, enter for your chance to win that Murph electric bike and all that SAMBAZON. Good stuff.
I test rode the bike.
How is it?
It's great. Love it. Wouldn't leave home without it.
So what happened during the break, Rosie?
Yeah, Yuma on his backhand. Nice connection there. And he get the 2-turn combo. A little sticky on the second there. First turn was looking great. Wish he could have got a little bit more verticality on the second.
I like the word.
Hope it is one.
It's
Gets that
surfing.
point.
We make up maneuvers. We make up words. It's all part of the culture. We change dialogue.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Your favorite surf slang, Rob?
We get there.
What's your favorite surf slang?
Oh, jeez, on the spot. Jeez. Yeah. I mean, I came in frothing.
There you go.
Like the froth.
Yeah. I like gnarly because there's a silent G in front of it.
Yeah.
Which makes it even more G.
Yeah. I mean, I like to froth my coffee in the morning. So there's lots of levels of froth.
You got one, Rosie?
Cooking.
Oh, you're South African.
Cooking.
That's right.
Cooking.
I'm cooking with all these layers now, but yeah. Usually we talk about the surf. Refer to it as cooking. I don't know, there's some nostalgia where just like when
I love
hear
food
that line.
too, you know.
Yeah,
I mean, food
I love to
plays
cook.
into food.
Cooking.
Yeah. So
It's versatile.
Well, good stuff. As the day has warmed up, the conditions have changed into this Heat 1 of the men's elimination round. And a little replay here of a 4.27 for Yuma Nagasawa, who's trailing Levi Slauson. One more look at it, Rosie.
Yeah, really nice right here. Just there's extra emphasis that these guys are kind of turning up a notch. You know, when you have that, looking at a wave, it only has offering up that one section. Just throw everything at it. Even that little bit of frustration that he might be feeling at the moment for just be trailing Levi. 5.91 is what's required. So
yeah,
let's see it if he can make it happen for himself.
Yeah.
yeah, his last 2 waves, he had that first maneuver on the right that was beautiful, like really crisp backside, and that frontside snap on the left. So he just needs to sync a few of those together to really get a number kind of up in the higher range there that he needs.
Well, here he goes. Yuma Nagasawa. These are 5.91 to turn the heat on Levi Slauson. Doing some decent work on the backhand, but a little bit of downtime to have to Oceanside hop his way into the shore break, but no real reward on the inside. So we'll see if that's a 5.91. What are your thoughts, Ro?
Yeah, it's going to be touch and go for that score, but that wave was twofold there because Levi took off on it. Yuma decided to use his priority, so kind of a blocking tactic, but then also might come into his scoreline.
Levi Slauson, again, really great rail control on that turn, but that wave just dissipates. And you can see a little bit of frustration in the body language of Levi on the paddle back out. Coach Rob Machado, what would you tell Levi right now in the heat? He's got the lead in 9.5 minutes.
Patience, you know, like you're bettering a 3.4 at this point, and just wait. As we saw, Yuma on that last wave, not his last wave, but his previous left was a one-turner, and he got a 4.27. So it's really waiting for the waves that can give you those opportunities to get the more explosive maneuvers, right?
There you see Levi having to kick out of that wave as Yuma decides to flex his priority. And we were mentioning earlier, just if this guy can get the 2 dynamic sections to combo up his maneuvers, this one's kind of going out to sea. And he's doing so much hard work for not much reward.
Yeah, you would have hoped for a nice finish on that one, but it didn't really ramp up as we see Levi on that one turn kick out. So nothing there. Levi's going to be patient, and here he is.
On the backhand this time, Slauson with a nice slash off the top. Good bowly section to greet him with a second slash. And that could have done the job. Slauson looking to improve upon a 3.4. 2 quality turns there. Whitewater roll in, not ideal for Yuma Nagasawa. Caught on the heels here. He's sticking with it. Then he gets a big snap there. But it's just going to be 1 turn for the score.
Oh, you can't help but just feel sorry for Yuma because he had to go on that wave. It was a bigger set. The takeoff obviously was a little sticky, but he got to that first section, and it was just going to be that quick transition to get to the second. And that, I feel, would have been the number, Rob. Like, that wave had that number on it.
If he, he was probably wishing he was another 20 yards out. Get into that wave nice and early. I mean, the turn that he did on that wave was beautiful when he finally, and he did so much work. Belly boarded the takeoff, fought through the whitewater, get around the section, and then nailed 1 turn. And if he could have nailed another turn, that would have been super helpful. But, I mean, if you could have started that wave at the beginning, that takes you into the excellent range.
Go through some replays here, Rosie.
Yeah, well, like we said, Levi only looking to improve upon a 3.4. Let's see. It's, I think, from the scoreline, but this one from Yuma is just a little bit heartbreaking watching the way this one eventuated because that first turn was so bang on. You're just looking for that quick transition, but it shut down before he could find some open face.
Oh, he was so close. Had to get to his feet, had to get around the section, battled and battled and battled, and then bang, nailed the section. And you could see it in his mind. He was like, I'm going to go right back up and hit another one, and the wave just wasn't cooperating.
Yeah, timing is key in positioning. I'm sure Yuma would have loved to have that back and a second chance at that. Now he's trailing. We got 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Levi Slauson with heat control. Slauson with the lead, with priority. He put himself in a really good position right now towards the back third of this heat.
Yep, he's in control. He's still sitting on a 3.4, and Yuma only needs a 5.9. So he's still got to look for that score. I think you're still very active. I want to better a 3.4 as we see a nice kind of line out the back. These guys are going to duck dive, but
yeah. Again, Kuiper Guerrero, Rosie Hodge, Rob Machado, San Diego's favorite surfer, and we're on the North Shore of San Diego, Oceanside, California, which has welcomed us. And date number 2 for the World Junior Championships.
It's all happening, man. Good to be here.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Really appreciate that. And we got another one of San Diego's favorites. We got Levi Slauson out in the water right now. He's in a lead over Japan's Yuma Nagasawa. A little bit of a paddle battle here. Slauson with priority, so it's decision time for Levi Slauson, and he's going to use that priority. Flying down the line. Nice carve to start. We're flying right by with him. Rail grab, lip glide, gets back up and kind of forces the issue for the finish. Levi Slauson. So looking to better 3.4 and extend his lead in this heat. May have just done that. It would be beneficial to have a different angle on that, I feel, to really know what's going on, Rosie.
Yeah, I was holding my breath the whole way through that wave because he goes for that first roundhouse, and usually that keeps you in that sweet spot of being in the pocket, but he almost put him a little bit too far back when he was approaching those turns. But still, the 2-turn combo at the end there, super explosive, but good to see another angle of it. Here we go, Rob.
Yeah, up front angle. Trying to utilize those bumps. Nice wrap. Gets a nice little hit. Little bit stuck behind, fights up. The section wasn't really there to hit, but he did a good job to kind of finish that with that last maneuver.
I think regardless, he's going to drop that 3.4. And from this angle, it almost seems like he gets pushed a little bit too far back. But on that front-on angle, you can tell that that first turn was really nice in the sweet spot.
Well, ultimately, Levi Slauson would love to better that score. and really get a 2-for-1 in that. He would have blocked Yuma from a potentially good wave, and then he would have improved upon his scoreline. Judges are still deliberating right now over that last wave score, and we'll deliver it to you as soon as they deliver it to us. We're under 4 minutes on the countdown, and looks like the waves are coming a little bit more alive with this lower tide, Rosie.
Yeah, it has kind of had that moment where it's gone through its little transition with the tide and the wind, and it's looked to be a little bit more settled with those last few sets. Looking pretty fun.
Wave selection is key.
Yeah.
You know, like that wave, you could tell Yuma wanted it, and Levi recognized that. He knew it was going to better 3.4, which he did. It just came in at a 7.23.
He not only did he better it, he doubled it. So Levi Slauson, we talked about the 2-for-1, got the block, way improved his score, highest wave so far, Rosie, and put Yuma Nagasawa in the corner. Now Nagasawa needs a 9.73.
Eesh, that's, I would say, in my mind, for Yuma, just to cut that into a more digestible process, he'd be looking for 2 waves. He's got the 2 fours in his scoreline, but the time is the issue. But you can tell with Levi, he's a little bit irritated to find himself in this elimination round. Yesterday he performed so well, but yeah, he's really turning the screws on Yuma.
Well, Yuma's going to have to go crazy here.
Yeah, if he's going to do it, he's got to do it right now. Yeah, I mean, you only got under 3 minutes now, so time is the essence, and he's going to have to jump on something, and that's, you know, losing priority now. He just gave priority back to Levi, so Levi, I'm sure, is going to cozy up next to him.
Yeah. Yeah, and Levi should be able to shut this out. But, you know, really, Yuma, we saw the score that he needs on the graphic there at 9.73. Rob, is there a 9.73 out there?
Exactly. Does that even exist on a day like today?
That's, yeah. I mean, conceptually, every day should have a 10, right?
Right.
But I don't know.
What does it look like? You know, how would you imagine a 10 today?
Yeah.
It's kind of tough to
You'd
imagine.
have to just be like a Medina backflip or something like that.
Yeah, you know, maybe
2 of them.
2 of them.
Maybe the wave that Yuma had, if you caught it way out the back and you just laced, you know, 5 big turns together with a big air at the end, you know, like, does that take you into that high, excellent range?
Yeah.
Here comes the set. Yuma's probably thinking I should have utilized my priority a little differently. Let's see this wave. It's kind of going out to sea.
Well, at any rate, no matter how this ends up, I want to know more about Yuma Nagasawa. We're going to see more of him in the future. He seems like an interesting character. You know what I mean? Yaman. BWS Yuma. So, yeah. I like him. He's 18. We got a lot more surfing to see out of this youngster out of Japan. But all indications right now, Rosie, is that we're going to see Levi Slauson into the round of 16.
Yeah, we're going into under a minute remaining. I mean, Levi's got to be happy with the way that he executed his game plan. He's continually increased his scoreline, and the 7.23, just taking those numbers and calibrating them and thinking about how you can ramp up in the next rounds. This is a nice little benchmark for him.
Yeah, his surfing looked really crisp, really on point. Like I was talking about, utilizing those ribs in the wave and really kind of pushing off them and actually gaining speed. As we see Levi, this is kind of like a victory lap for him. And looks like, oh, down the line. Yuma going down. So, yeah, that'll wrap the heat. Those guys will be coming in. But, yeah, good surfing by Levi. He really, like Rosie said, executed a great game plan and capitalized at the end there with the biggest score of the heat.
So Levi Slauson into the round of 16. We're going to reseed that round, so we don't know who Levi is going to come up against in that round of 16, but hopes continue for the hometown boy here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Champs. This wave coming in for Yuma is a ride to the beach. It's going to be a score, but not the score he needs. Well, thank you, Rob. Thanks for joining us. It was great to catch up.
Always.
Thanks for helping give away that bike to the two lucky people with SAMBAZON. We're going to have that Murph electric bike giveaway, so thanks for that.
Hey, I'm stoked to be here and just stoked to see these events happening. You know, these kids really need these events, and it's great to see all these kids come together from all over the world, and they get to measure their abilities against each other, and it great spot here at Oceanside.
Yeah, consistent, and it's been performing. Rosie, I think we're going to trade you out too in the next heat. We're going to be back with more.
Trade-ins.
We're bringing Rosie out. We're bringing another guest in. Thank you, Rob Machado. We'll see you right after this break. We're back at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship hosted by Best Western. We're into the elimination round for men, and heat number 2 is out in the water with Brody Sale from the Big Island of Hawaii and Japan's Manojo Yahagi. Elimination round, man-on-man competition here. 30-minute heat, some Kaipogura, along with Matt, the Waxhead Chinaski, and by popular demand, we've extended Rob Machado's stay here on the set. Thanks for sticking around, Rob, because in this heat, we got a young man that I think you followed some of his development as a young surfer, Brody Sale. Eyes have been on this young man for a long time.
Absolutely. You know, I have spent some time on the Big Island where Brody is from, and seen him as a fiery little grom out at Banyans, just ripping around, and lots of flair. And as we see right here, we've had action already.
Yeah, this is Yahagi. Manojo. Brody Sale will actually just, has an early advantage over Brody with a 5.33. That thing kind of popped up out of nowhere, Rob.
It did. That was a surprise right there. Manojo taking full advantage of, difficult conditions. You got this south wind blowing in these ribs. So on these right-handers, we saw Levi do it, and it's really crucial on how you time your turns on these ribs. And you can push off of them and actually gain speed. So it's really kind of nailing that timing, pushing off those ribs, and then finding the good connections and really linking up with the lip. If the timing is good and the explosiveness is there, the judges, we saw Levi get rewarded on his last wave, the highest scoring wave of the heat.
Yeah, and we before we got into that replay, we were talking a little bit about the young Banyan surfer, Brody Sale, coming up. Good friend of yours, Shane Dorian, took Brody under his wing very early on.
Absolutely, yeah. The community over there is amazing. All the guys really kind of work together, and Shano's obviously the godfather there, and he kind of keeps his eye on all the groms. He had his grom contests that we used to all go to for years and years, which was insane. Here's Brody right here. Nice little backhand snap.
Oh.
Ooh, just coming unstuck. Looked like a wax situation potentially there.
I would put that in the category of unforced error there, Matt.
Yeah, and you just said before, Rob, about using those chops and banking off and getting a speed, and in that case, it working against Brody there with that chop coming back at you. Got the south wind with a little bit of that west swell, and it's very tricky to place your board in that turn. So here, first turn is lovely, slices off this one, and yeah, just the front foot losing traction. If he'd have made that, I think it would have been comparable to that 5.33 in Minojo. You'd hate to, draw comparisons to the waves in Japan, but every time I've competed or surfed in Japan, inevitably it turns onshore and small. So you have to say advantage to Minojo with these conditions.
Yeah. Well, let's, hey, Seaside, raise up. Your boys in the round of 16. Levi Slauson made it through a difficult heat, but made it look easy. And Levi is with Mitch Salazar.
Definitely made it look easy in tough conditions, Kaipo. Last year's runner-up at this event, Levi Slauson. Congratulations into the round of 16. Towards the tail end of the heat, you had to make a decision with priority, not only block your opponent, but also try to convert on a score. You were able to double your score at the end.
Yeah, it's not pretty out there. It's in the way the wind came on pretty strong out of the south, and wasn't really what I was expecting for today. But yeah, I made it happen. Yesterday I had a close heat. I just made a mistake and fell on one of my waves, and I lost just barely short. So yeah, had to surf round 2. But yeah, just any heat out here is fun. Stoked to be in Oceanside this year, and yeah, looking forward to the rest of the week.
At World Juniors right now, but I want to focus on the regional QS. Since August, you've had 4 events. Your worst place is a 3rd place. 3 finals, and 2 of those have been victories. What's changed in 2023 and now at the beginning of 24?
Yeah, I think mostly just my mindset going into contests. I've just been trying to just enjoy myself more, and yeah, not trying to put any too much pressure on myself. I think competition already adds a little bit of a pressure level to everybody, of course, but I think that's why we all enjoy doing it so much. So I've kind of just been trying to just enjoy my surfing and enjoy myself, and yeah, have fun, and just trying to go into heats just thinking about just trying to surf good and put on a show. And yeah, like you said, I've had good results over the last couple weeks, but this week I'm here focused on the World Juniors. I want to do one better than last year. So yeah, I'm just stoked to be competing again. I just been loving all the competitions, and yeah, just stoked to be here.
You look very happy, and last thing, Rob Machado in the booth, he was in there for your heat too, has a lot of high praise for you, not only as an uncle, but he's seen you grow up inside and outside of the water. When you have high praise from somebody like that, what kind of confidence does that give you at an event like this?
Yeah, for sure. I've known Rob since I was a tiny little kid, pretty much since I started surfing, and yeah, he's always been a guy I look up to. And you know, throughout this whole area of Southern California, I have so many guys to look up to, and so many people to thank for showing me good surfing at such a young age. You know, so I had a really good platform growing up, getting to watch everybody surf, like Rob, and you know, guys like Damien Hobgood, Jake Marshall, Taylor Clark, those kind of guys, and yeah, they kind of mentored me and you know, showed me the path on this competing thing. And yeah, Rob helped me a lot last year at the World Juniors. He was kind of coaching me down there at Seaside. So yeah, stoked to hear he's speaking highly of me. That's always a good thing. But yeah, I'm just stoked to be where I'm at.
Congrats, Levi. Thank you.
A very articulate interview by Levi Slauson and Brody Sale going to town here. Brody Sale taking some stale bread and making some delicious bread pudding is what I'm seeing right now, because Rob, he's putting it together, and it's not pretty out there.
All kinds of activity going down right during that interview, which was great. Congrats, Levi. But we saw that wave he just rode, and then on the wave previously, it was basically one maneuver.
Yeah.
But it was a very spicy little frontside air reverse, and let's see which wave we get right here. Kind of hops over this section and bang, hucks the fins towards the beach and just rides out clean. And then just able to get one little float. So really just, that was a one-turner, and he drops a 6.
Yeah. This was a 4.17, Matt, for Minojo Yahagi.
A little larger in size, and unfortunately there was no clear section for him to hit. It was very down the line. So the score will be compressed on that one. But yeah, unbelievable to see Brody. And this is his second wave that we saw in just as we came back from the interview. This one, a little more open face, nice flow, 2 excellent carves here, sets up that one. Looks like a little inside point break here, and he gets the reform. and he banks that one off the top and hammers that one shut. So, and he's still going on the inside. That'll go into his top two. No doubt we'll wait for those scores.
Rob, I want to talk a little bit about the boards that Brody's riding. He's under Slater Design, but that's part of the Firewire company, and you make boards under there. You guys share different constructions with this. We're going to get back to the board talk because Yahagi going upside down on the backhand.
Beautiful first turn there.
So that was a really nice first turn. He needs a 5.88 at this point to take the lead off of Brody Sale. Brody Sale went back-to-back with a 6-point ride and a 5.2. But back to the construction, what makes those Firewire boards, or what's the part of that construction that makes them so springy?
Yeah, you know, it's the epoxy core, and then we have a layer, kind of like a shell that goes on the outside, and it's just a different way of flex, right? You know, some of the construction, I'm not sure what model he's riding, but we'll have stringers down the rail. So it's really just moving the flex out of your traditional stringer down the center, maybe putting stringers out on the rail with that shell and, you know, with the epoxy. That kind of combo in waves like this gives you that, like, lightness and that free and that spring.
Because I can see, the spring's kind of visual. You can see it sometimes with really good surfers. You can see them flexing off of their board. So that's what it is.
Yeah, you get that really nice spring and that really good pop. And, you know, in a lot of Southern California conditions, and I mean, like we were talking about Japan, we were talking about the East Coast, like we all end up surfing waves like this at some point. So it's nice to have a board under your feet that feels really lively.
Yeah. Surfing's all about feelings, right? So if you can ignite some of those feelings, especially in a heat scenario, it's always nice to be inspired and feel good when you're on, so you feel lively.
Or even, you know, even for like everyone, every surfer, if you have a board that can make this stuff fun for you, you're going to surf a lot more often.
Right.
You're going to look forward to surfing.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah, you want to have a board that you look out at waves like this and you're like, oh, yeah, let's go. It's on.
Yeah.
Like, I'm totally down. And you know, some of my most success, like, the most success I had was when I had a really good groveler.
Yeah.
Because let's be realistic. Like, when you travel around the world, you're not going to be surfing perfect waves all the time. There's a lot of days where you're going to have waves like this. And I had a board that was like, it had to be under shoulder high, and it was like, that was my go-to. And I felt like I was indestructible. And that was just changed my mindset from the moment I knew I was going to ride that board. I was like, oh, I feel the confidence level like went through the roof.
Yeah. I mean, I saw it with you, Rob. I saw that era with you where you were hovering on the water, zigzagging through things, making heats and making other people look.
Huntington is a peak.
Making other people look slow. You know what I mean? And it was a cool era, and I could see that confidence with the equipment.
So I can't stress it enough with these guys, and as we see Brody looking at this left-hander, it's got a nice little pop going right now. This board looks, jinxed him. Sorry.
Yeah, it's what we do.
But, Manojo. A nice little right-hander. Flying down line. Boom. Hucks it. Wow. There's his answer to Brody right there for the one-turner.
So
do we compare those two?
We should.
That was, you know,
now,
like
one was a little bit more inverted. But it felt to me that Brody's had more pop.
Right.
Perhaps, but we'll see where the numbers end up between those two.
Yeah, size of the wave too. You know, like it'd be interesting to see them together. Let's see the replay.
So here we go, Yahagi.
Bigger wave as well. Hits the section inverted and right in front of Brody as well. So just the single turn, and this was the 6. So flatter wave and really manufactured that section, which at the point of the heat was incredible. It came from nowhere.
What do you think, Rob? Which one do you like better, the invert or the pop?
Gosh, I mean, I'm gonna lean towards Manojo right now. I'm not a judge, but
he should be one. 7.5 drops in for Manojo Yahagi. So you got that straight on, a 1.5 above Brody Sale's air rotator.
A pressure has been applied.
And surprising pressure. I mean, coming into this heat, I would have said Brody Sale by far is going to be the favorite in this heat. And that's one of the cool things about, Matt, these World Juniors, these juniors, is that you get to see new characters, new surfers, guys you didn't know about, like right here.
Yeah, hucks that one around. And the best thing about Manojo, doing some study on him, is he's been competing on the QS for quite a number of years, 2019 being his first year, and he hasn't had any considerable results to speak of. So with the man-on-man format, he'll be absolutely relishing this opportunity right now. Half an hour heats. The opportunity is his to put himself on that world stage. He's doing a great job of it so far.
Yeah, he's got command of this heat. Yahagi with the lead. Yahagi with priority. So halfway through, the Japanese surfer is taking control. Brody Sale, you can see, needs a 6.84. Not a small number, Rob.
Not a small number. And these guys are really taking it to each other. Brody's surfing great. Manojo has just really had a little, that last air was, you know, just kind of sent it over the line. So Brody's he's got time. He's got plenty of time. Like you said, just under halfway, and he's got to be patient. He's got to wait for those opportunities, finding the right wave to be able to give him the opportunities, right?
The criteria, speed, power, and flow, there's a lot of heats, a lot of locations. Obviously, you did so well in hollow left-handers as well. I feel like your surfing would have been received so well in the modern era of professional surfing. Do you see heats where you wish you were out there and your surfing could have been actually even more rewarded than what it was?
That's interesting, you know, like I grew up in waves of like this, you know, like Oceanside. And so I had to learn to generate speed in where speed didn't exist, right? And it was like that. I felt like that helps so much when you can generate a ton of speed, as we see Brody generating a ton of speed and unfortunately coming unstuck there. Manojo out the back.
Oh,
wow. Just
no. Oh. Thought he was going to pull that one off.
Wow.
All right. Well, Rob, thank you again. Thanks for all the
guys.
Accolades. Thanks for being San Diego's favorite. Thanks for having us here.
Yeah. Stoked to be here. Appreciate you guys.
We'll be back. We're going to see if Brody Sale can come back, but right now, it's all Yahagi. Back at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship, hosted by Best Western, and Brody Sale in the red jersey has to overcome a quick-footed Manojo Yahagi out of Japan. Yahagi with the lead, a big 7.5 for inverted air reverse earlier in this heat. We got 11 minutes on the clock, on the countdown. Kaipo Guerrero along with Matt, the Waxhead Shanaski. And when we look at our Best Western fan picks, the majority of you thought it was all going to be Brody Sale, but surprise. Well, here we go. Brody trying to make the comeback. Quick twitch off the lip there.
Oh.
And realizes he really needs to
Yeah.
go for it. He needs a big number, Matt. He needs a 6.84.
Using priority on that wave, I felt like he was in two minds. First impression, where it looked like an air section at the beginning. I was about to comment that it's turning into a bit of an air show with that southerly starting to blow up, and it's a great air wind, and it's making it difficult to maintain that flow down the line. So in two minds, Brody, he needs to pick what he's going to go to, turns or airs, because a 6.84 is very attainable.
Yahagi on the paddle here. He's already got a solid scoreline of a 7.5 and a 5.33. He's going to decide to activate on this wave. Some froth to deal with. Looking down the line. One-minded. Looking for an air. Busts the air. Puts it down. Rides it out. Glue foot. Yahagi.
Following the line of that bird that was flying on the inside of the screen, that was just what this heat needed at this point in time. 6.84 for Brody. I think that's going to be a bigger requirement now. Looking to drop a 5.33. That was excellent timed aerial there. You knew he was ramping up for it, and he pulled it off as well. Wait to see that bird on the inside of the screen, Kaipo. That was such good camera work.
So waiting for the score for our Japanese surfer. I feel Brody Sale, as well as when we looked at our Best Western fan picks, kind of like a little bit caught by surprise in this heat. We know Brody's a very talented surfer in a wide range of surf, large to small, airs to barrels. But right now, he's going to have to solve the jigsaw puzzle that is the Southside Oceanside Pier.
Yeah.
With all this warble and stringers in the wave. Replay here of Yahagi.
Watch how nimble he is here, and he ramps up this section, and he just shows some aggression as he bottom turned into that, really hucked it into the air. Real foamy, but you knew he'd just here. Starts telegraphing, it comes low, and watch that bird there. Beautiful camera work. And he hucks that all the way around, so great work and pulls that off. You know that he's been practicing specifically for conditions like this, and that's perfect timing for an air reverse and textbook technique there. It'd be nice to see what this one locks in at. That bird was pretty cool, right?
The score coming in right now, and 4 judges have gone excellent. Waiting for judge number 5 to lock it in. He goes right under excellent, but it averages out to an excellent score of an 8.17. Combine that with a 7.5, and now the Japanese surfer has put Brody Sale really in the corner, needing a 9.67 if he wants to do it on one wave.
Yahagi Airlines has landed. He's doing a fantastic job in this heat, going to the air, reading the conditions. We haven't had conditions conducive to aerials for the most part. There's been no big sections necessarily. It's been more down the line, but great wave selection from Minojo and great technique as well.
Here we go with Brody. Still got time to overcome that with 2 waves, but once things start falling apart, they tend to roll downhill. And now Brody just trying to play catch up, and I feel a little bit of, urgency in his surfing.
Doesn't need to be that urgency either, because on that 2.13, his last wave, a similar set of maneuvers. If he can pull that off, it's going to be a mid-range score to go higher than his 6, no doubt, because he had a lot of speed. It was a critical section. So we've just got to start pulling those off and chipping away at that 9.67. But it's always daunting knowing you're probably going to have to break that down into 2, and there's still enough time to get 2 waves and maybe a pair of, a 7, and maybe then look at an 8.5. And the air is going to have to be included at some point. We know he can do it. 6-point ride was a great air earlier in this heat.
Flying by, you can see the lineup, and we can see as the tide has receded throughout the day with a big tide coefficient, the break has moved further and further out to sea. Way outside now is Yahagi, waving to our on-site commentators to get the update. He's going to be happy when he hears the numbers and his situation. He's got total heat control right now with a big lead and priority. Set coming through right now. Is he going to take it or hold on to control? He's going to decide to take it. Just a bank to start. Priority air. That's bad news for Yahagi. Threw that away. Good news for Brody Sale. Brody now with a little bit more of a chance having priority out there. My feelings, Matt, is Manojo did not need to take that wave.
No, and it's as he was paddling back out a couple of minutes ago when that score of the 817 would have been read out, I was wondering what he would have been feeling at this point in the heat, knowing that you've almost got your other competitor in combination land. It's an awkward time, 10 minutes to sit there and wait. Or do you try and better that 7.5? Chances of bettering that are very low statistically as we look at all the scores in this event so far.
Luke Thompson coming up in the next heat. Preparing, visualizing. Next heat's going to be a all South African challenge in heat number 3 of the elimination round.
Yeah, it's a shame it went that way. That'll be a heat that these two have surfed many rounds together regionally as well, so it'd be interesting to see what comes up in that one.
Under priority, our heat leader, Manojo Yahagi. Throws that away. That doesn't matter. No harm, no foul. The situation remains the same. Brody Sale, as the clock ticks down, needs a wave, needs to get busy. He still has barely enough time to get that lead in 2 waves. As the clock ticks down, Matt, it's going to turn more and more into just a 1-wave show for Brody Sale.
And he's going to have some of that composure that we just saw Luke Thompson on the beach, really starting to be present and draw himself into the moment. A 9.67 is possible, but it is good to see these junior surfers against adversity really reaching into their playbook and using their experience. We saw it in the women's draw, Kira Buckpit up against Sophia Medina. You'd have to say advantage to Medina with all the experience, but Kira coming through with the goods, capitalizing, but maturity in a lot of these surfers' preparation, which is so encouraging to see.
See some lines out the back, so some opportunity coming through. No doubt if Brody Sale was able to get that wave, 9.67, probably be the cup noodle wave of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 9 from
Laura Rock currently holding on to that number and that wave. But we still got lots of surfing to be had. Here we go, Brody Sale. And sometimes things just do not go your way.
At the beginning of the heat, we commented on the flex and the pop that he had in his airs. Towards the latter end of this heat, it looks like that board's the complete opposite. He's bouncing off it, it's sliding out, and a little too reactive at times. So, pros and cons of surfboard design. But he's got the skill, we know he does. But now it is just coming down to, it's looking like it's going to come down to 1 wave for Brody.
Well, Brody still maintained priority. 2.5 minutes. All is not lost as of yet. Looks like we get some lines, and you can see how much beach we've gained throughout the day in this aerial footage.
I was just thinking why Manojo was keeping so busy in the last 5 minutes. One thing that the viewers at home need to be tuned into is this is the World Juniors, and a lot of these surfers, although they've traveled a lot, English isn't a lot of their first language. And if you, with the wind as well, if you're not understanding the beach announcement,
you may not know. Huh?
No, exactly, and it happens more often than not. And it's just something we take for granted, hearing in English the beach announcement. So these are those little things that our competitors that are coming from overseas and likewise in other countries that surfers have to be aware of. You have to keep surfing your own heat, and maybe Manojo thinks he can better that 7.5, but may not know a 9.67 is a requirement for Brody.
Looks like second wave of the set's good looking wave. Actually capping on the outside of the competitors.
Actually pulled off a wave the other day at Sunset Beach, and I said go, and everyone said, I thought with your Aussie accent you said no. That was crucial. Embarrassing, actually.
Here we go. Sail into the air, but unable to put it down. Well, he's going to go out swinging We're under a minute now, and you can see the frustration for Hawaii's Brody Sale. He's going to tap out of this. He's going to tap out of this heat. And Manojo Yahagi has fired a flare into the air for a surfer that everyone should be paying attention to in this competition, with a pretty monster heat total of a 15.67. Remember, 16.2 wave total. That's an excellent heat. And it is now official. Take a look at numbers there. Big numbers for Japan and Manojo Yahagi. He makes his way in. Brody Sale eliminated from competition. Brody will gather himself for the next event. We'll be back with more action. Luke Thompson, Luke Lepron. Duke it out. South Africa's battle when we return.
SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, is brought to you by Best Western Hotels and Resorts, and by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
Might just be my new favorite surfer. Taking a big win here in the elimination round is Manojo Yahagi. He takes out Brody Sale, a former quarterfinalist at this event, and the young Japanese surfer into the round of 16 with a stellar performance of a 15.67 heat total. Mitchell Salazar here with Matt Chonosky, elimination round, heat number 3 out there in the water. And you're reading that correctly. 2 South Africans in the water, both named Luke. One L-U-K-E, the other one L-U-C. You have Thompson versus Lepron. It is Cape Town versus Durban out there in the blue and the red. Matt Thompson, great style, perhaps one of the best in the event. Was a participant of this event last year when it was at Seaside Reef. First time we're seeing Lepron in a big international stage. Only 17 years of age. Meanwhile, Luke Thompson, he's been on the Challenger Series before. Big changes in the tide this morning, 7:35 a.m., 6.6 feet. Low, 2:59 in a couple hours. A negative tide.
You can see the high tide mark to the right of the screen. It was actually eroding almost the beach tower. We've got trenches built to try and recede any of the water that will come up overnight. And look at how far that tide's drained out. So a very different lineup to what these surfers checked this morning. It was a full shore break scenario with a condensed peak. We are still seeing the surfers sit together, although the waves have moved a couple of 100 meters further out. And this is likened to what you might see in Europe tides.
Right, we do have a full moon going, a new moon, I
New
should
moon,
say.
yeah.
A quick in and out right there from Thompson, so priority is established. Priority now sitting with the 17-year-old from Scottsboro and Durban. The big boy out there, 6 feet 2 inches, 189 pounds for the local of Scottsboro Point. His favorite break is Scottsboro Pipe. So riding a Graham Smith shapes like most South Africans, even including Thompson, are out there. 6'1" times 19 and a quarter, 2 9/16.
Wow.
Close to 32 liters, which is pretty big board if you consider a junior surfer to be riding a normal shortboard out there. And it seems like he's up and riding, using priority here on the backhand. His specialty, Matt, as goes into the lip once. And a nice aggressive turn right there, but unfortunately comes unglued towards the end. Just under 26 minutes on the clock.
I want to see what happened there. It could have been another wax malfunction. We saw that in the previous heat with Brody Sale. Just a 0.43, well, a 2.5 for that one, I should say, with 0.43 for Luke Thompson. Powerful goofy foot. That's what I took from his heat yesterday. And here we go. Here's this opening turn. So nice throwing buckets there and lines up for this one. It was looking good. Comes down and just pokes the nose. Perhaps a little front foot slip off, Mitch.
And what's really cool about LePrant, he's competing at this event with his younger sister, Lulu. She was a competitor last year at Seaside Reef. Great, amazing surfers. Both of them goofy footers from Durban and, you know, always smiling. They've been in California for around 10 days, I'd say. Surfed with them on New Year's Day over there in Huntington Beach, Southside. Made their way to Oceanside Pier around a week ago. And they've been practicing ever since right here. Thompson now having a look. And he's going to use priority. A great surfer out of Cape Town. A lot of energy and always smiling. As you can see right there, has fantastic flow on this wave so far. Nothing major, but a real good opening ride for Luke Thompson. He's going to kick out with just under 25.
As far as building a house at the beginning of the heat, that was the perfect way to do it. A couple of nice moments on that wave to settle any nerves if you had any going into this elimination round. You can definitely see maturity and the competition knowledge that he carries through that. I like this one little moment where he did a little speed burst off the whitewater.
And now LePrant with the answer back. You mentioned him having a lot of torque coming out of the bottom turn right there, Matt. It's noticeable, especially when he gets that fade going off of the whitewater.
Yeah, when he comes back around off the bottom and draws it off the top, he's the type of surfer that only needs a two-turn combo to go excellent because of the sheer power. And obviously we don't necessarily mean overpowering the wave, but just the timing. If someone like that with that frame is able to connect, they only need two turns. It's going to go excellent. But on the other hand, someone like Thompson is able to go to the air and get that score, you know, through radical surfing in the air. So I love the contrast between professional surfing in today's day and age.
23 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. A 2:27 comes through for LePrant. A 4.0 for Thompson now. And, you know, LePrant always lists Owen Wright as his idol.
Makes sense.
Exactly. Pretty safe to say that he tries to replicate Owen's style based off of his frame. Very similar in stature. And especially when it comes to the bottom turn and the use of priority, I might add. Owen Wright might have been the best surfer I've ever seen when it comes to the use of priority, and LePrant has done so very well, converting on 2 decent scores so far in the first 7 minutes.
You know, it's interesting being a junior surfer where trends follow certain surfers, but as you're younger and you're working out your body shape, I hear some surfers say, oh, they want to surf like Andy Irons, and I look at their body shape and think you're a goofy footer and you're really small. So Andy may not be the best surfer to try and channel in terms of what your body shape will develop into. But from an early age, if you can channel someone with a similar body shape, it's going to make life a lot easier for yourself.
Here goes LePrant again. A lot of speed down the line. Very aggressive right there into the lip once. And much more impactful on the second one.
Wow.
And he's got a string of maneuvers right there on the backhand. Enjoying it a lot. You can see the body language right there. Very positive. What seems to be his best wave by a mile, Matt.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty much what we alluded to before. Connecting with a couple of sections there and that body torque and using his frame to his advantage. Obviously knows where his strengths lie. And that's what I mean about finding surfers with inspiration. Rob Machado was in the booth in the heat before. And he's obviously one of the more flexible, mobile and nimble surfers on the tour. Those surfers who end up looking like Rob tend to be goofy footers with similar stature.
Yeah, and my new favorite surfer down there with Kaipo, Monojo Yahagi with a 15.67 heat win moving into the round of 16, Kaipo.
Yeah, Mitchell, he's gaining fans right now. Mitchell says his new favorite surfer. You're one of my favorite surfers of the day, Monojo Yahagi. Tell us a little bit about you. How old are you? Where are you from? What are you riding? I want to know a little bit more about you.
I'm 20 years old from Shonan.
Who makes your boards?
Oh, JS.
Oh, JS. They work very good.
JS board.
Would you like to say anything to all your fans, family, supporters over in Japan?
Japanese? Yeah. 明日またラウンドオブ16があるんで、明日いい波になることを期待して頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Mitchell, that's what we do here. We see names being made just like Monojo Yahagi into the round of 16. Great surfing. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
おめでとうございました。
Arigato gozaimasu, Kaipo. Big congratulations to Monojo Yahagi. I'm telling you, man, I mean, this kid has something,
Yeah.
and if waves continue this kind of trend, onshore wind, we're going to see a lot of ramps. He's got the air game to go with it. You even called him Yahagi Airlines during that heat.
Yeah, 2 massive airs and pulled them off, and there was other moments during the heat where he could have really blown it open. English obviously not being Monojo's first language. Now I find that very fascinating towards the later end of the heats, seeing not so much priority errors. If you don't know what the other surfer needs, is it a priority error? Not necessarily if you're just trying to better your score, which is what we got to do.
That's a good point you bring up. This score comes in as a 6.33, best of the heat for LePron.
Yeah. So this one loads up that turn, and I thought it was over, and he finishes strong as well. So a well-placed score there. A little repetitive, but the wave was asking for some re-entries, and LePron delivered.
And really unfortunate that the two South Africans had to face off this early on in the event.
It is.
In the elimination round. That's what happens with seeding. You have Thompson, the 19-year-old, a great surfer. He's actually from Durban. I apologize, called him from Cape Town, but this kid, I mean, has an outstanding style. Really love the way he's able to read a point break. Very underrated at a beach break, though. Had a good performance at the U.S. Open in Huntington Beach last year. Looking to requalify for the Challenger Series. Could easily do so if he wins this event here.
And just one look on his social media, you can tell he's well-rounded, surfing well in Hawaii, some solid waves over there, spending a bit of time, gaining that North Shore experience, which is just so crucial. You do want to make it as a professional surfer to be able to surf everything from onshore beach breaks to wave pools, you know, to some of the solid slabs and reef breaks like Sunset Beach in Hawaii.
Yeah, and you know, if you were to make it to the championship tour, I have a good feeling that he would kind of thrive there too, given that he has more of a point break centric style, especially starting off in Hawaii. Backdoor pipeline, great way for him. You go over to Sunset Beach, another right-hander that's heavy. He likes to surf larger waves too. Got a 9th place finish at the last Challenger Series event in Saquarema, and it was bombing the last few days. Really thrive in those kind of conditions, Matt.
Yeah, South Africans, they don't shy away from the bigger waves. Obviously, Jordy Smith thrives when those conditions get larger. Mac McGilvray got one of the biggest waves at Sunset in a free surf the other day, airdropping on a 10-footer and really showing explosive rail work. Always impressed with the way that the South Africans carry themselves overseas as well.
Yeah, and very much like Jordy Smith, Thompson now actually does reside in Cape Town. So originally from Durban, but has made the move towards the more southern part of the country and one of the coldest places in the world. I spoke to Thompson this morning after he had a free surf. Told me it was just as cold as Cape Town this morning. He was freezing out there in the chilly waters of Oceanside.
Yeah, exposed to all sorts of winds and swell. No shortage of waves. Probably a great training ground in terms of getting acclimatized to the colder places in the world. But the travel from South Africa, we definitely don't envy the travel that those surfers have to endure to go to these events. So it's crucial, as you said. LePron's got here about 10 days ago to get acclimatized to these conditions and the jet lag.
That was cool from LePron. Somehow able to turn that board around and maintain control. Had a little 180 at the beginning. A lot of speed down the line here. And fitting in a couple maneuvers in a great sequence. And LePron going to kick out that 2.5, easily gone. And now Thompson outside. saw the tail end of it, but he loves it.
Yeah, a little claim.
And it seems like he might have had a big air reverse on the outside, just under 17 minutes to go. And we have a great heat. It's usually those heats that you have against your good friends that kind of bring out the best in you, Matt.
Yeah, Thompson chasing a 4.84. That requirement would have been extended on LePron's last wave. He only dropped at 2.5, and that wave, a little sleepy at the start, but had some moments towards the end. See how far on the inside he is as well, and how far out that set wave was. So this low tide can tee up with a wave that's going to run. It's going to have 5, 6, 7 turns, but it's not always quantity. It's the quality of those turns.
Right.
We'll watch those replays shortly.
And especially, I think, last heat was a good indicator of that.
Yeah.
Saw an 817 for just one maneuver on the forehand.
Absolutely. And here goes Thompson on the inside.
Yeah. Setup turn right there for one of the Lukes in the water. Good snap down the line there by Thompson. And a lot of flow on that one. Seems like he's going to try to do the paddle back out. Haven't seen anybody really do the runaround so far in the first 2 days of competition. And Thompson has 2 waves in a row that are probably going to be pretty consequential to this heat. And no doubt the furthest anybody's gone in the event. You do run a risk, though, Matt, when you go that far south, especially when you're that far away from the judges, to them not seeing you, and what they cannot see, they will not score.
No, and that's the wave that connected up with that southern sandbar. And that's the point break style wave in comparison to some of the shorter ones. So this is the long wave from LePron. First turn, a little slide. It was cool. Judging won't go too high in that. It wasn't overly critical in terms of the positioning. Right. But here he starts to ramp up a few moments, loses a bit of momentum through here. These turns won't factor in too much, but it was this turn here, it had a bit of spice on it. And that's the majority of the points that come from the beginning and the end of that. And this was the Thompson's wave that we didn't see. And he does get the full rotation. No wonder he claimed it, because that one would have felt fantastic. Completely opposing styles of surfing, as we said, coming into this battle. This is the backup. This is his wave we saw in the drone shot beforehand. Way down the beach. 3 turns. Nice body torque. And will snap to finish. So much like that 4-point ride, real professional style wave there, a consummate professional.
What a great heat. What a great heat. I mean, LePron opened up with a 6.33, now has a 3.93 as his backup. Thompson is probably going to get a monster score for the one air right there. As with 14 minutes to go, scores trickling in. It's an 8.33 for Luke Thompson on his second to last wave. And now waiting for his last. He has already taken the lead and drops a 6.17. That means that LePron, despite the early start with a 6.33, now needing an excellent score of an 8.18, Matt.
Wow, this is great. This is a great show these surfers are putting on. Now, advantage to LePron. He has the priority. He would have listened to that exchange. No doubt the confidence levels dipped down a little bit. But that 6.33 was a lot shorter than the 3.93. So channeling that, getting inside the surfer's psyche and going, all right, the longer waves aren't doing me any justice. I'm going to look for a bigger set and go to my forte, which is those big backhand re-entries. We could see those scores start to level out very shortly.
13 minutes to go now, and a real tight heat out there in the water. And I think numbers indicating that Thompson is pretty far out in front of LePron. But it's been a seesaw battle, especially when it came to positioning. Both surfers really far to the south out there. In heat number 3 of the elimination round, LePron needing an 8.18 at the moment. And it's the young kid, originally from Durban, in the red jersey. Thompson now residing in Cape Town, South Africa, really making his opportunity shine here at his second to last World Junior Championships. Still only 19. He's been on the Challenger Series before, but I feel like he really wants to give it a go to try to qualify this year for the Championship Tour if he can.
And you'd have to say he'd be the favorite coming into this heat as well, with a lot more experience than LePron, the youngster. His first time here at the World Juniors, giving this opportunity the best chance that he's got. But an 8.18 required, it's going to be tough for him. But if he can reach into that small amount of experience he's got, you never know.
We got a great heat cooking out there in the water right now. It's the battle of the Lukes, Thompson and LePron. With 12 minutes to go, a lot more action to come after the break here at the World Juniors. It's the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. A pair of South Africans out there in the water in Heat 3 of the elimination round. Luke Thompson up and riding. Was looking for the air and needs to take caution with his board right there. Nearly had an engagement with the Finns and checking his board right now to see if everything's okay. Seems like it is. Riding a swallowtail out there for these afternoon conditions. And looking at our Best Western fan picks, 85% going with the veteran Luke Thompson, the 19-year-old, in comparison 15% to the 17-year-old Luke Leprant, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, that's a compliment calling me a veteran, but a veteran of the juniors and a veteran of surfing in comparison to Leprant. A lot less experience, but was winning this heat up until the halfway mark. But the experience and professionalism of Thompson, both in technique and heat structure, is coming to play towards the end of it.
Yeah, and he's been the team captain for Team South Africa before at ISA events in the past. Throws the tail right there. Has another section down the line. And tried to go for another big one. Just has a lot of intensity in comparison to yesterday, Matt.
Yeah.
Took him around 15 minutes to catch a wave in his opening round heat yesterday. Not the case here in the elimination round.
Staying really busy surfing anything that's coming through. That wave before last where he almost did a kickflip, I mean, that was sketchy, but he's feeling confident. And that one's just a big chop up out in the face there, but a tail high chop up and banking this one around. This one was ramping up. The wind coming back into him, whipping that board around.
Gotta watch out.
This might have been the kickflip one before. No, that's the drone angle of what we just saw.
You know, he's got that rad pop,
full pop.
When he hits the lip line, it's like he just has that little extra kind of speed that he gains out of that lip.
That could have gone
real bad, real quick.
Yeah, just like the one before with the nearly knocking out the fins. But
and here's Leprant with the answer back. Needs something at least in the excellent right now. A lot of spray on those first two turns. And that's going to be it for Leprant in the blue jersey. Just under 8 minutes to go. And, you know, we could name an entire list of great South African surfers. Rosie Hodge, our co-worker. Davey Weir, personal favorite of mine. Ricky Basnett, Royden Bryson. And I'm seeing a lot of shades of a former World Junior competitor right here in Thompson. Sean Jobert, really a very similar style right here by Luke Thompson. You can see it in the way he throws the airs. He throws the air with the tail always going forward. And it's something about growing up over there at New Pier in Durban. You just become a great beach break surfer, and that's really been the home to a lot of the greatest South African surfers there have ever been.
Yeah, a lot of sections in surf movies. I remember Drive-Thru stopped there when they did that Drive-Thru series as well. And this is exactly what Leprant needed to do. Really tee off on these waves and surf to his strengths. So, I mean, that wave ran away from him, but no real mistakes from Leprant to speak of. If you're his coach, you'd be happy with how he's structured this.
Right.
I mean, that 3.93, the super long wave, I mean, you have to just keep surfing off the wave. And here he goes again. This is his answer back.
Yeah, and one of the younger competitors in the draw, too. Got to watch out with the free surfer right there. Leprant with a great combination right there on the backhand. Looking for an excellent score. Great surfing in the pocket so far. Needs a big finish. He's going to get it. Even a bonus section right here towards the end.
No.
With 6 minutes 20 to go. Say it's not the 8.18. But still, getting back into the heat right here, Matt, with a lot of time left on the clock.
Yeah, I was just saying, no mistakes in this heat. Just look at the wave size. This one went overhead for him on the bottom turn, and I think it's this turn here. This one looked vicious on the drone angle. So he really put some spice on these turns. And just when you thought it was over, one more section, and he can't ride out at that one. So that will affect the score a little bit. This is that drone angle we saw to start. Dodging that free surfer, and this one, great timing here, banking that one off the top, and again, straight around. Again, keeps giving to him these longer rides, but once again, it's the quality, not the quantity, that will count. Judges will digest that. That was more so for judges to have a look at those different angles, to really see the ferocity and the timing, the placement of those turns.
And the sections, too. Little over 5 minutes to go, needing an 8.18, but if he improves on the 6.33, He will minimize the requirement, and not enough to even improve on the 633. Right around there is 6.2. As you see the scores by all 5 of our judges, a 6.8, the high mark. Everybody else in the 6.2. And with 5 minutes to go, say you don't necessarily advance out of this heat, but there are a lot of great things to be taken out of this one.
Yeah,
The structure of the heat, speed management, the way you were able to place a lot of your turns, and bringing it to a guy who is not only a majestic surfer in his own right, but a much more experienced veteran competitor in Luke Thompson.
Two-person heat, and there's 3 different camera angles. You've got professional judging as well, so it's a real measure of where you need to be to jump onto that Challenger Series as well. There's basically no faking it here. A lot of those events, you can grovel for scores. You're surfing against competitors with a lot less experience. But here, this is the best of the best. This is the World Junior Championships. And to be fighting, although we are in the elimination round, but to be fighting against someone like Luke Thompson, you have to leave pretty stoked with his performance, regardless of which way it goes.
And that kid rips, Matt. Tenchi Iwami, he's coming up against Mitch Dupree in heat number 4 of the elimination round. A beach break specialist himself. Just won the Aloha Cup with Team Japan over at the ISA World Juniors. And he's looking for his best result to date on an international level. 3 minutes 45 to go. Thompson still in the lead. His low score is 6.17. And you look at, the 2 scores that he's really throwing away, a 5.6 on his last for the 1 air reverse, a 4.0 that he was carrying up until a few waves ago. A real nice comeback in this heat after LeBron opened up with a 6.33. And not just that, in comparison to yesterday, he had a shocker in the first half of the heat.
Yeah, waiting a long time to get started and never quite clicking. But these 2 heat totals, as far as WSL standards go, these are competitive heat totals in the QS, all the Challenger Series. So both these surfers, the South Africans, 11 p.m. at night right now, some of them staying up to watch their surfers, and Mitch in the next heat coming up. They'll have to be stoked with what they're seeing with the new breed coming through, because it's very exciting times for South African surfing.
And an area that we've spoken about before hasn't had a lot of representation on the Championship Tour as of late. Jordy Smith obviously still there. You have Mikey February, who is a former CT surfer, arguably the greatest free surfer in the world right now.
Yeah.
But when it comes to competition, putting on a jersey, Thompson, Connor Slipen, you have LePront now. A lot of these young kids coming up. Dupree. Really exciting times if you're a young South African coming through the junior rankings and the QS alike, especially with the new structure in order to qualify for the Challengers.
Yeah, the regional qualification, it hurt when that was announced for some of the more northern nations that had a lot of depth in their ranks, but it just made the regional tours a lot more competitive as well. Challenger Series really representing the world in terms of surfers from these different countries, giving them a chance to get sponsors and put them on the world stage.
And LePront now looking left. Left's really choppy out there with this northwest wind that has really intensified during the last hour, Matt. And Thompson lists his mom as his biggest supporter. A real cool kid, been around the block for a while, still only 19, but when you have respect and admiration for somebody that has raised you and supported you through thick and thin, especially when finances become tough, that kind of recognition that you get within your own family, I think that really goes a long way, especially when you have a lot of success on an international scale.
Yeah, family support gets a lot of these surfers here, and overwhelmingly, although these are the juniors, their family is the first person they want to give a shout out to, which is really encouraging to see. Surfing really is a family sport. Not many sports in the world where you can share a mutual camaraderie with your parent in the surf, who often taught you to surf. You could be a professional still surfing with your mum or your dad, sisters. It's pretty cool.
It's still the most fun I have when I'm ever in the water.
With the family.
Especially when the waves are good. Nothing beats it. Thompson now the heat leader. He's going to use priority. Good pressure right there by LePront. As LePront still needing the 8.18. 35 seconds to go. So heat not over. An excellent score is very attainable by the surfer in the blue jersey. Needs to be able to find a corner, and soon, with 25 seconds now on the clock. Seems like the backhand, the #1 option for LePront. And he's going to have to commit to this one. Paddles, and priority will switch again. So Thompson right here in the driver's seat. He can opt to block LeBron if he wants, and he will right here. It's going to be a victory lap for Luke Thompson in the red jersey as he throws the tail around. Going to be incomplete, but with a 14.5 heat total, looking great in really challenging conditions out there, Matt.
Yeah, that was a fantastic heat and inspiring one. I hope they can watch that back. I'm sure Luke LeBron will, and get some inspiration from that, because there's a lot of encouraging signs.
And a big heat hit in the water right now. Tenchi Iwami about to face off against South Africa's Mitch Dupree. Rosie Hodge about to join me in the booth here at the SAMBAZON World Juniors. A fun heat out there in the water right now for heat number 4 of the elimination round of the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Tenchi Iwami from Japan in the red. Mitch Dupree from South Africa is in the blue. My name is Mitchell Salazar. Next to East London's own Rosie Hodge. We also have another East Londoner out there in the water in the blue jersey. A kid that you've known since he's basically in diapers, Rosie.
I have known Mitch and his brother Bryce for a very long time. I just pulled a photo off Instagram from about 11 years ago, and we were on the Queensbury Boardwalk, which is the home break of these two boys. Yeah, unbelievable surfers. It's great to see how far they've come, and to watch Mitch now at the World Juniors is pretty surreal.
He actually listed that wave as his favorite spot to surf, and looking at Tenchi Iwami now, this kid really knows how to surf a beach break, Rosie, coming off of a couple great performances at the last few QSs in Asia, and led Team Japan to the Aloha Cup victory at the ISA World Juniors, and then Dupree with the 2.67 right here.
Yeah, Mitch opening up his account. I like that one from Tenchi, the way that he's using that chop to kind of slingshot him. You'll watch between his turns, he definitely uses that little wedge to his advantage.
And he's very springy, comes off the bottom very well, knows how to surf a beach break. I'd have to say one of the more talented surfers when it comes to conditions like this in the entire draw. Still 27 minutes on the clock, and opened up with a 4.67. You know, you get something around 11, 12 points, you're usually making it through in conditions like this. Not at the World Juniors though, Rosie. We've seen a lot of scores go up into the excellent range this afternoon, which in comparison to yesterday, we saw maybe a handful of those scores in the entire day.
Yeah, today we've seen some really great, not just single wave scores, but heat totals. I mean, Luke Thompson with the 14.50, that was really impressive. And the guy, Luke, he got a 12.53. So that just shows you've really got to be reaching into the 6s, the 7s, and the 8s in order to come away with a win here this afternoon.
Yeah, and, you know, there are times where you have maybe that little edge with an excellent score. You could have a little bit lower of a backup. But in the end, especially in a time-constricted space, this ain't over until that horn sounds, and we've seen a lot of situations come down to the last 30 to 60 seconds. And it wouldn't surprise me to see a lot of buzzer beaters today, especially when we've seen many different peaks being used by a lot of different surfers throughout this calendar day so far. Drastic changes, obviously, with the tide and the conditions. Wind has really picked up. It was forecasted that way, but so far it seems like the right's still the better option out there, Rosie.
Yeah, the rights have definitely come into play, and it's fun to watch these guys, the way that they read the lineups, and just looking at it from this angle, you see that texture of the southerly wind sweep that's really sweeping up the face of these right-handers, and it's fun to watch the guys turn that into an advantage.
Yeah, and speaking of Dupree, in his last year competing here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship, 20 years of age from East London, 5'6", couple different nicknames, Mitchum, Mitrovic. Favorite spot besides Queensbury Bay, Skeleton Bay in Namibia.
Well, him and his family spent 3 years just caravanning around Africa.
Ooh.
So, yeah, they probably discovered some really fun spots along the way, but that's definitely not a trip for the faint-hearted.
I don't know if I could pull that off, Rosie. That's a long time to be traveling around a lot of different countries within the region. I'd have to imagine that you're probably going to find some of the best waves in the world, as Iwami now, looking back at the 467, throws the tail for the reverse. And, you know, when Mick Fanning kind of put that wave in Mozambique on the map, a lot of people said, wow, it's not just South Africa that has waves over there, that beautiful continent. And now we have Mozambique and Namibia. And speaking of great South African surfers, cool hand Luke Thompson downstairs with Kaipo.
Hey, Luke, we're on. I want to ask you, first of all, congratulations. Talk us through that 8.33.
Yeah, I flip it. Actually, it sucks going against another South African so early in the contest. But yeah, my game plan was basically just catch waves and give myself more opportunity. And he started really strong. And then I was just thinking, okay, let me just try catch some waves, get back into it. And then I caught that one, and a section popped up, and I was like, okay, the wind's onshore. I might as well go to the air and see what I can do, because I knew it was on the inside, and it wasn't a great wave, but I knew if I did a big air that I could get a high score. So basically, I just try to huck it and try to stick it, and it all went to plan.
Do you ever go a little softer? Do you ever pull back a little bit when it's a friend or a fellow countryman like this last heat?
Definitely not. You probably surf a bit harder, because you just as much as you want them to do well, you don't want them to beat you. So yeah, you just kind of go as hard as you can, and I think it shows respect to the other surfer that you are going as hard as you can. And he surfed a really good heat. Yeah, he's super young. He's like 2-3 years younger than me, so he's definitely got a couple more strong years in this contest.
Besides a bowl of SAMBAZON, what do you use to fuel up, for your surf for a heat like that?
My House of Macadamia Nut Brew Bar. It's basically a caffeinated macadamia nut bar, 45% macadamia nut, which is pretty much the highest in all macadamia nut bars, or pretty much any bars. And yeah, this thing's been getting me going, got me going through the jet lag, the early mornings before heats. It's been getting me psyched up. So yeah, thanks to them.
Looks like it works. I want to try some. Luke Thompson into the round of 16, Mitchell.
That is for sure, Kaipo. Thank you very much, and big congrats to Luke Thompson. During the interview, in the background, we saw Mitch Dupree just hammer a wave, and the score's already in, Rosie. The kid from East London drops a 7.0, high score of the heat so far.
Yeah, very nice number dropping in there for Mitch. Great surfing, and that's that's a good wave to get in this amount of time in the heat still, because we are seeing most of the heats, it takes at least until the midway point for someone to really lock into the conditions and drop those kinds of numbers. So that's a big confidence boost. Now you can kind of afford to drop the anchor, get a little bit more selective. He knows what a good wave is out there, so he can just build on that.
Isn't it crazy how good everybody competes nowadays at such a young age? The way they just structure a heat, they know how to think in high-pressure situations and moments. He's been coaching with Greg Emsley since he was 11 years old, now 20. That's 9 years just of experience with one single person coaching you, too.
Well, Greg Emsley is arguably one of the most successful pro surfers to come out of South Africa. He had such an incredible competitive mindset. He also coached Bianca Buitendijk to a silver medal in the Japan,
at the Olympics, yeah.
2020 Japan Olympics. He's just a wealth of knowledge. So such a great guy to have in your corner. Greg would probably be at home right now, even with the time change, probably late night back in SA, just really sending out the support to Mitch. And the game plan that they formulated is paying off here. The 7-point ride is so nice. He's looking so sharp and able to link this wave from the outside all the way to the inside. Nice little bookend with that finishing maneuver there.
And haven't even seen his best either, Rosie. I mean, an incredible air game. Kid rips, knows how to ride a barrel, but you can see right here, has a lot of flow when it comes to ripping a wave on the backhand, too.
So much flow. And, you know, South Africa is known for its right-hand point breaks, and obviously where we grew up in East London, that's kind of what you're used to, but we also have a lot of similar conditions to this. There's a lot of beach breaks that break in a similar kind of fashion.
And I do want to point out that not only does he have a great air game, he's an incredible innovator, too. Can lay it on rail and show some progression there if he needs to. Seemed like he was going to kick out on that wave, but decided to go for the 2-for-1 at the end just to try to back up and improve on the 2.67. Seems like he'll do so. Already going to have more than 10 points in the first 10 minutes of the heat.
And there's nothing better than going back to back and like on your way out, you sniff out another really good wave and strengthen that scoreline. It feels like a gift when you're out in the lineup and you've kicked out of a great wave, you've still got that adrenaline buzzing through you, and you're into that next wave.
And actually did see that in the last heat with Luke Thompson. Got his 8.33, backed it up with a 6 right afterwards. And guess what? Dupree does exactly the same thing, a 5.6. And that puts Iwami now in a tough spot, needing close to an excellent score, 7.93. Looking at the 5.6 here, Rosie.
Yeah, like that connection with the first turn and squares up those shoulders for the second. Really nice read on his backhand to come from underneath that whitewater and give himself a shot at a critical section. Tenshi, he needs close to an excellent score. I'm not going to write him out. I mean, there's so much time on the clock. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the lead change hands a couple times.
So, back in your championship tour days, there must have been certain heats where you needed to reset, especially when you had this large of a time span still left in the heat. When you go through a process like that, especially knowing that the other surfer can still improve on both of their scores, what's the first thing that you need to remind yourself when you're in a jersey?
You look, you've got time, you're still in it. I mean, it's not over. It's 7.93. You'd be hearing that and you'd still be feeling a lot of confidence. I think just that self-belief, and then also just playing a smart game. I think you know that for that 7.93, you're going to need a quality wave. And
you don't want to go on a string of bad waves either, right? We saw that from Brody Sale a few heats ago. It seemed like one thing just turned into a snowball effect too.
Yep, it's those little things that can kind of just get in the back of your head, and it almost weighs you down when you're surfing, and that's the last thing you need.
Really cool to see this new young crop of young South Africans coming through the rankings too. I mean, we have a couple on the women's side. On the men's side, you have Dupree. We saw LePron and Thompson in the last heat. But I also want to give a big shout out to the Slipen brothers too. They've been standouts on both the regional QS and on the Challenger Series too, Rose.
Yeah, it's been so fun to watch. Your knowledge of the South African surfers is so great, Mitch. You do such a good job. But yeah, I'm just noticing back home in South Africa, there's a lot more junior events and regional events, and it's so important to be able to have those reps and go in the competitions and foster this little bit of community. I mean, listening to Luke Thompson in that last interview, the South African surfers are like kind of traveling together, helping each other out, and you need that.
Yeah, Sarah Baum, also a great representative.
Oh man, she's so good.
You know, growing up in an era where Jordy Smith and Dane Reynolds were the two big things at the moment, I think that really opened my eyes to South Africa being a great nation of not only waves, but of surfers too. Davey Weir, to me, was just so underrated when it came to big moments. Won a 6-star prime, which was, you know, a Challenger Series back then at his home break at New Pier in Durban. Ricky Basnett, maybe the best surfer to ever qualify for the CT and never actually make a heat.
Yeah, he was so talented, Ricky. And Travis Logie, who's now working at the WSL, was also someone that was a CT standout.
Now you have another kid, Surprise Mafumulo, also from Durban. I believe his dad manages the factory where they make a lot of the Channel Islands and a lot of the Mayhem boards over there in South Africa. Another great surfer coming up. Mikey February, of course, can't forget about him. And a couple of the guys that now represent the Netherlands, Beric de Vries, too.
Yeah.
Warwick Wright. I mean, the list can go on and on. It's just always been very difficult for a lot of the people from that region to really get as much exposure because it's so far away from everything else worldwide.
Yeah, everything else worldwide, travel is really tricky, and then also your money just doesn't go as far. So a lot of the times when you see South Africans that have an opportunity to have major sponsorship, like you see Jordy, he would be on international contracts, because even on the regional companies that are supporting you, they're just not going to have enough money to support you to go on tour.
And now shifting gears to the Japanese surfer Iwami. great beach rake surfer coming off of a very impressive string of results on both the Junior Series and the QS in Japan. Talking about one of the premier surfers to qualify for the World Juniors, not only within Japan, I'd say really throughout the 7 different regions and the 10 wildcards that we have in the event. An incredible style, had a very close heat, was in the first heat of the event actually, lost out, and was relegated to the elimination round by Jackson Bunch and his incredible performance. But a lot of flow, springy style. I think there's just a lot of times where he isn't able to get a good backup score and ends up losing a lot of close heats because of it. And now speaking of Iwami, he's up and riding now. You can see it right there. Just some glimpses of what he's capable of doing. A lot of flow down the line. And some great style, too, by Tenshi. How's that finish right there, too? 15 minutes to go and a necessary answer by Iwami right there.
That's what I was going to say, Mitch. Such a great answer back. And a lot of that was so manufactured. The surfing that he was doing, he found those sections. He really found that flow and the linkage. I think you put like an average surfer on a wave like that and they'll just bog central.
I think even Levi Slauson, when he first paddled out for his heat earlier today, had a tough time even finding a way that would link up, too. Came in, said it wasn't pretty, but it worked out great. And now the answer back by Iwami as he makes his way back out into the lineup. 14 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Score coming through right now, and it seems to be the best of the heat for him. Looking at the replay, it's a 6.27, Rosie.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the linkage of the maneuvers here and the way that he was trying to mix it up too, trying to keep things fresh, a lot of spray. He never fully goes down to the bottom on his bottom turn there. He was kind of staying mid-face just to link up all these maneuvers. Kind of speed check right there. Finds this little lip line. Smashes that section. I thought that was a really well-surfed wave. Was there opportunity to make each individual maneuver more of like a stamp of authority?
Perhaps. And in the end, you still have nearly 4 points if you're a judge to throw up until a 10-point ride. The average comes through as a 6.27, already in the good range. And I feel like well judged given how difficult it was to surf that wave too. I mean, never a dull moment on it. Always had a lot of speed carrying throughout each and every turn too. And now right back into the heat, needing a 6.34. And he's up and riding again. Down the beach. Great opening snap right there in the pocket the entire time. Beautiful bottom turn right there by Iwami. And now looking for a section right here towards the end to get the finish.
Oh, Mitch.
And he'll be able to.
Mentioned it earlier. I think we're going to see the lead kind of change hands multiple times in this heat. That, 6.34 is what he required. I mean, to go back-to-back waves, similar to what Mitch was able to do with his scoreline, that was a really good wave at first glance.
And a smaller one, but when you talk about good surfing and just him being able to actually utilize the entirety of the wave to his personal advantage too.
Look how far down he is, Mitch.
Yeah.
There's our competitive side right in that north corner. Here goes Mitch.
Well, definitely if it weren't for the camera angles down there, wouldn't be able to be seen by the judges, and Dupree does very well to ride out of that last turn right there. A great finish by the surfer in the blue jersey, looking to improve on a 5.6. So waiting on a couple of scores now, one for Iwami and one for Dupree. Very competitive heat out there in the elimination round. Heat number 4, Dupree and Iwami going back to back. A very competitive heat out there in the water right now in the elimination round. Heat number 4, Tenshi Iwami has the lead over South Africa's Mitch Dupree. A 7.33 came in for Tenshi Iwami on his last right before we went to the break, and Dupree also waiting on a score. It was a 4.0, so as Rosie was mentioning when the heat started, we were going to be seeing a lot of flip-flopping when it came to the lead. Case in point right here with just under 10 minutes to go, Rosie.
Yeah, this heat has been blessed with a lot of fun-looking waves. The surfers making it look fun and easy out there, but it's extremely challenging.
And they are very far south on the, basically, bottom end, I guess you would still call it, of Southside Oceanside Pier. Almost in the free surf section. You can see right there in the background to your left. That is our judging tower right there. And Mitch Dupree is almost on the corner of where you would normally see a flag where the competition area would end. I don't even know if Tenshi Iwami can hear right now, and who even knows if he is actually capable of hearing that he's in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, he might be flying blind, not knowing what the beach announcers are telling him and the heat situation.
It's cool, though. Southside Oceanside Pier basically turned into a right-hand point break this afternoon right here with the low tide we got going, Rosie. Still 4 more heats after this one, too. Good long second day of competition here at the SAMBAZON World Juniors, hosted by Best Western. Couldn't really ask for more competitive, not only waves during a competition, but very consistent ones, too.
Really consistent. And, you know, as we head into, it's about 1:30 p.m., we've still got about another hour and a half before we hit the bottom of the tide. It's going to be a negative 0.15 feet that goes out. Wow, Tenshi, is this the 7.33?
It is.
So he almost bobbled it right there. He regathers himself, regathers that control, and really attacks that end section. You see that little kind of slingshot that he does?
Right.
He's so spring-loaded on the bottom there, and it really, I love his style. He's never widening it too much to anticipate what he's going to have to go through. It's almost like an Ethan Ewing-esque kind of technique.
I can see that. I see a lot of shades of Taro Watanabe, too, especially with that little extra fade, as you were mentioning right there. You know, and Taro competed at this event last year. A lot of people thought he was one of the favorites to win the event. Had a disappointing performance. I think we're going to be seeing him a lot more in years to come on both the Challengers, maybe even on the CT. But you look at the next generation of Japanese surfers, their programs that they have over there, and even talking about their regional tour that they have, very impressive, profitable too. But when it comes to worldwide stages, haven't seen many of them compete on the championship tour before, Masatoshi Ono being one of them. But as of right now, just Kanoe Igarashi really flying the flag for them. Connor O'Leary now making the move over to Japan. Big news for them on the CT. 7 minutes to go. Iwami in the lead, and Dupree with priority, needing a 6.61. Mahina Maeda, she's been multiple-time runner-up at this event, actually. Lost to Isabella Nichols the last time she was in here. And now Iwami up and riding. Just a quick one in and out. 6:45 to go. A region that has really developed a lot more over the last few years. Real wide, I'm making a huge step in the right direction, too, for Indonesia and the rest of Asia.
Yeah, definitely. He's also got Japanese roots. So, yeah, it's just so fun to watch these different regions and to see the hotbed of talent that it's creating. I mean, in Japan, these surfers, like, if you have enough of a profile, they're absolute superstars. Know that about Kanoe Igarashi and Matashi Ono. Same thing. He would come to California just to kind of get away from, he'd walk out in the street and be very recognized, very famous over there. So, yeah, you'd go for a little bit of a break, come to California to seek some of that solitude.
But you have to sometimes, but what we share with Japan here in California is the Pacific Ocean, and, you know, a deep connection. Obviously, a lot of Japanese population here on the coastline, LA, San Diego, San Francisco, but just a beautiful place, lovely tradition and culture over there in Japan. And speaking of great surfing culture, Iwami had a look at that one, but it's Dupree with the use of priority here. 2 big snaps on the backhand and looking for a strong finish. So gets the fall right there towards the end, needing a 6.61. Had some work before that, Rosie.
Yeah, as he was taking off in my mind, you're like, this is an really important wave. It was a smaller wave, but it had a nice little run and taper to it. 2 turns off the back of that one. Try to go for that third foam climb. Not sure if it's going to be the 6.61, Mitch. We'll get a little replay on it and we can really analyze what he did, but I'm just liking the intent
Right.
that he's exuding.
And we still haven't even seen an air attempt by him either. We hit the 5-minute mark now, Rosie. It's 4.83, so not enough. As you mentioned, maybe the size of the wave had a lot to do with it. The first turn was great. Seemed like got a little hung up on the second one, though, looking at the replay here.
Yeah, really like that technique that I'm seeing from him, staying tight to that pocket. Like he kind of fades on the takeoff to stay in that bowly section. Really nice first turn, second turn, can't fault it.
Were you one of those people that liked competing early on in the morning, or did you like competing later in the day?
I would always find that the earlier in the day, maybe the better the conditions. So I really didn't mind when I was competing. But yeah, sometimes when you get to the afternoon, you kind of have to manage your energy a little bit, manage your nerves. Like sometimes it's good to just get it over with.
It's really tough knowing that you're one of the later heats in the day, and then all of a sudden you come up 3, 4 p.m. You might be the last heat. You've been waiting around all day. And speaking of great surfers, Shion Crawford coming up from Haleiwa, Hawaii, one of the taller surfers in the event. Looked outstanding yesterday, Rosie. Just wasn't on the best waves. Relegated to the elimination round, but when it comes to power surfing, this kid might be the best one in the entire draw.
Yeah, he is a force. I mean, like just in the last handful of years, watching the way that he has grown into himself, the way that he's managing his heats has been impressive to me. But he still keeps it super fun and interesting. We're so engaged because he's such an exciting surfer.
Won his first QS event a few months ago, too, at Sunset Beach. He's been a U.S. champion at lower trestles before. Multiple-time NSSA national champion. And looking for a big result here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. 3 minutes to go. Iwami needs to try to cover Dupree as much as he can, because speaking of the accolades that Dupree has, great competitor, had awesome results within the region in Africa, Rosie. There's a reason why he qualified to this event here. But when it comes to the air game and the progression and innovation factor, still haven't seen it. Really difficult to be able to really capitalize on a left out there right now. But he has some incredible grabs on the backhand too. Indie grabs, stale fishes even. It's going to come down to him being on the right wave, though, in these last 2 minutes 30.
Yeah, I was watching a couple clips on his Instagram, the Shaky Cam Productions. He's definitely got a full repertoire of airs that he can go to. And if it comes down to it, with the time that we have and he only has one maneuver option, he's probably going to have to dig into that bag of tricks.
Just over 2 minutes now, and Iwami very close to Dupree. Doesn't want to give him any kind of space. And Mitch here making a move on the inside, and he's just going to try to break away, Rosie. 2 minutes to go.
Positioning there, just using that wave to kind of slingshot him a little bit further south. Tenshi's not going to give him an inch.
It's cat and mouse out there right now as 1:45 to go, and it's kind of what I was feeling. I knew that that wave didn't have a lot of potential. Saw it down the line really flat. Thinking to myself, okay, this kid, smart surfer, great strategist, but coming up against another surfer that has a lot of competitive experience in Iwami too. And this is where priority is very valuable and key. And an excellent start to the heat by Mitch Dupree too. Was just an outstanding comeback by Iwami. I mean, he got his 2 best waves in back-to-back ones.
I mean, in a lot of Mitch with a total of 12.60, a lot of the previous heats that would have been seeing him into the round of 16.
And a good heat too. I mean, you have 2 scores that equal or better 12 points. But it's Iwami though with the one difference maker, the 7.33 now with 50 seconds to go. And Dupree gonna have a look at this. He's up and riding on a smaller inside wave. Good opening snap right there. Needs a 6.61 and takes to the air.
Oh, he needs to stick it.
And nearly had it right there. Inverted on the backhand. 35 seconds to go. Still going to need another opportunity for this one. And he is way down the beach, and Tenshi Iwami is very far on the outside. So not a lot of opportunity to cover the surfer in the blue jersey if that were the necessity for him. 20 seconds to go. Don't know if I see another wave out there, Rosie, for the kid in blue.
Yeah, Mitch, I mean, it's all hot. He gave it his best. That was amazing to watch. But yeah, I was actually wrong. The heat totals have been impressive today. I just looked back at the results. Everyone getting in like the 13, 14 point range. So up into the 15 with, almost 15 with Luke Thompson.
And that's going to be it for Mitch Dupree. A great performance by him. 12.6 points, had a 7-point ride in there. We're going to say bye to the young South African, and it's the young Japanese surfer, Tenchi Iwami, moving through into the round of 16, going to bring a kaipo for Shion Crawford and Luke Brumby here at the SAMBAZON World Juniors.
Wow, it's big wave season right now, and that goes all the way through March 31st. Nazare and Peahi all on hold and waiting to go, We already started going right here with Shion Crawford versus Luke Brumby. Hawaii up against Australia. This is heat number 5 of the elimination round here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Gabriel along with Rosie Hodge. And we've been seeing some great performances despite the conditions. We've been seeing some big numbers, just like this 717 opener for Luke Brumby.
Wow, what a way to start your heat kaipo with the 2-turn combo. This tall guy from Australia, 717. That's a nice start.
That is a confident start for the 19-year-old of the Sunshine Coast of Australia, Luke Brumby. He's on a Sharp Eye surfboard, so he's got the equipment dialed into these conditions. Look like it works well for Luke, and great start for Brumby. Home break Maroochydore. Guess what his favorite food is, Luke Brumby?
Pizza.
Good one. I like that way you say pizza, too. Sushi.
Very nice. Good choice.
Okay, give me another pizza.
Pizza.
Okay. 3 minutes, 45 seconds. We're using international dialogue over here because it's an international affair. Surfers from 7 regions from around the world, 20 and under, all the best of them, congregating here, Southside Oceanside Pier, to compete in this SAMBAZON World Junior Championship. Winner not only goes down a list that will always be on their resume as a professional surfer, as a world junior champion, but also gets an invite into the 2024 Challenger Series. The Challenger Series, the road to the championship tour, where we talk about the World Surf League. Other surfer in this heat, so we saw Luke Brumby start off, the 19-year-old out of Queensland. The other surfer in this heat, Shion Crawford from Haleiwa, Hawaii. Tall surfer, grew from just the Menehune, a little grommet in the short break over there at Haleiwa, progressed through the ranks, and now he towers at 6'3" of power surfing, Rosie.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, these guys grow up so quickly in front of our eyes, and I feel like at every event you're seeing their evolution, but he's filled out.
Yeah.
John's got some muscle on him. He's probably been training. Yeah, and that board under his feet, having a look at the deck, there's a lot of pressure dings. Probably a favorite that he's ridden over the last few events.
Yeah, has grown into becoming a power surfer, and by the regional rankings, actually in the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region, I believe we're already going to see Shion Crawford on the Challenger Series coming this year. Guess what Shion's favorite food is?
Sashimi.
Good guess. One of my favorite foods, karaage chicken.
Oh, he's got a good line in there. Can you please recite it word for word?
Well, yeah.
Maybe?
One fun fact about Shion Crawford, he cranks Fortnite and grinds karaage chicken.
Best.
Luke Brumby, not fooling around here. Shion Crawford, right behind him. So both surfers up and riding right now. Utilizing the rights, going down the beach. They're way to the south of the pier. And Shion with a tidy finish there. So nice back and forth between our competitors. This should tighten up the heat.
This is going to tighten things up. I think that wave from Shion is going to rival the 717 that we saw from Luke. Dropped in. We also saw Luke taking off on a wave, so he's going to back up that 717 pretty quickly. It's a fun heat, Cups. Very evenly matched.
Yeah, fun heat to call. Let's hear from Tenchi Iwami, because he's into the round of 16.
That is correct, Kaipo, and a great performance by him. Tenchi, congratulations, into the round of 16. But you dropped two good waves, back-to-back, too. I was talking to you off air how difficult it was to hear out there. How difficult was it actually to able to see the waves out there, too, with all the glare?
Yeah, I'm so lucky to get back-to-back. Yeah, waves pretty hard to get good waves. And I didn't got good waves. And I'm confused out there. Yeah, but yeah, I'm lucky. Yeah.
You had the chance to compete in 3 events on the Challenger Series, including Saquarema, the last stop. Talk to me about the biggest difference you saw from the juniors, the QS, and then competing on the Challengers. What's been the most difficult thing to adjust to?
So difficult to body maintenance and then surfing skill up. Yeah. So many because so many contests. I didn't try new performance. Yeah, that's so hard. Yeah.
Anything you want to say back home to your friends and family watching in Japan?
朝早くから応援ありがとうございました。なんとか勝つことができました。明日からもこの調子で、勝つので、時差がある中ですが応援よろしくお願いします。That's it.
Big congratulations. Big performance by Tenchi Iwami. Looking good in the round of 16, Kaipo.
Yeah, and I agree with Tenchi. Muzikashi desu yo. It is confusing out there in this lineup to be able to find a wave.
Confusing, and also probably hearing the beach announcers with all this wind, knowing the situation.
Hi. So here we go. 5.67 clocks in for Shion Crawford. We're still waiting for a second wave of Luke Brumby to set the heat. Take a look at these rides one more time. This is Luke.
Well, this is Luke's wave. First maneuver, super sharp, drifts that tail, almost gets stuck on that bottom turn. Going into that flatter section. Wow. Every turn, he's giving it 110%. He's really juicing this wave, milking it all the way to the end.
And here's Shion.
Shion, so this is the 5.67. Love that drift of the tail. To me, that first opening maneuver had a lot of impact. just goes through the motion on the mid section of this wave. And another really nice turn. I like that wave, Kappa. I like that starting maneuver and that end section maneuver.
Yeah.
Was really a highlight for me.
You know, a tale of the tape between these two surfers, Rosie. Really a contrast. Luke Brumby, 5'6", 143 pounds, flying down the line. Shion Crawford, 6'3", 185 pounds of power.
Whoa.
So just the frame of these two surfers are going to dictate their surfing right now. So you have a real contrast between these two in this challenge.
Yeah, we really do. It's and probably, you know, being a product of your environment, the waves that Shion is used to riding, super powerful open water waves that we see in Hawaii. Bigger guy, couple pounds on Luke, and about half a foot. But yeah, it's and Luke from the Sunshine Coast, probably pretty used to beach break conditions and waves like this.
Yeah, Shion coming off of surfing in the HIO, the Haleiwa International Open. This is kind of a neighborhood, a local event that we hold in Hawaii. It's been going on for a long time, ever since I was a kid. And every year happens in December, and the HIO is known for being held usually in big, it's a test usually for everyone growing up in Hawaii to surf the HIO, because usually it's going to be big conditions. This year was like 100 foot. Shion Crawford was out there ripping with the rest of the guys. And it's, I mean, talk about Haleiwa, talk about big Haleiwa. I put terrifying in, you know, in parentheses when I talk about that, those all in one sentence.
Oh man, like those moments where that buoy out the back disappears and you know the sets are coming. Like there's been it keeps me up at night. Like thinking about the events.
You've surfed heats there, yeah. You've surfed a lot of events there, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those waves. Just so much respect.
Yeah.
It draws in all that swell, gets shallow super quickly. But then at the same time, as soon as it hits that little bit of reef in the front, that is the ultimate Menehune wave.
Yeah.
So you can start surfing there when you're about, I don't know, 2 weeks old in Hawaii. I feel like you guys really start young, and then the rest of your life you can spend trying to master the place.
That's the story of Shion Crawford, yeah, moving out the back. The number did come in for Luke Brumby, his backup of 5.93, so he's got a strong position right now in this heat, a 7.17 and a 5.93. Shion Crawford with a 5.67, Shion with priority, and a lot of time on the clock, but heats sometimes being just the time bandit, sometimes just robbing you of all those times, just spin by often, especially in the afternoon right now. We got that drawing tide, Rosie, and equals sometimes some of these lulls.
Definitely. I mean, we're still an hour and 10 off the low, Capo, and it's going to go to a negative tide this afternoon. So a lot of movement and shift in the conditions. Yeah, for Luke Brumby, he's like, I'll surf a 12-minute heat. This thing can end right now.
Right.
And for Shion, it's going by super quickly, and he's going to have to kind of recalibrate his approach.
Yeah, it's a different perspectives. And today's offered, when we look at what's happened with the results, a lot of surprises, a lot of upsets.
Well, just like we saw in that last heat, Mitch Dupree was the one who opened up with the 7-point ride, backed it up with a 5. So much like Luke, you know, there's still time on the clock, and everything can shift. And I have a feeling like that could be the same tail that we see in this heat with so much time on the clock. And we're seeing as the afternoon moves on, a lot of opportunity in the water.
Flying by the coast town, Luke Brumby decides not to go. Shion Crawford says, yeah, I'm going to take this corner. Winds up off the bottom. Two-stage turn off the top there. Smooth second carve. Putting a lot of effort. Moving his big frame down the line. Muscling through the inside here. And kicking out. Needs a 7.43 to take the lead. That's a large number in the context of things. What do you think about that last wave from Shion Crawford?
Well, he's looking to replace half a point in his scoreline.
So he did that.
He's going to do that. He's going to help his situation chip away at the 7.43. But I think that 5.67 is still going to be his best. So he's still looking to get up in that 7-point range, maybe reach for excellence. And that wave it didn't have that option
Yeah.
for excellence.
It seemed like it didn't have enough push behind it, really, to push Xi'an across the bank. And true enough, to your point, a 4.83 checks in for Xi'an Crawford. So he's still chasing that 7.43 with 16 minutes on the clock. Strong paddle back out for Crawford. He's probably getting the news right now, and he's going to have to make it happen. Here's another look at this 4.83.
Yeah, as he's taking off on this wave, you think it's going to eventuate into something pretty nice, but it tapers off down the line. As you can see, there's no critical section for him to really sink his teeth into. I mean, it's really nice surfing and really well manufactured, but it's just hard when you don't get those same critical sections.
Luke on the move. Luke with priority. Couple of lines out the back. Waves looking smooth from up above on our Pelican camera here. But the reality is when we get down to beach level, you see all the ribs and the chops.
Yeah, the different angles is just a different perspective. I think looking north to south, it looks really tricky. Straight on looks a bit more fun, and then from like that angle right there, you're like, wow, you can see the texture on the face is really emphasized.
And Xi'an taking this one from behind the whitewater, so nothing gained there. Nothing lost. He was under priority, so thought he'd just have a swing at it. Can Xi'an come back? We're going to find out. He needs a 7.43. Luke Brumby in command in this Heat 5 of the elimination round. We'll be back with the conclusion after this. Looking back at Sakurema, the final Challenger Series, Itaúna Beach. And Xi'an Crawford was able to match power with power for a quarterfinal, 5th place finish. His best result on the Challenger Series last year came at the very last event. Took strong surfing like that, Rosie, to match this powerful beach break.
Yeah, and what a way to round out your season, to finish with your best result. That's a confidence boost going into 2024. It just shows you what he's capable of on the backhand with a nice bit of lumber under his feet. This wave definitely suited the brand of surfing that Xi'an likes to do.
Just a youngster, only 18 years old, already with a bright future. But right now he's trailing the Australian, Luke Brumby. Looked like Luke had an up and out and handed over priority while we were away for commercial break. So Xi'an Crawford with priority in his favor right now needs to surf to a 7.43 to overtake the lead from the Australian.
Do you feel like Xi'an is a relative dark horse coming out of Hawaii? Even in the Hawaii region, he has improved and evolved so quickly. Do you feel the same way, Caps, or you always saw him coming?
Yeah, I'm really good friends with Kyle and his dad, Eddie, and his mom. But he, in my opinion, he was a late bloomer.
Yeah.
He wasn't one of the crowd that everyone was looking at, the 13-year-olds, and everyone was throwing all the sponsorship dollars at the 13 and 14-year-olds. Guys that had a lot of expectations amongst them, like a Eli Hanneman, or you know, in that class, or even a Jackson Bunch that had a lot of sponsors super early on, right? And Xi'an was kind of hovering around there, surfing all the amateur comps, but it wasn't until he really grew into his big frame that he started having results. And of course, he had that breakthrough result at his home break in Haleiwa.
Yeah, was that 2021? Or?
That was 2021 when we just got back, right?
Yeah.
And
backs up in 2022 too.
Yeah, and so then all of a sudden things started happening his way. And you know, with Xi'an, he just had his first QS win just a few weeks ago over at Sunset Beach. So he's got a lot to look forward to right now, and I think he's just gaining momentum.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's grown so much in those 3 years, and that's just attributing to the power that he has. He's had Chris Gallagher coaching him. I don't know if he's still going to stay on that same program, but it just shows like having that coach, probably for someone like Xi'an, he's super fun, he's energetic, but having someone that's like directing that energy in the right way.
And another thing that's happened, and it's kind of a phenomenon that's helped Xi'an, has helped a lot of surfers, is Xi'an's good friends with Eli. Eli's good friends with all of the crew from San Clemente. That whole crew from San Clemente, they've all hung together. So in Sakurama, we saw with his best result that he was all staying with Cole Hauschman, as well as Eli, as well as Crosby Colapinto, as well as Jet Schilling, and that combined energy of all those surfers raised all of their performance. I mean, it really was. It's the San Clemente Storm, but there's some adopted, adopted surfers to that San Clemente Storm.
Yeah.
And Xi'an's one of them.
That's really cool to hear that, and just how they've like banded together. And like you said, it's just rising tides lifts all ships. Like those guys are just like out there, positive vibes, like, and just
it's
really
crazy.
lifting
It's
the
crazy.
level.
I mean, some of them the 2% crew or whatever, the San Clemente crew, but all of them together. And I watch them together and how they interact, and they're like, they tell each other they love them, they support each other. I mean, it's real how that energy has helped all of them. Here's Xi'an, needs something big here. Snap through there. Bold up section here. There you go. That's more like it. Throwing the tail. Another snap there. So this could be the comeback wave for Xi'an Crawford. You can see a little bit of the urgency in his surfing, especially towards the tail end of this wave, and the body language as he kicks out.
Okay, so let's break it down. The 717 was a 2-turn combo.
Yeah.
And that was like a bang up in the lip, bang finishing turn, bigger wave. Xi'an, in my eyes, that opening maneuver and those few in between, those were statement moves. I think he's going to be looking in line for that 7.43 that he requires.
You've been really good with predicting scores, Rosie. Here's one more look at it.
Yeah, so this maneuver right there, wow, look at that spray. It takes like ages for that water to hit the bottom. Tail slide right there to mix it up. Set up turn, going through the motions here. It's just really unfortunate he didn't get that one last closeout maneuver. I don't know, Cubs. The work that he got done on the outside, this angle, beautiful. That's the best move of the heat so far. Straight into that bottom turn. Another best turn of the heat. So on the strength of those two maneuvers,
you've been pretty good with this.
Solid.
And I know that Xi'an likes karaage chicken, but I hope he likes ramen too, because this is the new cup noodle. Wave of the day, a 9.33 for Xi'an Crawford.
Yeah, that
turns the heat right there.
Yeah, it's undeniable. I mean, when we watch surfing all day. So to get us to get like a little bit of a little get going, that was one of those waves that just injected a little bit more energy into the room.
That was good stuff. And remind you, this is a surfer that's 6'3". So to power through, it's 2 foot out there. To power through.
188 pounds.
Yeah. So that was really, really impressive. And that turns the heat into Xi'an's favor. Luke Brumby's going to have the comeback right now. Luke needs a 7.84, well within his grasp. He does have priority, and he's got 6.5 minutes out there. So heat's not over.
It's
still
not
a very
over.
competitive heat.
Very competitive heat, for sure. Xi'an's paddling out. He's hearing that number. He's obviously pumped up and confident, but he's not exactly nerve-free.
And we're keeping on this camera right now too. This Pelican cam, I call it, is also the anti-glare cam because we're not getting a lot of that glare that we're getting in the afternoon. It's even a challenge for the judges right now, as well as, you know, our priority judge and everyone. Here's this is the unfiltered one right here.
Well, just chatting to one of our beach announcers, Jeff Baldy, he was mentioning just how brutal this glare was in the afternoon. The priority judge actually had to go out onto the pier to start making the calls. So when these guys are moving further south, that job becomes really difficult. So hats off to the judges and the beach announcers dealing with all these elements.
Yeah. Sorry for the Chirigiums. 5 minutes, 35 seconds.
Is that a type of dinosaur?
Yeah, it's like a cataract.
Yeah.
Hey, it's one of those things, you know, you gotta pay to play sometimes as a surfer who, you know, you have spent a lifetime in surfing. You gotta deal with, you know, cataracts on your eyes. Some surfers in colder water, surfer's ear.
Yeah.
You know.
Vanity gets moved aside.
Yeah. So, some of us have to get like parts replaced on our bodies and stuff after a year of surfing.
Oh, perhaps you're setting off the all types of alarms. You go off like a high school bell when you go through security now. The knee replacement. What's next?
Hopefully nothing else. I'm calling it.
Yeah, but you go hard, Caps. Skateboarding, snowboarding, surfing. Yeah.
I'm happy to say all of my injuries were not in the car crash or anything horrible. You know, it was all in pursuit of fun. All of the injuries were like basically having fun, you know, and yeah, just having a good time. Okay, on the paddle here, Shion Crawford staying busy, catches this insider. Wow. We just say wow. I mean, I don't know if that's going to help, if it's going to eclipse the 5.67, but the power that he put into that small wave and that big turn.
Yeah, we paid to use words, but sometimes there are none. The 5.67 is what he wants to replace.
Yeah. Pretty small wave, but it was a big move.
Yeah, huge maneuver.
Yeah, 5.23, so it doesn't do it, but it impressed us. It gave a chorus of wows here. We'll take another look at it.
Yeah, so great. I mean, I think he kind of identifies, hey, I've got one turn. Let's make it a banger. Let's try and improve the scoreline. Pretty rad move.
I mean, this is a 1 foot wave.
Look at him shift his feet in anticipation of this section. Crouches low. Yeah, just kind of I feel like the elimination round sometimes when you get on a bit of a roll, it's a bit of a pressure release. Like that pressure release valve is kind of starting to tapped into.
I think so. I think sometimes coming through and being in an elimination round and making the really tough heats and knowing that you can make the tough heats in the tough conditions, that gives you confidence going through. And a lot of times you'll see surfers build momentum after competing in the elimination round, being successful in that, and then take that momentum into the next round, the round after that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the winner of this entire event had to battle through the elimination round.
After this elimination round, when you look at the math, it's only 8 good waves to a world title.
Wow. Yeah, this event moves really quickly. I mean, we only need 4 full days of competition. We're going to get through 2 of them. Got another 16 heats, and then it's into finals day.
Yeah. So down to 2 minutes, 20 seconds, and Luke Brumby needing that 7.84. The Australian with priority in the blue jersey. Waves coming through here. We can see him on the scramble trying to get to the corner here. He's going to get a whitewater push into this wall. Brumby, nice carve to start. On his way. Little caught up there.
Oh.
And you could see after that opening carve just getting caught up, halting some of his forward progression right there and loss of all acceleration, and that was it.
I was holding my breath, Cup, because looking at that wave and the way it was wrapping and the line on it looked so nice. It had the 7.84 number on it.
Yeah.
Like in terms of quality, there was obviously a couple steps in the face of it, but just that timing was just a touch off for Luke.
Here we go with Shion. Nice carve there. Full rail on that one. snaps for some variety. Gets around this section. Looking on the inside for a finish. Big snap to finish, so 3 big turns. Looking to better a 5.67.
Also really like the spray on that board. I mean, when you're looking in and there's a lot of glare for the judges, just seeing that flash of luminous yellow can be a point of difference. Beautiful snap through there. Such great connection. I think that's something that I'm seeing in Xi'an surfing. Good end maneuver. Let's see if that replaces the 5.67. It's kind of a going through the motions wave.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. It could be a moot point if Luke Brumby does not get another wave. We're down to just 30 seconds. Brumby up the beach, needing a 7.84. He's got priority. He's just got 20 seconds. He's got to spin on something, and it doesn't look like there's a lot on offer. Little corner here. Hopefully, this wave grows in size down the line. Cut back there. Skates around the little whitewater section. Pops it up for the air reverse, goes down, so that will seal his fate. And Luke Brumby will be eliminated. Xi'an Crawford with the high wave score of the day, that 9.33, moving on into the round of 16. More action coming your way. Adur Amatriain versus Harley Walters. When we come back, Heat 6 will be in the water. Here we go, back at Oceanside, the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship. And a nice handshake after a big challenge out there between Luke Brumby and Xi'an Crawford. Xi'an Crawford moving on out of this heat and into the round of 16. I'm Kai Guerrero, along with Matt, the Waxed Shanaski. Going to talk you through the action as we have another challenge out in the water. Adur Amatriain up against Harley Walters. Your thoughts on this matchup, Matt?
Ooh, a spicy matchup there. So we got the goofy and the natural footer, and Adur coming off a great winter of waves, charges all types of waves on those Pukas boards, a great quiver. The other end of the spectrum, you have the sharp eyes under Harley, who's residing in Kira from Ngari, and he's got likes of his brother and a lot of professional surfing's greatest surfers lining the points of Rainbow Bay.
Yeah, legendary. Favorite surfer from Ngari? Throwing a question.
It would be, I'm going to go back a long way.
I know, you got some history.
Jeez, there's so many, there's literally that many to choose from. Come back to me in a couple of minutes. And
Okay,
I'll give you one.
okay. We're going to come back to you on that one. Favorite food for Harley Walters? It's a pretty easy guess. He's Australian.
Meat pies.
Ah, yeah. That's Aussie, isn't it?
Yeah. We don't know what meat, they're just pies with meat in them.
We got both surfers up on this opening ride. Open priority. We're going to stick here with Harley Walters. And the lanky Goofy Foot nails that first wave, 6'2" in height.
Wow, and using every little bit of that on that wave, leveraging his height with that free-flowing style, looking very bendy and mobile on that opening wave. But behind him was Adur and his opener as well, so we'll have to see what he got locked in. Separate parts of the right-hander.
Yeah. So no interference coming into play in that. They were far separated. And then whoever gets back out to the peak first, likely Adur, will get priority after that exchange. But when we look at that exchange, oh, here it is.
So here's Adur, just, ooh, a nice fin throw at the beginning, and hammers that end section as well. So that would have felt nice, but he didn't realize in the end section was, oh, and consciously taking off his Harley, so seeing he wasn't going to make it around the section. And wow, nice vertical re-entry there, and he goes for a third hit as well. So this was, we're looking into the glare, and this drone angle really showcasing just how dynamic that wave was for Harley. What a way to start off. And this is the one we saw at the beginning, Kaipo, and here just springing into these turns, looking very lively, very spicy, and here just leveraging that height. Got a wider stance, but he makes it count when he hammers that section. Looks very stable and very confident.
Yeah, and I think you use a great descriptive, springy, in his surfing. That's a tall surfer like that, being able to coil up and then release over and over again. Goofy Foot, of course, when you think about that kind of coiling action on the backhand and springiness, you think about a surfer like Owen Wright.
Well, Rob Machado was in the booth with us earlier, exactly right.
So still waiting for the score for both surfers after the opening exchange.
I love Harley's info facts there that J Bay is a wave that he'd love to surf on tour if it was to come back on. That's a testament to how well goofy footers have surfed there in the last decade. Owen Wright included.
Yep.
Surfs like Ryan Callanan and pretty much all the modern day goofy footers do really well at places like Bells and J Bay.
Yeah. With the advent of the thruster, I feel backhand surfing is no longer a handicap, right? And there was a time when you were talking about surfing with single fins, twin fins, where it was widely considered that if you were on your backhand, you would not be able to surf as well as someone on their forehand.
Yep.
That's changed ever since Simon Anderson kind of blessed us with the thruster. And ever since then, it's no longer a handicap or a disadvantage to have your back against the wall.
Absolutely, and the key element of the thruster, what it allows the surfer to do is, well, you can change your angle of your bottom turn. You can do a small, short little bottom turn and a longer top turn. You can snap the fins. A variety of maneuvers is possible. On the single fins, your top turn was dictated to how good your bottom turn was. And sometimes on your backside and single fins, it's just really difficult to pick a line to get up the top of the wave. Thruster, a lot more pivoty, allowing side-to-side, rail-to-rail action. But at the same time, those quick little squirty adjustments that Machado talked about in the booth earlier, which in small beach breaks is just so key, being able to bank off the chops, and that's what thrusters did. But it was unveiled there at Bells Beach, and the surf was 10 feet plus. Simon went on to win Pipeline with the same fin configuration, doing well at North Narrabeen, and in fact, just completely flipped the surfboard design world on its head and been the dominant fin choice ever since.
It's true, 1981. Going to the scores on that exchange, pretty close, Matt. A 6.67 for Harley Walters and a flat 6 for Adur Amatriain.
Yeah, interesting. Harley was way down the beach on that wave, so perhaps some of the emphasis of that wave was lost because one of his better turns was at the end of the wave, way down. So you got to think, if you're not surfing in front of the judges, you're not really giving yourself the best opportunities as well.
Walters here, again going vert on the backhand. Nice springy surfing, coiled up, throws the tail into reverse for a little variety right there. That was a spicy finish. Yeah. Adur right behind him with his own finish, hucking the fins out the back. So that was a great exchange. Adur got a couple of turns before that. We'll review that. So these surfers are matching each other turn for turn on each of these exchanges.
The thing I like about the spins, when the surfers are able to carry speed out of those maneuvers, a lot of the surfers will attempt it as a last resort when they're running out of room on the wave, or when they don't feel like they've given it enough. They'll do a spin when it's easy, when it's a less critical section. But like that wave there for both surfers, if you're able to get the fins free and ride out of it with speed, it's deemed a critical maneuver, and that performance element is incorporated. Is that replay here. So I love this. No downtime. Straight into that next turn. The judges will appreciate the flow there. And here he ramps up and nice little nose pick there and spins that around. That was a great wave for Harley Walters. And behind him, we'll get another look at it. Why not? Vertical snap there. And again, flow element linking it together and springing into this. Wow. Picks the nose, spins it around and rides that with control. That one felt good. This is Adu's second wave. Nice style there and gets the fins free there as well on that end section. So progressive surfing from both these surfers. Goofy foot, regular foot. This is really living up to its name. I thought this was going to be a great heat at the beginning of the day when I earmarked it. Stoked that we're here calling it.
Yeah, we've had so many competitive heats through today. It's been a pretty entertaining elimination round. Some upsets, some grand performances. Even though the waves have been a little bit lackluster, it has not hindered both either our men or our women. Both of them have been stepping up today at Oceanside. So great to see. It's been exciting to watch.
You know, it's Harley's been training a little bit at the High Performance Surf Centre there in northern New South Wales. He had some great some great accolades. His first pro junior event last year. But the flow element, that's something that's intuitive, and it's showing that he's growing as a competitive surfer, as well as just in the free surf elements as well.
He sure is growing, and the score line's growing as well. An 8-point ride for Harley Walters, and he is in the lead. And speaking of scores, a big 9.33 drop by the Haleiwa boy, Shishi boy. Shion Crawford, Shion's with Mitchell. Let's hear from him.
That's right, Kaipo, the highest wave of the event so far and the highest score in that heat, a 9.33 Shishi. He moved through into the round of 16 last year. You were an alternate on the beach at Seaside Reef. You're waiting for somebody to pull out of the event. You're in here now into the round of 16. What's the biggest difference we're seeing from a year ago from you?
Yeah, I was an alternate hoping to get in, but now I'm finally in it so I can show my surfing. Finally put 2 turns together, just like, dude, I just want to surf good, you know.
Jackson, you're staying with him. Opened up the event very well, had a 7, made it through straight into the round of 16. But talk to me about the connection with the Hawaii boys here in California. U.S. champ, national champ, and here in Oceanside, this isn't your first rodeo here either.
Yeah, it's California. I like California. It's a little bit soft, but a couple of fun waves around here. But yeah, staying with Jackson is pretty sick. We were always competitive, and I don't know, I look up to him, and I just want to beat him all the time. But yeah, I love him too. So, and Brody, you know, like all the Hawaii boys, we're all cheering for each other. But yeah.
All right, big admiration on the surfing side. 933. Who's really the best at Fortnite out of all you guys, though?
Eli Hanneman. I shout out Eli Hanneman. What is it? Hammertown. So yeah.
Thank you, Shishi. Anything you want to say back home to your parents?
Thank you, Mom and Dad and my sister for watching, and all my sponsors. Hawaii.
Kaipo, the kid's growing up.
Yeah. Watch them grow up. Proud of them. Good going, you know. I like the comment that's kind of soft here. That's a Hawaii boy, right?
He's not wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, but, I mean, you wouldn't know it. That performance he put together was phenomenal as well. So,
yeah. So here we go. We got some scores. And look at these exchanges have been really close between both Adore and Harley. Adore, a 7.57. Harley, an 8-point ride. It just seems like Harley's able just to one-up Adore just by a little bit in each of these exchanges.
Yeah, Adu's just had both 2 turns on his wave. So that 7.57 was almost exactly the same as the 6, but he just had it a little sweeter and a little bigger wave, a little more critical. The judges really making their presence felt here, saying we want to reward progressive surfing, and if you're going in it with speed and commitment, you're going to get the scores. It's already amazing heat totals for both these surfers.
Oh, an amazing end turn there for Adore Amatrian.
the variety that both of these surfers are throwing out on these waves is exciting as well. So this is a great brand of surfing that they're bringing to us right now. And here's Harley, in his backside. He's going to get back out, get the priority, seeing there's no end section on the end of that.
So a quick out for Harley Walters, our current leader in this heat. Still waiting for a score for Adore to see if that changes the situation. And Harley wanted to shout out the 2464 lads. 2464 being the postal code for Yamba and Gori region.
Yep.
You guys only have four numbers in your postal codes.
Yeah, easy to tattoo on yourself. If you're that way inclined.
Yeah.
I mean, and lots of surfers are, so.
Hey. Represent where you're from. Be proud of where you're from, wherever you're from. I mean, that's your home. And so be proud of your home, take care of your home.
An interesting fact about Harley too, that he's a big fan of 1-4 who have and emerging.
You know what? I like 1-4, okay? Because I'm a hip hop head.
I love
right?
1-4, great.
And so I love rap. I love hip hop. I've come up I got decades in it.
Yeah.
And Australian hip hop, right there, that rap, that 1-4.
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
I like it too. It's great. I mean, it tells the tale.
I like the accent of it too. I like the tempo and the rhyme that they have, along with the Australian accent. I think is really cool. But yeah, it's pretty hood as well.
Yeah, it's hood. I mean, and he's an Eshe, and that's I like it. And Eshe is, I mean, you talk about different types of hip hop, different subgenres and cultures that come out of hip hop.
Yeah.
Right here in Oceanside, you might have the Cholo, the Chicano side of hip hop. In Australia, it's the Eshes.
Eshe.
It's just a style of.
It's a style.
Yeah, you're wearing sneakers. You're wearing.
I gotcha.
A lot of sport brands, and it's streetwear, but it's.
The Eshe is like the
lads,
like the Adidas track pants guys.
Yeah. Asics and it's a real Sydney thing as well.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, go to those different areas in Western Sydney. You'll see you can pretty much signify from the bum bags and the different styles of clothing of where you are. Same in LA, same in California, parts of Hawaii as well. But it's just part of youth subculture, and people tuning in right now know exactly what we're talking about.
So that's cool. So that tells me that Harley Walters has a little bit of grit in him too.
Yeah.
As well. So everyone brings their own personality, right? Because you're a human being. You got a lot of other interests other than just surfing.
Yeah.
But surfing is how you express yourself
as well, and a lot of motivating lyrics in those songs as well.
All right, well, we're halfway through this heat, 14 minutes, and the advantage is to the Australian with heat control, priority, and the lead to Harley Walters. Waiting for the next set to come through here at Oceanside and see if it's going to change the situation. But right now, it's Walters in the driver's seat, and the driver's seat is on the right-hand side.
I was looking at some of Adu's clips. The guy can surf everything from 2 to 20 feet. A well-rounded surfer. For him to come to California and show some of that progressive surfing that he's dropped so far. A 7 and a 757. Once again, just 2 3-turn combos. There's a big ramp coming. I think we know what to expect.
Yeah. When I first saw Adur surfing, the first thing that came to mind is we'll see the tides right there. We're bottoming out this afternoon at a -1.5 local time. That's about a half hour from right now, so we're pretty much at peak low tide right now.
That's the takeoff spot of this morning where that bird is in the middle of the screen. I love this stuff. Awesome.
So back to Adora, the first time I saw him surf, he reminded me a lot of Felipe Toledo in his quick, snappy style and the speed that he had in his surfing.
Yeah. Free surfing down the beach, I thought the exact same thing silhouetted yesterday. I thought, wow, it's Felipe surfing off the contest zone. You're exactly right. He's also got a Dane Reynolds way that he frees the fins too, sort of that technique. I've got a little bit of Dane in there as well. I mean, two terrific surfers to be compared
to, right? Yeah, he's a fast surfer. And you mentioned he rides Puka surfboards, so he's got the European factory right there. He's always got a signature color or signature template as far as his color. He always has these straight rail sprays.
bands, yeah.
The rail bands that he's been keeping on his boards ever since I've seen him in the last 3 years so far.
And that's almost synonymous with Puka's team riders. They seem to have their own, colorway and style. A lot of the big wave surfers.
If people don't know about Pukas, what can you tell us about Pukas? Because they really are a surfboard institution.
They
and
were
culture.
if not the first, but definitely the most dominant surfboard factory in the Basque region since the late 1960s. They did burn down about 6 to 8 years ago. They rebuilt, which is a terrific thing for the surfboard industry there, but also laying foundation for the distribution and manufacturing of many different brands. Christensen, Bill Pizel there. I know Twiggy Baker get Mick Tavish surfboards there as well.
The Pukas has been a gateway for both U.S. and Australian brand surfboards will find their way over into Europe. And like you said, it's a legendary factory, and it's influenced all of European surfing.
For sure. Yeah, and opened up new markets to those brands we just talked about. And yeah, the surfers there get the main benefit from it. They get good quality equipment.
We'll see if we got any takers with this set right here. Both surfers continue to paddle up the beach. And it appears that Harley may just be chasing Adura at this point because I don't see a lot of waves. We'll be back with the end of this heat. See who's going to come out into the round of 16. Will it be Harley Walters? Will it be Adura Amatriain? We'll find out after this break. All of our supporters here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Thank you to Cup Noodle, to Original Sprout, Tractor Beverage Co., all coming out and supporting this landmark event where we'll be crowning World Junior Champs for both the men and women in the next few days. Waiting period until Sunday the 14th here in San Diego. Southside Oceanside Pier Kaipo, along with Matt the Waxhead Shanoski. And as we left, Harley Walters was in the lead, and as we return, Harley Walters is still in the lead. Whoa, here we go. Leo Casal, the Aki-ish Brazilian by way of Australia, is coming up in the next heat.
Powerhouse.
Yeah. Strong surfer. Great goofy foot. We'll see what he does on his backhand because it looks like these running rights are going to be the choice of the surfers.
Dangerous as well. He's great on his backside there. And
as I say that, Harley Walters goes left and times that exquisitely on a couple of turns, looking to top a 6.67 in his scoreline and extend his lead.
Yeah, starting off so strong, Harley. It's sort of everyone's been lost in the last 5 minutes. Both surfers haven't really posted anything of substance, but really making the most of those conditions at the beginning of the heat. 667. We'll have to have a look at this replay. So here compresses. Ooh, nice little fin throw there, and straight into this next one. I think the judges will like that combination. It's a rare one. We haven't seen too many lefts stand up like that today, Kaipo, let alone goofy footers really capitalize.
Yeah, and we talked about it, you know, going against the grain on the left. Sometimes it's tough because you're fighting the flow, but sometimes it makes those sections stand up like it did for Harley. Here we go at Ador. Looking down the line, snapping off the top. We talked about the quick turns by Ador. Amatriain coming down the line and looking for another spot to throw a turn. Little fin release on the end of that turn. Pops it one more time. And a nice completion for Ador. So we need a score for Harley Walters. We need a score for Ador. And the situation to follow, just under the 6-minute mark, clock ticking down.
Electric surfing there from Ador. Just clinical in his approach. Let's have a look at this. So pumping down the line, eyes this one off, goes swing straight off the top. A little caught up there, straight into this next turn there. Great technique, making a pretty lackluster wave look really exciting. A lot of variety, keeping the momentum going down the line, and presses into that turn and finishes nice and clean. So, I mean, the key word in that was variety. He carried the flow and momentum. This will give us a better angle of this first turn there. So that was a beautiful snap, tiny little bit caught up, but he makes this dead section look exciting and fun. It's a hard thing to do. The testament to his technique as he's working his way through the inside and finishes strong. 6 maneuvers on that wave. Well done. That was great time, but wasn't enough.
No, it came in at a 5.83. Meanwhile, that left that we saw Harley Walters take with the 2 big turns came in as a 7.77. So things have been going Harley's way the entire heat.
And contrasting that to the 757 of Ador was a 2-turn combo. So that's very similar to 777 from Harley. So the judges making their presence felt, saying, hey, we want to see some radical combos. Doesn't have to be a long wave, but we want to see some explosive surfing.
Yeah, there's all the numbers into the 7.77 from all 5 of our judges. And that was an illustration that it's quality over quantity, because there's no doubt that Ador got a ton of turns in on his last wave. But it was the quality of those 2 big turns for Harley Walters that really turned the judges' heads.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great wave selection nonetheless from Ador, and he had to take it. But that wave just really got a lot smaller as it went down the line. But an 8.2, he'll take a lot of confidence out of that 757, the 2-turn combo. I feel like this next 3 minutes 50, we could see a flurry of waves ridden. And on the other end of the spectrum, Harley sitting with the priority in a 777. I mean, pretty hard to top. 2 near on excellent and a near excellent score. So will he just play the waiting game and you know, snabble that best wave of the heat away from Ador? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's going to be see what the strategy is for Harley Walters, because again, with heat control, he's got a big lead. He's got priority. Really controlling these last 3 minutes. It's all up to Harley to really close this thing out. You can see, however, the distance between the 2 surfers sort of surprises me just a little bit, that Harley's not really reeling Ador in a little bit more and a little bit closer to him just to keep track of where he is.
Yeah, because he can sneak away. That we saw that last wave that Ador got was a long way down the sandbank. But
we're gonna just that story's. Yeah, I'm just kidding in my ear. That's the next heat. So maybe we get our eyes on the current heat. That'd be great. There we go, from above. And now we're seeing Ador paddling back out into the takeoff zone. And he's going to be a little bit closer to Harley Walters at this point.
Yeah, so there must have been not free surfers. That's the next heat sitting out in the water,
Yeah.
silhouetted with that sunset. Oh no,
Oh,
they
yeah,
are
there's
free
a
surfers.
ponytail there. So, and there's the men's division. So,
Well, it's bizarre given that there's so many waves on this coastline. Why you'd want to be situated right next to a contest?
I'm still baffled. Hey, look at. I got enough. I'm gonna go on a rant right now a little bit, but I go like on tour, whether it's the Challenger Series, the CT Series. I'm always baffled on the warm-up surfs where it's just like, okay, these guys are only in town for a little bit, and why like everybody shows up for the warm-up surfs of all skill levels. Hey, look at this is cool, but sometimes stay off the racetrack unless you have a number on your car. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
here. They're here for the acai bowls, the electric bikes. They're here for the cup noodles, here for the festivities.
Now there we go. Now that's the heat management right there. With Harley has a high heat IQ. Obviously, he knows how to close out a heat. He's got the lead. He's got priority, and he's just going to be shoulder to shoulder with Adore for this final minute.
See the paddle technique and the fitness from Adore there. Just paddled all the way out, way down the beach. One thing I noticed, really putting in those hard strokes and paddling hard. Get back out there, and now he's looking for something. You can see him looking around, and it's not over until it's over. So he's going to try and do something this next 45 seconds. You don't want to get too close, right, in that last 40 seconds, because you always get interference forced on you. Or we've seen in CT so many last-minute decisions go all over the place because of pressure.
Yeah, there's a zigzag, and Harley's happy to let Adore try for that one. Wave was a dud, didn't have any potential to it, down to 20 seconds. So it's going to be the next line or nothing. Yeah, and I don't think this wave is going to reach them in time. So it's sealed up for the Australian. He'll take a ride in here. Harley Walters. Impressive performance. 15.77, an 8 and a 7.77. That's a hot heat for the Australian, and he's on to the round of 16. Well, taking a break. Matt, I'm going to leave you, but I'm going to leave you in great hands. Mitchell Salazar is coming in. He'll be calling the next heat with you.
Our two final heats of day number 2 competition here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Out there in the water, it's heat number 7 of the elimination round. Leo Casal from Brazil in the red. Eli Boshan from Israel in the blue. 28 minutes on the clock and a couple of scores on the board already. Mitchell Salazar here with the Waxhead, the one and only Matt Jonoski. Very competitive heat, the last one. Harley Walters taking away the win against Adura Matriain. We got a brand new one out there in the water. 4.67 to open up for Leo Casal. Meanwhile, Eli Boshin opens up with a 2.83. And a couple of great surfers out there in the water. In the previous heat, we got two new ones. As looking at the replay, the 4.67 here of Casal.
Starting off nice and early for Leo. The waves have changed so much throughout the day. Eli's first wave as well, so going incomplete in that 2.83. Very similar, both waves, both goofy footers out there right now. We did see one of the highest scoring waves that last heat on a rare left as well. So these surfers would have recognized that. Their coaches, or they might have been standing on the sand watching that. 7. So there's lefts out there. Be the difference in this heat.
Could potentially be. As Kaipo was touching on, the tide very low this afternoon. I mean, we go into a negative 1.5. A new moon cycle going on right now here in California. As having a look is Leo Casal, great powerhouse Brazilian surfer. You mentioned the left, and case in point, going left here, just the one single turn, but you know, not a very tall kid, but stocky, has a lot of power in those legs, and just an all-around ripper. Spent the entire last season on the Challenger Series. Never really got a stand-up performance, but I'd have to say, surfing-wise, maybe his best one was actually in California. Lost a very close heat in the afternoon to Kanoe Igarashi. Gets a 2.87 on this one, Matt.
Yeah, let's have a look at that. Wow, and just chops that wave in two. A little Oki reference as it was walking out there from Kaipo, and I think that's well received because that technique just then was very much Oki on a small left-hander.
Yeah, and he hasn't really had to focus too much on the junior series. Really been focused on the qualifying series regionally, and as mentioned before, was on the Challenger Series for 2023. You know, ended up in the mix right there at the end. If he had gotten 2 consecutive results, might have been a chance for him to qualify for the championship tour. But the 19-year-old from Florianopolis in the southern part of Brazil, real nice dude. You talk to him, you know, always happy, really enjoys himself. But a lot of people forget that he came onto the scene on both the qualifying series and the challengers, still only 18 years of age. He still has this year and one more to go in the juniors if he would select to.
What an experience to be traveling world on that Challenger Series, and obviously doesn't necessarily need that wild card onto the series, but I mean, to have a World Junior title against your name, just the icing on the cake for 2023.
And we've seen multiple Brazilians win the World Juniors as a split peak right there. Casal was on the left, and now Boshin on the right. Got a combination of turns right there from Eli. Opened up with a 2.83. Netanya, his home break. Sirenet Beach, to be specific, his favorite surf spot just up the road at Lower Trestles in San Clemente. And also loves to travel all across Europe. Super Tubos, another one of his favorite waves. And if you ask him what his preheat music playlist is, a couple of good ones, 21 Savage and the very well-known Drake. Casal now on the backhand. I mean, he is lightning quick for his size. Mentioned that we've seen many Brazilian World Junior Champions in the past. Lucas Vicente, the last one in 2019, defeated Kate Madsen over there in Taiwan. We've seen Gabe Medina win. That was in 2013. 2-time junior champion on a world level, Pablo Paulino. And, of course, the great Adriano Souza, also a former World Junior champion, Matt.
Yeah, diverse surfers there. Some have become world champions and others have fallen off that tour, but their name goes down in history. And I love that front loading here. No pumping in between, and gets that nice click at the end. So a series of maneuvers, good flow between them. For Eli, and this is Leo, contrasting styles, and here hammers that one in the section and puts full commitment into that turn. Loses a bit of that momentum here. Great technique nonetheless, and he completes this. Foot nearly sliding off the board there, so it'll be interesting to where the judges go with that split. 5, 6, 7 there for Eli.
Yeah, and a good start right there for Boshin. A 5.67, still waiting on the last of Leo Casal. Around 7 minutes have gone by in this heat already, and 2 goofy footers in this one. We'll also have 2 goofy footers in our final heat of day number 2. It'll be Reed Platenius and Sam Peter. Looking at Boshin on screen right there. Great surfer coming out of Netanya. And the last of Casal, a 3.7. You know, a few months ago, we went and did the last longboard event of the regular season at Sal. Had a lot of great conversations with Sam Bleakley, yourself, Chris Cote even included in there about board design, how far we've progressed with not only competing, but also trying to make things look good when you're out there in a jersey. It seems like nowadays at a junior level, a lot of these kids just go out there, they're almost putting a free surf session up when they're inside of a 30-minute mark.
Yeah, the maturity in the jersey's been staggering just to see that flow, the style. But at that young age, to actually have worked out what your style is, understanding your growing body and what equipment works for you, it's exceptional. And I can't say it's been the norm across the decades of professional surfing. It's quite a rarity to see someone so mature in their approach. And the ones that have been mature in their approach have ended up being superstars.
And speaking of superstars, Boshan having a look at this one right here. He's going to let it go. Harley Walters, superstar in the making. He's downstairs with Rosie.
Yeah, the highest heat total of the round, 15.77. You got to take some confidence away from those numbers, Harley.
Yeah, I don't know, pretty stoked. Just like pretty hard out there, but a couple. So yeah, so happy to get a couple scores.
And Adura was putting up some nice numbers too. Were you aware of the situation while you're out there? You're so far south.
Kinda. You can't hear much, but like you can hear a little bit. So I heard I had an 8 and a 6, and then I don't know, he only needed a 7.1, and he got like a 7. So I was like, need to try and better. And then I think I got like a 7 something. So pretty happy to get a couple scores.
And to get a good number in the elimination round, what does that do for your motivation as you move through into the round of 16?
Yeah, I don't know. I like come over here. I didn't really expect too much, but like I want to win, obviously. But yeah, just so happy to like, finally make a heat. So yeah, happy.
Did the expectations change after a heat like that?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I don't know. I want to go as far as I can, and yeah, just so stoked.
I love watching you surf. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Rosie, and congrats to Harley Walters. Full-on Aussie right there.
Yeah.
Great mustache, even better mullet in the back.
Yeah, and yeah, we talked earlier about music choices. We talked about meat pies being his favourite meal. Really embracing that Aussie culture. It's great to see the Australians embracing down here at the beach as well, all supporting each other. Josh Kerr actually being a guiding force for a lot of these surfers, hanging around, helping them out, giving the advice. What a great gesture to have a great like Josh Kerr in your corner.
Yeah, they got a lot of amazing young surfers coming through the rankings. I met Lennox Smith last month too, real cool kid. Had a haircut that was pretty dicey, you know. Huey Vaughn went quite tight with the razor blades on the sides and had a big old mullet going on in the back. He was always happy though, and you look at Harley, his older brother Dakota, also a surging force within Australia. They got some great things going on down under. As in this heat right now, 20 minutes to go, Boshan has the lead with a 5.67, a low backup of a 2.83. Casal has 5 waves, Matt, in 10 minutes ridden. A 3.37 on his last, needing a 3.84. Nothing better than the 4.67 for him.
Yeah, it's looking like the surfing's there, but the waves haven't had an end section for him to really showcase some variety. It's just been those repetitive backside re-entries. Well, the left, 3.7, 3.37 for those backside hits. If he can get one with a nasty end section, something that's really going to give him the option to get critical, I think we'll see those scores rise, but you've got to find it out there.
And Eli here on the backhand with priority, just the one section. Hammers that wave shut right there at the end. 19 minutes to go. Looking to replace a 2.83. Has a great style. Knows how to read a wave well. And a lot of maturity for somebody out of his age. Looking to replace a 2.83. It seems like Casal also owed a wave right here. He was looking for a 3.84. Not considering, though, that there's a very likely chance that Eli Boshan will be improving on the 2.83.
Yeah, I think Leo got the end of that wave there from Eli, but we'll have to wait and see that replay. But the maturity of styles we alluded to before, I think back from Nat Young to Wayne Lynch, surfers like Curran, Kelly, Taj Barrow, all possessed very similar styles to what they had when they were in their prime of their career. And there's Leo. That's the section that I was mentioning. If he had something of substance, it could have been it. And Eli had one of himself. So love to see where they go with these scores.
Man, and Casal kind of destroyed that wave, didn't he?
Yeah, loaded up and, well, front loaded up. This is that first re-entry and he's looking for something. You need to tee off. But yeah, if you look at early footage of Curran, Taj, Kelly, they really draw a lot of similarities to how they were surfing in the height of their careers. They really became, and Martin Potter as well, they became absolute giant killers at a very young age. They continued that progress. So I'm interested to see if any of these World Juniors will continue that progress. As I said, they've got very mature styles. A lot of them are aware of their boards, their technique, and their bodies at a very young age.
And it seems like a big score coming through for Leo Casal right now. Needs a 5:01 to move up into the lead, as Boshin did improve on his low score, a 4-point rod for the one single turn.
Yeah.
And, you know, you mentioned a couple great goofy footers right there, as the score is in a 7.0, so moves up into first. Now Eli needing a 6.01 with priority. One of my all-time favorite goofy footers, Sean Cansdale. I mean,
yeah, we go. Yeah,
great style.
Oh, they're very mature style as a junior as well,
and very radical. And I feel like we see a lot of that now nowadays, and it almost seems like it's actually a lot more beneficial to be a surfer like that than it was back in the mid to late 2000s.
Well, the guys who are surfing like that were other superstars of today. I think of the Young Guns, Quicksilver movie, Clay Marzo, Julian Wilson were surfing, futuristic at the time. Although those guys were very consistent, we are seeing performances like that of many of the junior surfers at this event. And that was an anomaly back then. Clay and Julian's performance in that movie, Dane Reynolds as well, just, out of this world. So we have come a long way thanks to those guys who paved the way in the lead up.
And, feels like the motivation is there by a lot of these young surfers to not just become, great surfers all around. I think the lack of a lot of endemic sponsors is making it a lot more difficult for a lot of these young surfers to make a living off of surfing as a free surf too. Nowadays, you have the extra motivation of wanting to be a competitor because you want to be the best in the world, but really competitive surfing is how you're making your living most of the time.
Yeah, that's right. This prize money does go a long way. A lot of these surfers are going event to event, and it's pretty old-fashioned in the way that that's how it used to be. And the end result is you created passionate surfers who are having that camaraderie around each other. They didn't have their own entourage. They couldn't afford it.
Excellent point right there, Matt. We're seeing it with many different regions in the world right now. As we saw Eli right there, just a quick in and out. Did use priority though. Still needing the 6.01 on his behalf. Just over halfway through the heat right now. Leo Casal still in the lead. He's looking to replace his 4.67 as his low score. And I think, case in point, Brazil was really the defining kind of region that has done that so far. And you saw it even yesterday when you saw the Panda William Cardoso, former CT surfer, being on the beach by former Challenger Series surfer turned one of the best free surfers in the world, Victor Bernardo. They're here to support the young Brazilian crew at this event here.
And it is really exciting. They're not necessarily the superstars in Brazilian surfing, but they understand how important the grassroots are. Because at the end of the day, when competition fades, this is our lifestyle. And it's really important that we nurture that next generation. And those elders, those uncles in the surf community are present here at this event. Machado's here as well, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Levi Slauson's corner as well. It is nice to see.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be seeing it a lot more and more. So a couple quick throwaways right there for Eli Boshin. Just an 0.53 and a 0.5 won't really affect the end result of this heat, but what we are seeing is somebody that is desperately motivated to want to move at least into the round of 16 right here, coming up against a much more experienced competitor in Leo Casal.
Yeah.
But this kid has a lot to prove. Definitely one of those new names that we're probably going to be seeing a lot more throughout the next seasons. And of course, we do have lifeguard tryouts coming up here in Oceanside throughout all of Southern California too.
Man, imagine if you tripped over there. That would have been quite the scene.
Well, don't be hitting the rock either.
Oh, yeah, rocks in there.
How beautiful is that drone shot, though?
Beautiful.
I mean, it really exemplifies what.
How good have the waves been, considering so consistent?
Yeah, there's times where you show up to an event, you have a waiting period, you might have a little bit of flexibility every now and then. Realistically, we could finish this event in 4 days. Every now and then, you might have to add in an extra half a day, or on the opposite, you could probably do it in 3.5 days if you would really like to. But I think with surfing, you just need to show up every day, and if there's waves, if it's good enough, we're running.
Yeah.
We saw that at Oceanside at the last CT event for the longboarders too. Never expected to have that much swell, and it was actually perfect for the entire 4 days of competition, as it seems like Boshin, he's asking for a priority change right there. Thought that he was blocked by Leo Casal, and he was right. So priority switches back to the surfer in blue, needing a 6.01. And at this point of the heat, that's a massive moment right there, Matt.
Yeah, and only needing a 6.01. That's achievable in one turn. So Leo, although he's locked in that 7, he's really got to get rid of that 4.67. Maybe stop playing those priority games and focus on just getting a left or teeing off on something to make that requirement a little more difficult for Eli, because it's almost like he almost underestimated his opponent there.
Yeah, definitely 6.01, the requirement for Boshin, and it's been all Leo Casal so far with the highest score of the heat, a 7-point ride. Much more to come after the break here at the World Junior Championships.
SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, is brought to you by Nissan Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. By Original Sprout, official personal care product of the WSL North America. By Tractor Beverage Co., organically farmed beverages. And by Visit Oceanside, San Diego's North Shore.
One of the most fun events out of the entire year is the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Heat number 7 of the elimination round out there. Leo Casal in the lead in the red jersey. Meanwhile, Eli Boshin from Israel trailing in second place, needing a 6.01, has priority, and needing something soon, as we do have 9 minutes and 45 on the clock. Mitch and Matt here in the booth. And Matt, before we went to the break, we saw that situation change in terms of priority. There was a block by Leo Casal over Eli Boshin. And in terms of how that matters towards the end of the heat, we have seen a lot of buzzer beaters in the first day and a half of competition.
Yeah, it's been exciting end to a lot of these heats. Wouldn't necessarily say too many mistakes throughout the heat. It's just the way that the scores have settled towards the end. Live action.
And Boshin looking left for the first time this heat. That was radical on the left. Had the one beautiful forehand carve. And unfortunately for Eli, that wave just goes flat afterwards. Did have a moment of brilliance, though, and a lot of times as a judge, that's kind of what you're looking for. He loves it, and a big point of difference and separation right there on that left in comparison to the rights.
Yeah, look forward to seeing that replay. That first turn was spicy. First impression was that next section didn't stand up for him, and the judges have really enjoyed the two-turn combos, and the wave really jacks up, and it has an element of difficulty when you're finishing that second turn.
And it seems like Leo now on the back end of that wave had a look at it, decides not to go. 8 minutes 25, and a great beach break surfer himself. I mean, you come from Brazil, you need to know how to compete in conditions like this. Still a junior, and we're talking about a kid who spent an entire year on the Challenger Series already, just when he was 18 years when he had qualified. Looking at the replay here, the last of Eli looks to be one of his best.
Springing into that turn, beautiful down carve. And this section was a little grovelly through here. He did get a lot done, and the judges will appreciate the flow in that first turn, but nothing really of consequence towards the end, although he does complete and stay on his feet, which is very important. A little glimpse of Corey Lopez style of surfing there.
And Shea even, too. Taller guy, knows how to use the entirety of his rail. Yeah, that's a good call out, Matt. 7:35 on the clock now. It's a 4.4, so not enough, but we just saw a glimpse right there. I mean, he gets on a wave like that and adds in one more good turn. No doubt going to get the 6.01 that he needs.
Yeah, Eli's got some subtle power inbuilt with his lankier frame as well. It's really nice to see him springing through those turns, that 5, 6, 7. That second wave of his was beautiful, good flow. The great signs from Eli in this heat, but Leo, another type of goofy footer.
Right.
Solid, fixed stance. He does rotate his upper body a lot, which allows him to get pretty radical and generate speed through his turns. It's not just a set and forget and just jam the back foot and generate some speed and spray. It's actually it's quite a subtle technique in Leo's repertoire as well, which I enjoy watching when the waves are a little more powerful.
Right. And as a smaller guy, smaller stature, I think it's way easier for him to get in the pocket and up into the lip line in time too, especially at a beach break, which moves a lot quicker than a point break, Matt.
Narrowband Challenger Series last year was pretty big in between the heats. And there was one morning just before they started the final where it was 6 to 10 feet, depending on which part of the world you're from. It was pretty solid, big barrels. Leo was doing no-hand tubes, taking off backside and staunching the foam ball, and it really stood out to me. It was a very mature approach to barrel riding, pretty much like sand bottom backdoor out there, and to be really navigating a big tube like that was a very mature approach. From that moment, I thought Leo's definitely got something a little unique about his surfing.
You're talking about the day that Colby Jake Wilcox in the final?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, just down the beach, car park rights was cooking.
That must have been huge then.
Yeah.
I mean,
Crosby got a cover shot, I think, down there as well.
Speaking of tall dudes, Reed Plateni is coming up. Surfer from British Columbia, Tofino, one of the most beautiful places in North America. Riding the Swallowtail this afternoon, throwing the shaka as he goes by and paddles out towards the pier. WSL North America champion, and the first champion from North America to be from Canada. And a real cool thing is we're seeing the surfers from that area develop a lot more when it comes to competition. Really getting a lot of recognition now, and you're showing me the photo off camera, and pretty nuts waves that you had on that finals day over there in Narrabeen. You know, I think not only did that catapult Cole Houshman into stardom and start kind of the run that he was on heading on the championship tour now, you have to consider that in those 2 days, the drastic change of conditions.
That was the key. That was what's so special about those wins for those surfers is the evening before when they were about to run the final, it was knee-high wind slop closeouts. So weak, 5-6 second period. Next day, 15-second period, well overhead waves. And as a professional surfer, you have to be experienced to surf either day those conditions. And lining up for a final, it was looking like that. Next day, it's big and overhead, and to make it on the world stage, you've got to be prepared for anything.
Yeah, and you have to be ready for change at any given moment too, right?
For sure.
I feel like surfing is so underrated when it comes to major sports because as an athlete, as a surfer, you go through so many different things in maybe an hour, less than that kind of time period. Not many other sports can handle that kind of pressure, Matt.
Where these guys are lining up right now was almost far-fetched, me assuming 6 hours ago. So they're going to be surfing in line with those little houses. You can't even see the takeoff zone from where we were this morning. It was straight out the front of the contest, and that's just in 6 hours. Phenomenal elements that we have to deal with as surfers, and that's why a lot of surfers are good businessmen as well, actually.
Decision-making, that's what it comes down to. 3 minutes 30, and it seems like Boshin was having a look at that one. Decides not to go, still needing the 6.01. And this kid was runner-up to the European rankings title for the World Surf League in the Junior Series. Did have a second-place finish in La Torche in France. So, big deal when you're beating a lot of people out from Portugal, France, Spain even. and the Basque Country included, as that is a paddle and a block by Leo Casal. He's going to be rewarding priority over to Eli Boshin, and Eli's going to be looking left on this one. Might have some potential. Oh, good start right there. Brings it back around. Gets a little hung up though. Needs something big. Throws the tail around for the air. Oh, lays back. And incomplete right there for the surfer in the blue jersey. 2 minutes 40 to go. Still going to be needing the 601.
Yeah, he had the wave. Fortunately fell. That one will be a pretty easy decision for the judges. They're very strict in their completions. The first turn was beautiful. A little bit hung up. Great technique leading up to it, though.
And a solid attempt, too. I mean, you got to give it to the kid for going for it right there. Recognize that he was at a good point of the heat with enough time to maybe try to catch 2 waves, too. He goes for the air right there, and that wave just not offering up a lot of scoring potential after that. A 601 is what he requires. 2 minutes to go, and a lot of times, Matt, people are super impressed by big heat totals, 15, 16 points, and obviously impressive. But there's just as much impression when you win a close heat like this with minimal scores. 11-6-7, no joke when it comes to good scoring, especially when you have a 7 in your scoreline. But it comes down to the decision-making towards the end, especially if you can just keep the other surfer off of the best waves.
Yeah, exactly right. And Leo hasn't ridden a wave in a little while. He's got that priority, and he's still looking for a wave now, which is interesting. Well, he's got a 4.61 in his scoreline. Pretty easy to replace with one big turn.
Yeah, and he is a hungry surfer for a good result. Had a couple of good ones on the Challenger Series last year, but nothing that really stood out too much. Wow, throws the tail right there. And an unforced error by Leo Casal, though, might have been impressive the way he tried to turn that board around that quickly. But was that a wave that he needed to go on at this point of the heat?
Well, it was an imminent closeout. He did need something. I mean, really rolling the dice on that. A 4.67 needed. Even if he pulled that, it was only going to be a mid-range score at best. Not carrying a lot of speed through that wave. We'll see if that's a mistake.
Does have some great Xanadu's under his feet. Xanadu been here a long time, originally from Brazil, but resides right here in San Diego. 25 seconds to go, and Boshin has a chance right here. Needs a 6.01, and gonna be on the corner for this right. Deep bottom turn. Nice stretched out carve on the backhand right there. Once more in the pocket. This wave just going flat though. And with time winding down, this is gonna be his last chance. A good series of turns and a strong finish right there. So hold the phone. Might have spoken too early, had a string of maneuvers right there, a bit repetitive, Matt, but towards the end, that wave stood up and got a great finishing maneuver in.
Well, this Leo, it was a mistake. A minute 30 to go. He took off on a wave and didn't better his score. So let's dissect it. Okay, so a little flat in opening cut, but a lot of spray. And here, just a lot of downtime, quite lateral, the surfing, but he can't do anything. The waves sort of locked him in. It's keeping the fins moving here, and it all comes down to this end turn here, where he does finish with a bit of substance, and the judges like that. So 2 nice turns on that wave. Keeping really busy, and a little repetitive, as you said, perhaps.
So far down the beach, too. I mean, look at where the judges' tower is in the background and where he ended up.
Well, they'll have to watch the drone angle as well.
And gonna wait for the score. 2 numbers indicating that it is not even remotely close to enough. And not going to get the score here, Matt. Waiting for one more just to make it official. It's a 4.57, so does improve on his low score. And you got to applaud the kid for trying. Never gave up. Had 3 waves in a row where he threw everything at those waves to try to get the 6.01 that he was needing. But it wasn't enough, and it's going to be the Brazilian Leo Casal moving through into the round of 16. First time competing here in Oceanside for him. We got Reed Platenius and Sam Peter coming up in our final heat of day 2. SAMBAZON has partnered with Murph Electric Bikes to bring 2 lucky winners this one-of-a-kind custom SAMBAZON times Murph electric bike. You don't want to miss out on this $3,500 package, including 3 months of SAMBAZON's acai packets and acai bowls, SAMBAZON branded Yeti cooler and drinkware, and the e-bike of your dreams. Enter to win via the QR code on screen or by visiting the SAMBAZON booth at the event here in Oceanside. Welcome back to beautiful Southside Oceanside Pier, here for the final heat of Day 2 of competition at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, Mitch, and the incredible Rosie Hodge here for the call for the last heat. Reed Platenius from Tofino, British Columbia, Canada in red. Sam Peter, the kid from Hossegor, France, is in blue, Rosie, and he opened up with a 2-point ride here.
Yeah, watching this kid on his backhand, he had moments in the opening round that were really nice, and that right there, that whippy start, just a little bit of hint of what we have to look forward to. Reed, such a solid surfer. Really enjoy this guy's approach. He's one of the bigger guys in the mix at this event. His opening round, he took a little while to get going, but he's such a talented guy. Hopefully he finds a better run.
And spoke to his coach, Ryan Simmons, about that, actually, and he's like, yeah, we got a lot of work to do, but it's mostly about self-belief and confidence for Reed. He says surfing's there. He just needs to actually catch his waves.
And it's funny how that component is such a big one. I mean, when you have that natural talent, but you just are lacking in that confidence, it can really just bring your whole game down. So hopefully Reed can kind of readjust and give himself that boost that he needs.
Big year for Canada in terms of surfing in 2023. Aaron Brooks winning the last Challenger Series of the year over in Saquarema. Reed Platenius, though, first WSL North America Junior Champion from Canada. And you can see right there his hometown Tofino. A lot of support for him. Opens up with a 4.33. Just a stunning place, Rosie. Visually, the food is amazing. The people, the vibe is incredible. I really recommend a lot of people to go and visit.
Yeah, I love my trip to Canada. And just touching on the talent coming out of that country. It's so fun to watch these emerging countries and how well they're doing. I know on the women's side you have the Olin sisters. Sanoa has actually punched her ticket to the Olympics, but we'll get back to that. Let's talk a little bit about Sam.
Yeah, this kid rips too. 20 years of age, excuse me, from Senoi, where Hossegor is, and 5'8". Seños? Okay. Thank you. It's been a long day, Rosie. Okay.
No, Mitch, you are always so spot on. Like, that's Seños.
And you would think that I know how to pronounce that based off of my heritage, but no. And how good is France, by the way, too? Amazing waves. Croissant. They have the croissant there. I love my bread, too, Rosie. I love my coffee, my hot chocolate. And they have all of that right there in the southwest of France, including great waves. Throws the tail, thus Peter, and up and over that second section. Real difficult stuff to do. His father, Didier, is also one of the premier coaches out of Europe, and he's been doing that for the past 20 to 30 years, too.
Yeah, that helps when it comes to coming into the competitive mindset, having someone that can guide you along those lines. But sometimes it's really difficult to take that advice from your dad.
Right.
Having another look at Sam's wave here. I like the length of time that he spends at the bottom, really emphasizing that bottom turn. Definitely feel like the goofy footers have that ability on these right-handers to get a little bit more critical.
Looks taller than 5'8" when he stands up, too.
That's a good point. Like, he looks like a lanky guy. Looks a little bit taller than 5'8". Yeah, that's interesting.
We might have to measure him after his heat and see if that's accurate or not.
He could have hit a bit of a growth spurt. I'm thinking I'm about 5'10".
You're at least 5'9".
Yeah.
I would think so. I mean,
5'9 3/4. Okay, well, let's just split some hairs. But I feel like Sam looks like a tall kid.
Yeah, and speaking of tall dudes, Reed Platenius, one of the tallest in the event. He's kind of been deciding which boards he's going to ride, been experimenting with JS's, riding a Mayhem for this event. Really nice looking swallowtail. Last of Peter comes through as a 3.93, but, you know, just going back to how beautiful Canada is, and you mentioned the emerging talents from there. The Olin sisters, You have Osha Green coming up now, too.
Yeah, I watched her in the Ripple Grom Search National Final. She was a really good addition there. Paige Arms surfs for Team Canada.
And, of course, I think the few catalysts from there, you have the Brewerweiler brothers. But to me, Peter DeVries was the one guy that started everyththing over there. Won a 6-star at home at Cox Bay in 2009.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. Just like underground talent. And it's crazy because you have to really be a kind of Swiss Army knife when you live in Canada. You're dealing with the elements. A lot of times you hiking and camping to get to spots.
So bears all around the place, too. Yeah, Sam right here kind of slides the fins. He is very active when it comes to his body language on these waves. That was radical right there towards the end, only looking to improve on a 2.0. Can clearly say that score is going to be gone. And very active also when it comes to catching a lot of waves in his heats. Originally from beach breaks, you can just notice that translates very well to competing here at this big event. Leo Casal with a big performance. He's downstairs with Matt.
Leo, very strong surfing from you, professional performance. Who do you look up to in your surfing career?
Oh, I always looked up to Marco Clupo, and as an inspiration on my backside, and as well as like Ace Bucker and Gabriel Medina, all those goofy footers, and yeah.
And, well, I mean, you're surfing amazing, channeling a lot of those surfers. We talked about that on the webcast. Now, your board choice, is that something specific for California or what you ride on the beach breaks back home in Brazil?
I'm riding for Xanadu now, and this is a model X21, and it's supposed to work on all conditions. And I was testing some boards, and I think the round tail here is working really well.
Well, it looks fantastic, carrying a lot of strength through your turns. Now, in Portuguese, for your friends and family back home, do you want to update them on the heat, tell everyone how it was going and what your plans are?
Yeah. Fala, galera. Vamos trabalhar nos erros aqui de prioridade. O surf está no pé. Eu sei que eu tenho potencial para seguir avançando. E estou bem focado, concentrado, energia boa. O lugar aqui é muito legal. E é isso, é corrigir os erros e bora para a próxima. Cabeça firme. E é isso. Obrigado a todos pela torcida.
All right, back to live action.
Obrigado, Madden. Big congratulations. Muito parabéns to Leo Casal. Looking at the end of that wave right there for Canada's Reeve Platenius. Want to mention something that he spoke about in Portuguese, Rosie. During the end of the heat against Eli, made a priority mistake and actually said that I want to clean that up in my next heat. When you get a 19-year-old to recognize those kind of mistakes minutes after the heat, that's some impressive stuff for a kid that young.
Yeah, very self-aware and able to reflect on the heat and learn quickly. And that's dangerous because that means that he's going to have a few takeaways from that heat and as he goes on, tighten up his game.
Aki and Ace Buchan, his two inspirations.
And Gabe Medina, obviously.
Yeah. Three of the best goofy footers of all time, I'd say. Ace Buchan, very underrated when it came to his long career on the championship tour. 19 minutes on the clock. We have another pair of goofy footers out there in the water right now. Sam Peter drops a 5.33 on his previous ride, and now waiting for the last of Reed Platenius. Needs to be close to a 5-point ride, Rosie, for him to take the lead. And mentioning, how strong France had been in, the last 20 years. They had many surfers on the championship tour. Slowly, they've kind of gone through a rebuild, though, when it comes to a lot of their surfers making it back to the CT. I think Joanne Defay is a great representative of theirs right now. But as of right now, not many surfers making it from the European region overall onto the championship tour.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch the comeback of Frederico Moraes. I think Portugal has such a wealth of talent and people knocking on that door. But you're so right. I mean, Jeremy Flores was such a great representation of France, as well as Mickey Pecan. So,
Tim Bowl, yeah,
there's
a lot of them.
Yeah, and you think about it, I mean, the French regions, like you look at someone like Keuli Vast coming up, Vahina Ferrero, like there's that young talent that's right there looking for qualification.
Yeah, Keuli Vast, I feel like it's just a matter of time for him. He seems too talented to not make it there. I thought Jeremy Flores' career, though, was so darn impressive, though. Always goes down to me as one of the most impressive moments just in competitive surfing overall when he won in France in 2019. The way he won was
Yeah.
the most impressive thing about it.
It
Nobody
was-
was beating him that day.
Emotional. It was really an emotional thing to see Jeremy in that sea of people being cheered up the beach, and everyone was chanting. You could feel that hum through your body as he was being pulled up the beach. Yeah, it was just really cool to see him have that emotional victory.
Two-time champion at Pipeline 2 and one in Tahiti. As looking at one of the new crops of surfers coming out of France right now, Sam Peter on the backhand has the lead at 3.93 is his low score. And we'll see if that wave replaces that low one or not. 17 minutes to go. Reed Platenius did get a 4.03, not enough for the lead. He does have priority though. And when you look at these 30-minute heats, time management is an essential and important part of the way these kids compete nowadays. Having somebody like Ryan Simmons, a guy that knows this beach break very well, not only has he coached a lot of people from here, he's actually competed here himself. An essential part right now for Platenius to do well in the event.
Definitely, and having that person in your corner and just giving you that little bit of a rev up before you hit the water. It's interesting to watch these two guys surf. Obviously, both of them goofy footers, as we see Reed having a look.
Yeah, this might be a good-looking wave. Gonna let it go. Maybe a bit too much froth on it. A lot of those waves do clean up on the inside, though, Rosie, as Peter having a look at that one. He's gonna let it go, too. So the low-scoring affair so far, 9.26 to 8.36. And Peter was asking for a priority change. He's gonna get it, actually, as Platenius did make a conceded effort to try to get into the previous ride. So not only did he have a look right there, he also gave it priority at a crucial point of the heat.
That was a pretty interesting call from my perspective. Obviously, we're looking from above here, but I mean, Reed is way far out in the outside zone. Sam's just paddling out after his wave. Even though Reed did have a look at that wave, I don't know if it warranted the priority change.
Was he out there in the primary takeoff zone is what you're asking yourself.
Yes, that's what I'm kind of wanting to know, because as you can see, Sam's still got a ways to go before he can get out to the outside. But maybe both of these guys, the judge is saying, you know, maybe Reed forfeited his priority because he's too far away, like you said, from the primary takeoff zone.
And now he's having a look on this left here. And either way, it's playing itself out well as Platenius has a good left into the lip once, up and over the section right there. And Cox Bay 101 right here for Reed Platenius. A lot of speed down the line. Looking for a 4.94 and gets a strong finish. Halfway through the heat, Rosie. And a big answer back right there for the young Canadian surfer in red.
Yeah, that was very nice surfing from Reed. I mean, just such a powerhouse. And if you're doing a little bit of a SWOT analysis of both of these guys, like I said, both goofy footers. But when you compare the contrast in styles, Sam to me is a little bit of a switchblade. He's so fast off the top, where Reed's style is more of a hammer. He's got that power and he just drops it on those sections.
And he found a nail out there in the water too, hammered it. And looking at the replay here, Rosie, good string of maneuvers at the beginning of this one.
Yeah, that was a really nice first approach. It's just so fun to watch someone, especially when they kind of slow it down for us, because you can really tell all the intricacies that are going on. That was a ankle high wave for him. That last maneuver was crucial. A lot of spray. We'll see. Yeah, really like the string of maneuvers on his forehand. The judges really like his brand and style of surfing. I know that for one maneuver yesterday, he was, 4+ points. So they're looking at the power that's on display.
And he's got a really beautiful style too. Score comes in as a 5.0, just enough. He was needing a 4.94 at that point of the heat. And what's so interesting about him is that he really thrives when conditions are difficult and small like this. Just a regular day at Cox Bay for him over there in Tofino. Won his first pro junior, believe it or not, in Cocoa Beach, Florida. It was very similar to this, given the water was around 20 degrees warmer, but gets a 5.0. Only one judge said no in terms of him getting the score. Comes out as just enough, Rosie.
Yeah, and that's, you can draw the comparisons between the 5.33 from Sam. That's the high mark in the heat so far. And that 5, I feel like Sam just got the edge where he really whipped it up in the lip, and also a bigger wave from him as we watch this one.
Floats the first section. A lot of speed here. Throw tail reverse, and just a bit too much for how flat that section was towards the end of that wave. 12:35 on the clock. And usually, Rosie, you see the more competitive heats in the low-scoring ones. 9.33 to 9.26. This is razor close right now. And these are usually the harder heats to make it out of at the end.
You know what? I think it all comes down to this next exchange for both of them. I think now that they've got that 5-point round in their scoreline, this next kind of 1-2 punch is going to be so important.
And Sam having a look on the inside here. He's going to be up and riding, basically a closeout. And tried to go for the reverse right there on a left-hander. Not going to be complete. 12 minutes to go. A great battle of goofy footers to finish off day number 2 of competition here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. Be right back after the break. It's a golden California afternoon right here at Southside Oceanside Pier. San Diego playing host once again to the world's best surfers, 20 years or younger. One of them being Sam Peter.
Wow.
And he just went ballistic on that left. One of the best airs we've seen all event long. And judges taking no time to drop that score. It's the first excellent score we've seen all heat long. An 8.0 by the young Frenchman from Hossegor, France. That puts a lot of pressure on the shoulders of that young kid from Tofino, British Columbia, Canada. Reed Platenius in red now needing an 8.33 or better to retake the lead. Mitch and Rosie, I am just in awe of what we just saw right there from Sam Peter, and he is up and riding again. Just doesn't seem like he can really put a foot out of place as he completes that wave 2, looking to improve in a 5.33. Switched, or flipped the switch, excuse me, and just went ballistic on that 8-point ride.
The point of difference. The point of difference. He's picked up on his strengths and he's running with it. Like I said, previous to the break, this next exchange is going to be so important as we get another look at these rides. Sam just looking down the line, identifies that section, whips it around. Excellent is what he's rewarded with, does the claim. But yeah, he's you can tell the intent when he's up on his feet as we even watch this ride. Just so whippy, fast in the pocket, flowy through the maneuvers. So this kid, he's on fire. He wants it too. He's kind of just,
yeah.
And that hunger,
it goes a long way.
It goes a long way.
Yeah, he definitely does not want to lose this heat right now. We've seen people lose with the best score of the heat just today alone.
Yeah, and he went back to back on those waves, the 8, and then he improves his other backup wave.
Beach breaks, Rosie. It's happened so many times today. I mean, we saw it with Tenchi. We saw it with multiple surfers in both elimination rounds. And case in point, seeing it here in our final heat of the day, too. Reed Platenius now, the young Canadian, needs something close to perfection. A 9.6. Really, if you break it down, though, a pair of 7s would do the job, and drops a hammer right there on the backhand. Great heat playing out in these last 8 minutes.
I love this. I love this back and forth. We were talking about how close it was when the guys were sub 10 points, and now they've really upped the ante for us.
Yeah, I think they heard me, and they're like, nope, we're going to go into double digits just because he said that. Throwing the tail around Sam Peter.
He's got like a little Clay Marzo.
Yeah, you're right. Tonino Benson, former runner-up at this event too. Just sporadic. And I'm here for it, Rosie.
To be the last heat of the day and to give us energy the way that this Sam is doing, and obviously Reed is backing himself too, it creates a fun little last heat of the day. Last flurry. Going to be a memorable heat. Could go in the post show.
Well,
let's see if they make the top 5 moments.
It's deserving of it. But you're right. Talked about it a few heats earlier today. You wait all day long to surf your heat. You're literally the final heat of the day. It's taxing. It's exhausting. You're thinking about it all day long. And now they go out there and perform the way they're doing. It's quite cool. Reed throwing the tail around. Cool little reverse right there. Don't know if it's going to be a huge score. His previous comes through as a 6.0, Rosie. Basically for one turn on the backhand. Now needs just an 8.6. Attainable when you look at the 8.0 that Sam has. This is the 6-point ride here from Reed.
Yeah, so he's chipped away at that requirement. He needed a 9.6 previous to this ride. So that just shows you. And I think as Reed, hearing that number and just knowing that you're improving, the judges are rewarding your surfing, you got to take confidence. But this kid, Sam, I mean, every time he gets to his feet, you're like, okay, what's he going to do? Like, what does he have for us?
And it was so spontaneous, out of nowhere. You know, we were talking about 9-point heat totals. I was talking about my pain au chocolat, my love for hot chocolates and croissant. And then all of a sudden, the kid probably heard me, and he's like, hey, you want to see a croissant? I'll drop the 8.0 for you.
Yeah, it makes you want to train. I'm like, okay.
Makes you want to go out and surf.
Yeah.
In Windslop out there. And
I know. I think it is the spontaneity in his surfing that's really electric.
so cool to see. Just over 5 minutes to go, has the lead and has priority too. Low score of 6.6. Reed Platenius has a 6.0 and a 5-point ride in a scoreline, needing an excellent score of an 8.6 to move up into the lead. And given that this event has been happening for 25 years now, Rosie, 1998, the first time we had our first men's world junior champion, Andy Irons, the great and late Andy Irons. Joe Parkinson, a 2-time world champion. We've seen a French champion before. That was Maxime Houssaneau, 2009, defeated Jadson Andre in the final over there in Arabine. But you talk about the legacy of this event and what it could potentially do for his career. Not having to go through the regional series is one thing, but you get a star next to your name too, and people recognize you after a win like this.
Definitely. You're cemented in the history books. I mean, your name is synonymous as a world junior champ. Was Mark Lackamar, did he win?
He won a stop, yeah.
Okay.
I know what event you're talking about. Mark was out of contention to win because I think Jack Freestone had made it to a point where
gotcha.
only Mitch Cruz and Nat Young could overtake him.
Gotcha.
And Nat, I believe, actually lost to Mark in the final there in Arabine, but Dale Staples might have gotten second or third at one of the first few events, young South African. But yeah, that was a good year. Jack Freestone won his first world championship at the junior level in 2010.
Excellent recall, Mitch. You're just like little Rolodex.
Talking about the event that I probably loved the most out of all of them. You know, mentioned it before. When Kai Barger won in 2008, Maxime Houssaneau the next year, then Jack Freestone. You had 3 stops the year that Freestone won. You had Karamas, you had an event in Brazil, and then you went over to Narrabeen afterwards. And it's just been a who's who of professional surfing. Even Finn McGillen there in 2017. Lucas Silveira won in Portugal in 2015. And got to stand out, Caio Belli in 2011 won a tiebreak over Garrett Parks in the final over there at Lennox Head.
Yeah, a lot of world champs in that list. Andy, Joel, Adriano. Who else? We've got Gabriel Medina.
Can't forget about Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, the bridesmaid to the world title last year.
Yeah, and Mateus Ardi, won in Taiwan 5 years ago now. I thought by now he'd be on the championship tour. I was wrong, obviously. But what he did a few years ago in Mexico was nothing short of impressive.
He was close last year on the Challenger Series.
He was. Kaipo and I were there when he had that heartbreak moment in Saquarema, needed basically to win the event, and I think it was Eli Hanneman and told him, nah, I'm just going to give my spot to my buddy, Cade Matson, instead.
That event was so fun to watch. All those spots lock in for the championship tour.
It's a pretty emotional day, too. Cade qualifying, Eli knocking out Mateus at home, and then all of a sudden,
Sammy Pupo.
Crosby qualifying too. Just what a time to be alive as a surf fan. And remember, we got the Visit Oceanside post show after this heat. Kaipo, Rosie, and myself.
But that's one thing we were touching on earlier too, Mitch, is just these guys, they get to watch all of these broadcasts. They
True.
get to tune into professional surfing, like eat, sleep, drink, like watch, submerge themselves in all of the heat analysis. So I think the having a live broadcast and being able to rewatch it is such a great tool for all of these athletes, and probably has been something that's been utilized by most of the coaches now.
100%. I mean, you have live broadcast of even smaller events now, too. You were just at the Ripco Grom Search last week, and that's an event that is not only broadcasted, but, you know, you give a lot of exposure to a lot of kids that might not have the chance to compete in an event like this in the future either. Just looking at the heat in the water right now, 45 seconds to go, and Platenius in second priority, still needing an 8.6. And even though, you know, Reed might not make it out of this heat, Rosie, still a chance right here towards the tail end. A lot of positives to take from him. 2023, you become the first Canadian to win a major title within the World Surf League. Regional champion on the junior side. You kind of put Canada and Tofino back on the map. You qualify for the World Juniors, and now a lot of people know your name at the professional level worldwide.
Yeah, he's got a lot to be proud of, and I think this is one of the character building moments. It's probably going to be a tough loss for him. Maybe take a little bit of time to digest, but he's on a good thing, and maybe he can turn this negative into a positive in the future.
Absolutely. A good performance by him, a 6 and a 5. Wasn't enough, though, and good sportsmanship right there by Sam Peter. Today belongs to him. Drops an 8.0 with a massive air rotation on the forehand, and a 6.6 to back it up right afterwards. A great heat to finish off our second day of competition here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Visit Oceanside Post Show coming up with Kaipo, Rosie, and myself. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
It's the Visit Oceanside post show at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship, presented by Best Western Hotel as we fly by the West Coast's longest wooden pier here in Oceanside. Beautiful day. Day number 2 of competition. Elimination round was out in the water, so some hopes were broken today. That was unfortunate. That's the elimination round. I'm Kaipo, along with Rosie Hodge, Mitchell Salazar. We had a lot of really cool moments today. We had some underdogs winning, Rosie. Of course, you know, it's always sad to see competitors to leave, you know, but it's part of the competition. They're young. There's a big future for all of them. And but we did have some highlight moments as well. Some of your highlight moments.
My highlight moments, there were so many, Cups. I think definitely those last few heats of the day where we saw everyone going back to back and the lead exchanging a couple times. I love those kinds of heats where you see the fight back, the determination from all the competitors.
Yeah. Highlight for you, Mitch?
I really like the heat between Harley Walters and Adura Amatriain. I actually think that's the heat of the event so far. I thought Adura surfed a great heat and unfortunately just faced off against a better surfer. I thought the last heat was really good too, and the whole point of this event is to give exposure to a lot of these people that don't have the kind of exposure within their regions. Sam Peter surfed an incredible heat at the end, Kaipo.
Yeah, and I loved learning about some new talent that, you know, a lot of them flew under the radar. I wasn't aware of them in their own region as a junior, but then you bring everyone together, and then my mind's blown because, you know, you have like the standard guys that are coming up that you understand, the usual suspects, if you would. But today, I feel uncovered a whole nother layer of talent that's always been there. They just haven't had a big stage like today to show what they got.
Absolutely right. And you look at the conditions too, they changed a lot throughout the day. And I thought all the competitors did an excellent job to be able to adapt to these conditions, especially in the afternoon.
One of the names I got to learn today, Manojo Yahagi, a Japanese surfer. That was incredible. He put together the highest heat total of the event. He was up against Brody Sale, Rosie, and you know, on paper, you would have had Brody as the favorite in this heat.
Definitely. I mean, Brody's become a household name over the years. He had a couple moments in this heat, and he kept on trying. He kept on looking for opportunities, but you can tell in the body language just the disappointment as Manojo was so strong in this heat.
Yeah, Brody looking quick and had the early advantage, Mitchell. But then Manojo Yahagi did this.
Yahagi Airlines, baby, and that's what it takes to become a World Junior Champion, Kaipo. Not many people have done it from the region where he's from, and with maneuvers like this, I honestly would not be surprised to see him on the podium at the end of the event. Doesn't want to go through the regional QS, wants to qualify for the Challenger Series through this event here with the championship.
Yeah, the JS surfboard's looking sharp underneath Manojo's feet. The 20-year-old Japanese surfer making a name for himself. Day 2 here of competition. Take a look at the numbers. They were impressive. An 8.17, Rosie, and a 7.5 backup.
Yeah, really solid heat total. He was definitely in the running for the highest heat total of the round. But we saw some amazing scores go down throughout the day's competition. So I know we're going to go through all of them.
Yeah. Highlight heat for me, for the women, I look back to this morning and the heat number 2, the second heat of the day. Laura Ropp, Kana Nakashio. Kana, Mitchell, really strong in her surfing, and she looked like she was off to a blistering start.
Well, and she had 2 of these heats throughout the event, too. One yesterday in the opening round where she actually tied with Zoe Benedetto, had a great 7.5 on this wave right here. Look at the second snap in the pocket. I mean, real tight arc right there, and got a great finish on that wave, too. Was in the lead up until Laura Hopp just turned it around with the 9-point ride.
How is this, Rosie? 9-point ride.
To me, the 9-point ride is impressive, but it's the point of the heat that this turned in for her. She needed the score. Kanaha was way in the lead, and to get that 9-point ride under pressure was just so impressive. She got a 6.33 and the 9-pointer, and it was just off to the races for her.
It sure was. Long running right. Epic conditions this AM, and Laura took full advantage, Mitchell.
And given that we started the event literally at the highest point of the tide, too. It was a 6.2 high tide this morning, Rosie. For her to be able to find a right like that out there that really capped off the way it did on the inside. Some really impressive stuff when it comes to reading a lineup as difficult as it was out there at Oceanside today.
Yeah, a lot of intent in her surfing, and love catching up with her post-heat. She just had such a huge smile on her face. She's enjoying her time here in California. She's traveling with her family and just enjoying it and just asking the question to the judges. That wave was perfect.
Here we go with the numbers. 15.33, two-wave total for Laura Robb. She advances on into the round of 16. Kana Nakashio, 13.33 for the Japanese surfer, eliminated. But I can tell you one thing about Kana. She's impressed a lot of people. In both of her heats, it was a narrow loss, and her surfing was on point. I expect some results, some big results from Kana Nakashio in the future.
We're going to see her on the Challenger Series, no doubt. And when it comes to talent and a lot of talent being developed throughout these junior rankings, a lot of them aging out right now. But Nakashio, though, she is a great surfer that I feel has a great chance of qualifying at the end of this year for the championship tour.
Yeah, that'll all be decided really for surfers like that through the Challenger Series, you guys. We have the last heat winner of the day, Sam Peter. Pretty good. You called that heat, Mitchell. What did you think about his performance?
Well, had the 8-point ride with the 1 air and then backed it up immediately afterwards, Rosie, with the 6.6. Coming up against a tough competitor, Nari Platenius, was a big win for him.
Yeah, let's hear from Sam. He's out of the water right now, and he's with Matt Shanoski.
Sam, very similar lineup to what you have back in Senyos in France, big tides. Tell us a little bit about how lost you got out there.
Yeah, I was. My initial plan was to go right on those bigger rights I saw from the previous heats, and I ended up going on the little left. I kind of had to adapt, and it worked out, so I'm happy.
Yeah, and now with those big tides, cold water and cold weather in the morning, is it reminding you a little bit of home?
Yeah, it kind of looks like summer waves for us, like big tides and small onshore waves. So yeah, I was happy to be out there with only one guy out and trying to do my best.
Now, this is your first World Junior Championships. COVID put a little bit of a gap in between that time frame. So this will be your last year in the juniors. What will it mean to you if you were to be able to take home a crown?
It would mean a lot. Actually, I've been training a lot for this. I was supposed to be here 2 years ago, and we didn't do it because of COVID. So I got one more shot, and I'm going to give my best.
Yeah, well, you're on your way at the moment. Now, in French, to any of your friends, family back home?
Ouais, ben merci à tous ceux qui regardent, ça fait super plaisir. Les copains, la famille, plein de gros bisous à tous, et on va aller jusqu'au bout. À plus.
All right. Lovely surfing out there. We'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow, hopefully. Back to the post show.
Thanks.
All right. Congratulations to Sam. All right. You know what time? Right now, the kettle's hot. The water's boiling. It's time to add it up. And what's good? We're going to stir it up, and we're going to serve you the cup noodle wave of the day. It was a 9.33. You got to see this. Thanks to Cup Noodle for bringing us the wave of the day. Shion Crawford, Mitchell.
I remember a point in time when I was still taller than him, Kaipo. That ain't happening anymore. And especially with surfing like this, no doubt in my mind that this kid's going to make it to the championship tour. Coming off of his first QS win at Sunset Beach, one of his home breaks, dropping the highest single wave score of the event so far, 9.33.
Look at the flow, Rosie. He put it all together on this wave, and he was behind in this heat. He turned the heat with this wave.
I was going to say, Cops, he needed this wave, and you just saw him build throughout every wave. Every time he got to his feet, he just added a little bit something extra, and this time he added the little spice in the noodle cup, stirred it right up, and just... You know what? You said you win a year's worth of cup noodles.
Yeah, well, you can do that right here.
I mean...
I'm in. I'm trying.
Yeah.
I think he should be sponsored by Cup Noodles. He loves karaage chicken way too much for him to not be sponsored by Cup Noodles.
It's a great side dish too. Some crispy karaage chicken. Gosh, you guys are making me hungry right now.
I'm hungry right now.
Let's take a look at our Surfline forecast and what's in the cards for the remaining days, Mitchell. Look like we got some swell from the northwest.
Yeah, we do have some strong on shores that are due tomorrow, especially in the morning. Way lighter in the afternoon, though, which is going to be beneficial to us. And a cleanup session on Friday, which is looking good, Rosie, for the end of this weekend now.
Yeah, we got some swell on tap. We got some waves. I think tomorrow is going to be the trickier part. We're going to have the biggest swell. We're going to have a lot of wind. We got that high tide. We're going to be at the mercy of the elements, but I'm going to love to watch these guys in 4 to 6 foot south of the pier, Oceanside. It could get really fun.
Yeah, we're going to be watching those winds. We know the swells there. And we're going to see tomorrow if it's a go day. Pretty motivated to keep the ball rolling here. Thank you again to Surfline for all the intel and data that they share with us to help us along.
Friday looks good too, Kaipo. Could be potential finals day right there.
We'll see. We'll see what's in our cards. We are 2 days away. We are 30 heats away from pretty much crowning champs. So we'll see how that goes. But right now it's time. Boom, boom, boom. It's time for our top 5 moments of the day. And let's go through these top 5 moments. And there were more than just these 5, but we just chose these 5. Starting with the great surfing of Kana Nakashiro, Rosie.
Yeah, just love this woman's run through this event. I mean, to go out in the elimination round, but with surfing like this, she can hold her head up high. Amazing performance. Really excited for what this woman's surfing will produce in the future.
Yeah, really sharp, putting together, powerful as well. The connectivity, excellent for Kana Nakashiro. Number 4, Mitchell, Luke Thompson took to the air.
Cool hand Luke drops an 8.33 right here. Kaipo had to battle against his good friend Luke Leprant. Right there, both of them from Durban, South Africa. Big win for him into the round of 16.
Number 3, Rosie, Laura Ropp with a 9-point ride.
Right when she needed it, in the heat of the moment, able to produce excellence, near perfection for Laura, having a lot of fun, and moving through this elimination round. What will this do for her confidence as she heads into the round of 16?
At number 3, again, Laura Ropp. One more look at this 9-point ride.
Yeah, the forehand attack, Kaipo, on display. Remember, she got 5th at this event last year, and now doing it on the forehand rather than on the backhand that we saw at Seaside Reef. You can see right there, always surfing in the pocket. Some excellent stuff by the young Brazilian surfer.
She says, give me the 9. Number 2, Manojo Yahagi takes to the air and completes it. Highest heat total so far of the event for the Japanese surfer, Mitchell.
I like this kid a lot, Kaipo. Brings a bit of spice to the lineup and had a tough matchup against Brody Sale, somebody who is much more experienced in the bigger events. But as you can see right here, Rosie, in these kind of conditions, going to be really tough to beat.
No grab on that aerial maneuver, so just shows you the technicality of that move, and well rewarded.
Number 1, Haleiwa's Shion Crawford with a 9.33. Rosie, putting it all together on this one.
Amazing. Just incredible to see the way that this guy's handled himself. Kaipo, proud uncle watching Shion.
I'm a pretty proud uncle, yes. Yes, I am.
He called this wave soft, though.
I love that post-heat interview.
It's so funny. I was laughing the whole time when I was interviewing him, and he's always so serious, and it's hard to get a chuckle out of him, but I bet you he was smiling the entire time throughout that wave, Kaipo. 9.33. Very impressive to get a 9 out of these judges here.
Well, there you go. We're wrapping up just another day here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Mitchell.
Thank you.
WorldSurfLeague.com, 7:45. We'll have a call for a possible 8 a.m. start. Enjoy the end-of-day highlights, and thank you to all of you in the YouTube chat room.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.